The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. We'll never know. It's weighing me down, got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lights and run away from the night. Let's run away. We're falling hard to find the answer. With this life we live, be all that matters. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. And we'll never know. It's weighing me down, got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lights and run away from the night. Let's run away.
I'm all the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no. I'm all the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no. stopping. No, I ain't stopping. Hold me regardless. And I ain't stopping. No, I ain't stopping. I'm just getting started. Let's go.
My skin is pale, but I'm a black sheep. Riding through the city, Satan in the backseat. Hey yo, that's me, I run it like a track meet. A rap fiend, I set the bar high like an athlete. Step in the booth and Zach gon' drop that 808. Cause the vibe is dope and the beat is cracking, now it's getting laced. I'm sharp as a razor blade, I can blow your mind like JFK. I do what I want, you ain't gonna box me in like David Blaine. We get it poppin', homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, bout to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light. I stay fly, without a travel visa. I stay high, smoking on that gasolina. And when a Filipina tells me Malakita, I put two and two together like a ballerina. This music is more than a paycheck, no money in the bank cause I make sense. I put in work till I'm brain dead. I spit a fast soul like a break next, and the crowd goes wild, AM, mayhem. We get it poppin', homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, bout to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light. Be the first to get it poppin'. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Championship Sunday! It's RLCS, it's Sub-Saharan Africa, and I couldn't be any more excited. I don't know if you could tell, but I know that the wonderful gents joining me alongside the panel are just as hyped as I am. My name is Tofu Elliott, and this is SSA. It's Championship Sunday, Macfish! From all the way from Stats Corner and also all the way from Germany to be joining us on the panel here. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing fantastic. I mean, Championship Sunday, last Sunday of the winter split in RLCS before the major. What else can you ask for? Brilliant Rocket League on display and beautiful people on either side of me, so I've got nothing to complain about.
What about you, Ultraism? Can you find something to complain about?
Absolutely nothing. In terms of where this regional has stacked up in this winter split and is in the whole narrative of SSA Rocket League, it has been a chaotic split. We started with the champions being dethroned by Bravado, leading up to so much growth and the last chance for these teams to stamp their names on SSA Rocket League as we end up closing out this winter split.
Dethroned, rethroned. Now, today, going for, I was going to say 3-throned, but it would only be 2 this split, so that's absolutely ruined. Munts, just do something, I don't know.
Alright, hi everyone. My name is Munts. I'm here to cast the RLCS Regional number 3.
Absolutely spot on. That's perfect. You know, mwah, mwah. Let's take a look at that bracket. Bring it up, Mr. Producer. Thank you so much, and we'll take a look at how we got to where we are right now. Orlando Pirates XD topped their group, only losing a single game in the group stage, which actually is a bit of a surprise because they usually go 9-0. 9-1 sent them into the upper semi-finals, where they took down Royalty Esports 4-2. Again, not quite as strong as last time when they beat them 4-1, but it really says something about the Pirates that we're just saying about them getting worse gradually, still beating everyone. Bravado Gaming with the same scoreline, 4-2 in their victory over ATK, to give form to our first matchup of the day. Months, the upper bracket final between Orlando Pirates and Bravado Gaming. We've seen this before. Do you think that it's another chance for Bravado Gaming to upset the current champions?
You know, I do think there's a chance, and I think there might even be a bigger chance this regional than there was in that regional number 1 when we did see Bravado upset Orlando. And the reason is, we saw yesterday Royalty Esports take it to Orlando Pirates, and I mean, there was a moment there in game number 5 where Royalty had 2 consecutive double commits that handed Pirates that game number 5. And honestly, that's the only reason that Orlando Pirates were able to clinch that game and then have 2 match points in their back pocket, ultimately winning the series. I feel like that moment, or those 2 very close together moments, was the turning point. And if that hadn't happened, that could have gone either way, and we could be seeing Royalty in that upper bracket final. Definitely chinks in Orlando Pirates' armor today. Definitely things to take advantage of, things to exploit if you are a Bravado Gaming side.
Orlando Pirates looking vulnerable. That's what I'm hearing from Months, and that's some good news if you're a Royalty Esports fan. They're going to have a tough road, of course, getting knocked down into that lower bracket, where they'll face off against Apex Gaming to see whether or not they can make it through to that lower final. It's going to be a tough one. Sorry, ATK, not Apex Gaming. My apologies. And we do have the schedule up on screen right now. Orlando Pirates, Bravado Gaming, our first matchup of the day, followed by the lower semi-final, which will be ATK heading off against Royalty Esports. Ultraism, ATK, threw off the back of a forfeit win against Bot Gaming, who unfortunately had to withdraw from the competition following a power outage of one of their players. I mean, can you speak to just how heartbreaking that is?
At this stage, for a team like Bot Gaming, who's come up from that open qualifier, they had to make sure to get back into the game. They had to fight hard through the whole lower bracket, and to get to this point was great. They were pretty much on track. I think ATK would have been an incredibly tough competition. I think ATK would probably still have taken that, considering they are still considered one of the top 3 teams in SSA. But for Bot Gaming to get that far and then not even have a chance, that's kind of heartbreaking for anyone in the local scene. And I hope it doesn't discourage their growth, and I would like to see what they can do after the next couple of months of training for that final split.
Muxfish, maybe I'd just like you to touch briefly before we actually send over to Stats Corner on how dominant the Pirates have looked.
Well, that's actually going to be a point later in Stats Corner, so I'm going to put myself very briefly here. Very dominant. that's the long and the short of it. It's incredible how, even if we say, oh, Pirates should have won 4-1 and not 4-2, or they should have topped their group 9-0 and not 9-1, they are still winning and comfortably beating everyone. And the Pirates, yeah, they're looking amazing. They're looking like the Fall Pirates again, and not like the Winter Split 1 Pirates.
Ooh, big call, big call. I tell you what, look, you've just teased Stats Corner too hard. So let's bring up the team comparison and send it over to our statisticians, Achinal and Maxfish. What is this next matchup looking like?
For Orlando in particular, Maxfish Bravado did take them down in Regional 1. It's the 3rd time we've seen this matchup in this split, and Bravado did win twice. So Pirates, for all their dominance, you know, they might be thinking about that one.
Yeah, Bravado seemed to be a bit of a bogey team for the Pirates, specifically in this split where the only 2 matches that we had were won by Bravado, and one of the most outstanding reasons for that was Pirates is not finding their accuracy against Bravado as they do with so many other teams, where they only shot 16 and 23% respectively in these previous series, and Bravado was above 30% shooting accuracy, so definitely accuracy could be a thorn in the side of Orlando Pirates today.
Yeah, it's not often that we see Orlando struggling to find goals. Shows how well Bravado were defending, what kind of things they were doing, because they were shutting down opportunities really before they could become real major chances for the Pirates. And, you know, while they were out shooting, like you said, Bravado just, even with the fewer shots they had, making so much more of them. And that, you know, they're averaging 5.2 saves per game in their last series against the Pirates.
Yeah, and that defense was really very much the lifeline of Bravado. And especially to Die For, who stepped up massively in that defense, got 2 saves per game in both series, even though he was demoed twice per game as well. So not even demolition and the violence being an answer to the defense of To Die For, but also boost management. I think Bravado are looking stronger in that regard as well, aren't they, Ash?
Yeah, definitely, you know, boost management, a huge edge for Bravado in those last 2 series. These teams sort of go up and down on how well they're managing boost, but Bravado managed to make Pirates waste quite a lot of boost. You know, while they're supersonic, using that boost to keep supersonic, obviously not making you go any faster. We're going to call that wasted boost throughout this afternoon. And at this top level, you really shouldn't be wasting too much. But Bravado were wasting, you know, half as much in some of those games as the Pirates were. So Pirates might want to sort of change up their game plan a little bit. We've seen them play quite far away from the ball, but perhaps that's where some of their problems were lying.
Yeah, and if you play far away from the ball, that gives obviously the defense a bit more breathing space, and against such a strong defense as Bravado has shown, that might not be the correct tactic. You might need to play a lot closer to the ball to just send out a flurry of shots in quick and even quicker succession for the Pirates. So maybe an adaptation that we see for this week and for generally this series against Bravado, and maybe a later one coming out as well. But overall, I mean, I've teased it earlier, the Pirates, they are just completely and utterly dominant, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have to put this into context. Obviously, Bravado have every chance here, but statistically, the Pirates are are most likely team to win. They shoot more, they score the most goals, they're the most accurate, they assist the most, they have the most demos. I could keep going. They concede less. They've got the least porous defense out of anyone in the region across this split as a whole. Goal participation is only, and I say only sort of in inverted commas, 75%. That's still fantastic. One thing that we could be seeing, though, I think, we're talking about the Pirates changing their game style. Maybe Bravado want to try and, sort of adapt their play style a little bit here as well.
Yeah, Bravado, not really a team that goes for a lot of physicality, much to Elliot's chagrin, I'm sure. The Bravado only demos 2.2 times per game. That is about a midfield-ish team, this split. Whilst the Pirates, they are very easy to demo, and they don't have the awareness to be able to dodge those demolitions. They are the second easiest team to demo, in fact, this regional from groups and the playoff matches. So definitely that's one avenue where Bravado can switch up their playstyle and show a bit more aggressiveness and show that you can beat the Pirates if you just remove them from the pitch entirely.
So there you have it, Elliot. Both teams might be looking to deviate from their standard playstyles a bit to catch one another out, but if they both do that at once, who knows what might happen. Every game's going to be obviously quite different. In a best of 7, plenty of chances to have a chat between games, adapt what you're doing, but for Bravado, the longer this series can go on, the better it will be. Every time that Bravado have played Orlando so far this regional, they lost 2 of the first 3 and ended up winning by 4-2.
Wow. What a stat to close on. Thank you so much, statisticians. And welcome back, MaxFish. Just making the jump from Stats Corner back onto the panel. Do you know what? I'm not coming to you first, though. Don't worry. You can take a breath because we're going to Muntz first. End of the panel, but first on the predictions. Who's taking this, Pirates or Bravado?
I mean, there's been plenty of talk about Pirates and their domination, and there's no denying it, right? They are the firm favorites for a reason. I saw some cracks yesterday, Elliot. I saw some hesitance. I saw beatability. That's a word. Look it up. Don't. I saw the potential for upset, and I do think that Bravado is the right team to achieve that upset. And I do think they might be the only team that can. And I am backing Bravado to find an upset against Pirates here. Who knows? If they go down to the lower bracket and they make it to the grand final, it might be another story. But for now, here in this matchup, right now, I'm backing Bravado.
Oh, I saw a head shake from Ultraism and then some eyebrow raising from MaxFish. Oh, we're coming to you first. What did you make of Muntz's prediction, and what's yours?
Brave.
I mean, it's Bravado, right?
Yeah, but bravery is very closely linked to stupidity sometimes. Just in several steps. We'll see, though. I'm not going to put too much out of Bravado. They are a good team. I've underestimated them once before, and it cost me dearly. In fact,
you know who didn't underestimate them on that day, Ultraism? Do you know who didn't underestimate them that day?
On that day.
Me.
It is a different day.
Saying.
Okay. It's my turn to speak. All right. So basically what I'm saying is that I think the fact that Orlando Pirates is only winning group stages 9-1 and only beating Royalty, who's looked a very strong team, 4-2, doesn't mean that Orlando Pirates is looking weak in any stage. They're still holding up their stats, and I think it's just testament to other teams getting better and starting to be able to take one game between 9. I mean, that's congratulations, guys. Like, you did that. It's a big step, but it's not that Orlando Pirates is letting go of the reins or anything like that. They're still at the top, and Bravado, who looked a little bit weaker in the last regionals, I don't know if they got the space to take it. So, Pirates.
All right. Okay. Ruthless there from Ultraism. MaxFish. I mean, I think I know which way you're leaning on this.
I mean, I am a man of numbers. I'm a man of stats. But I want to say, I've never seen anyone more upset of being interrupted than I've just seen Ultraism being interrupted by Monster. I think no one's ever acted so passive-aggressively for being interrupted. Absolutely brilliant stuff to see. But yeah, as I am a man of stats, and obviously hailing from the stats cave, I have to go Pirates. Like, there's no way around them. They're just so utterly dominant. And that's them playing against, like, the lower end of the top 16 in SSA and against a team like Royalty. Pirates, yes, the others are getting better, and yes, there may be chinks in their armor, but not enough to break through. This is going to go long, possibly, but in the end, Pirates going to win it.
Okay, well, what does it take to bring down utter dominance? Maybe stupidity, maybe just a little bit of Bravado. Give me an orange stripe, please, Mr. Producer, while we send our two fabulous casters into this first series of the day. It's going to be a huge one. The upper final here between Orlando Pirates XD and Bravado Gaming to see who will secure the first spot in the grand final of this third winter regional. Muntz, Ultraism, take it away.
Thank you, Elliot. And you know what? I will take it away. I'll be casting this one by myself, actually. No, not at all. Okay, chat. I just want to clarify. It's all love here on the desk. We're fighting privately in the chat on the Discord, but here in the desk, it's all love. It doesn't matter who's predicting what. And look, Ultraism, honestly, like I said, Pirates, favorites for a reason. It is going to take a performance of a lifetime, or rather a performance of twice in a lifetime, I guess, because it's already happened, right? Bravado have already upset Pirates, and not everyone predicted that. In fact, no one did, except for me in that first regional. And now here we are in the third regional. Obviously, Pirates found their revenge in regional number 2. They came back with a vengeance, and I'm ready to see if they can continue that ferocity, that utter dominance that we did see in regional number 2.
Man, Muntz, I'm so glad I get to cast this one with you because, like you say, it's 100% love, guys, back and forth. But Muntz is one of the best people to cast with because, especially when he's predicted something like Bravado winning, he's going to stand his ground to the death. And because this man has literally never been wrong about a prediction in his entire life. Literally never been wrong. And so I think the fact that if you are right, Muntz, it's going to take such a showing from Bravado that we're not expecting, first shot going to go the way of Orlando Pirates, and maybe too early to tell, but it would take a lot from Bravado to be able to beat this Orlando Pirates side. And so if that happens, if you end up being right, I'm still going to be a happy man because of the level of Rocket League that we're going to get to see.
Absolutely. And honestly, like, that's the attitude, right? No matter what, we are seeing the peak of SSA in this matchup, historically as well, not just who's currently in the upper bracket final of this tournament, but these are the two teams to watch. They have arguably the two best players in the region in Snowy, in to die for, going head to head, and that's so exciting to see. And results like the first regional, it was so huge. We talked about it at the time, seeing Orlando Pirates being upset, and then regional number 2, they came back. They showed that they were still here, that they are still the dominant team, that they are the kings of SSA, and it's just so good for the motivation of the region as a whole. Orlando Pirates as well, and Bravado, but it's Orlando Pirates right now starting this one off quickly, starting it off as if they are the kings, which they are. They're the ones to be taken down, and that taking down is going to have to happen from behind.
100%. Like Elliot did mention that this is Pirates with something to prove. This actually, if the more decisive they can make this victory, the more they can tell everyone, guys, we're still at the top here. We let one single play, one weekend, let some challenges come in and stuff like that. Yeah, we didn't play our best on that time. We were caught by surprise. And I think it's a good thing that Bravado is able to start challenging the side of Orlando Pirates. For a long time, Orlando Pirates hasn't had anyone chasing them, and so they kind of started hitting that ceiling. There was no need to grind because you were winning all the tournaments for 2 years straight, literally. There's been no thirst, no one on their heels. The fact that finally someone stepped up, and stepping up a couple of times in defense here is a team like Bravado. And so every time these two teams clash, there's more on the line. There's a couple of tricks new. There's some thirst that this is an important game to win for both these sides. And so Pirates so far with Darth. That is a great way to start putting some emphasis on this game.
Pirates right now kind of taking issue to two people on the desk predicting that they lose, but also to the desk just predicting that this is going to be close, because for these first 2 minutes, it's been all Pirates. I don't remember a Bravado attack that felt even remotely threatening, whereas they've just been defending non-stop. But I mean, you talked about the importance of this matchup to both of these teams. We had an interview with Snowy after winning regional number 2. He came out and said, it's great, but we do for it to really, and I'm paraphrasing here, for it to feel like it counts, we had to have played and beaten Bravado, and we didn't meet them in the tournament. So, it almost felt like he was kind of taking a bit of the achievement away from himself because he didn't beat the team that I guess Orlando Pirates consider to be their main challenge.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, you're 100% right. Is they didn't meet up in the last one. They met 80K in the finals, and yeah, they still won the top spot. Congratulations, you're the best in SSA. They weren't better. They didn't prove on paper decisively. We beat the team that took us down last time twice in a row as well. And so definitely a lot on the line. I didn't realize this was the first time they had matched up since then. So it's literally since the finals that Orlando Pirates lost, these two teams haven't matched up. And here we go. First opportunity for Bravado to start putting on an attack. It's just going to go wide and nothing much coming out of it. Instead, Orlando Pirates decide to just turn it around. Snowy trickling it, laying it gently but firmly and smothering out Bravado's chances in this first game.
Yeah, Snowy really utilizing that 1v1 experience and executing to perfection. Knew that as long as he got underneath that ball, kept pushing it up, Daisy would be struggling. The only thing that Daisy can do there is poke that onto the crossbar and hope that it doesn't bounce into an inopportune area for his team. Instead, just beaten. All ends up by Snowy. And, I mean, you said it. That was the first time it felt like Bravado were getting a chance to have an attack, and they just rattled the post, and Orlando counterattacked and scored their 4th goal of the game. We're not even 4 minutes in, and Orlando Pirates really stamping their authority on this one.
Yeah, you got to start asking yourself, if that was your first attack, that was your first volley, like, how many times do you have to get it right for them to not just swat it away like that? You know, if you put in your first, second, third shots, it's kind of just start drawing resources, make double commits like this happen. Now you got to start circling that net, but there always seems to be one more person back. Yeah, you got a third opportunity, again knocked to the side. Orlando Pirates survive so far with the clean sheet. Still, Bravado hanging around here, trying time after time. So far, the woodwork has been all that's been challenged. A couple of defenders needed, and suddenly the turnaround. After being under that pressure, Snowy sends it quickly down the field.
Incredible. Bravado in shambles defensively. That's, I feel like, the 3rd goal that we've seen there. No one's home. No one's in net. They're chasing the ball back into their own goal mouth, and Orlando Pirates just spotting the space and going, you know what, we don't have to work for this. We can just smack this on the half volley, put some power on it, put it on target, and it's a guaranteed goal. So a lot to figure out if you're Bravado right now. Probably nothing too much to take from Orlando running the score up if there's more goals from here, because I guarantee you Bravado thinking about, maybe even talking about the next game. And look at this, they got a little goal for the road, see if they can hold some momentum into game number 2.
Yeah, at this stage, you've got to figure out what you've got to do to be able to get it past them. And they're testing the backboard, just cutting a nice angle across there. Even though everyone from Orlando Pirates was home, no one was able to get up to that ball. A really nice, clean execution. And Bravado's going, okay, even just for their own mental sake, they're going, okay, we can actually get a couple of goals. Here's a good attempt from Tadafor to get up into the air. Bravado is a team that has looked outclassed in this first game, at least for the first 4 minutes. But it doesn't mean that they're a bad team, and it certainly doesn't mean that they're not able to shake this off and start shutting down and make this a much closer competition going forwards.
I mean, we can just look at Orlando's last series, right, against Royalty. 5-1 in game number 1. Orlando Pirates looked dominant, just like they did here. It didn't look like Royalty had any avenue back into that series. And then we saw Royalty win 2 in the next 3 games. So definitely hope for Bravado fans out there. They've definitely got what it takes. I mean, if honestly, no disrespect to Royalty, but if Royalty can do it, Bravado absolutely can as well. The raw talent is there. The mechanical ability is there. And we know that this is a team that think about Rocket League at an intellectual level. We've seen the interviews with Happy Meal and Daisy, and we know for a fact that they're out there looking to adapt and looking to find a way back into this series. And I do back them to keep it competitive. After seeing that game number 1, it's going to take so much, though, Ultras.
There's 3 key things, I think, that they need to be able to get back. And I'm interested to hear what Stats Corner has to say about this. Because I feel like, they only really felt like they got 3 offensive attacking opportunities. You need to get a couple more. At every stage, when you're not getting an attacking opportunity, you're normally on a defensive opportunity or defensive pressure at that stage with a team like Orlando Pirates, who are going to try and pen you in as much as possible. You've got to break out of your own half a little bit more, get the ball down to the other side of the field, but in a controlled way that you can follow it up, start passing it, keep possession of the ball. Then, once you get that opportunity, don't just have a one little tap onto the sideboard and leave it hanging, and that's all you can really bring to the fight. You need to be able to push up well as a team, but not overextend, because that's how the 3rd goal got scored. you just end up having no one home. One single demo play and someone from Orlando Pirates looking to be able to get that. And even when Bravado brought so much to the fight that they had that like 17-shot volley, they still just got turned around instantly because they had to put too much in and were left going back towards their own net.
And sometimes it won't even take that, that demo on the last defender. Sometimes you'll have Snowy with the ball in front of him or on the hood of his car with plenty of boost in the tank, and he just takes it to the skies as there's nothing you can do about it. Snowy definitely not the player. Perhaps the single player in SSA that you do not want to have a 1v1 situation against you as a defender. You know he's got that experience. He's proven that on the larger stages that you can in 1v1, and he's a scary proposition in that situation. But look, it's looking slightly better for Bravado. I do believe it took them a little longer to concede, but an absolute rocket to the top shelf, crossbar, and down into the back of the net from Snow.
I like how you say that's when it's looking better for Bravado. It took longer for the goal to come. And at the end of the day, yeah, Orlando Pirates, again, looking to have a lot of pressure onto that orange side. And just, you know, when you got someone like Snowy who did take about 2 or 3 shots there, at least in that small little interview, he's always present. He's got to put on top shelf shots. And so you've got to be coordinated as a team. You've got to get your rotations round. You've got to get your boost management. Every challenge has to be calculated because, you know, these guys are going to hang around and every one of them is going to test you on every time they pretty much challenge for the ball. Oh, a nice chip up comes here. Again, Bravado left in defensive work, trying to get it out towards the corner. Happy Meal now going to be stranded without boosts. Therefore, trying to meet it coming down. Just drops between him and Snowy. Darth now looking for the next defense. Gets tumbled around and off the ball. Does manage to get a bump on the way out. I mean, his skill still. I'm going to do something with Snowy here to buy some time for the teammates. Hang it around. Up towards the center. Nice touch. To die for. Sends it long. Happy Meal actually going to receive that in midfield. And a desperate save. A nice turnaround from Bravado.
Ooh, and then the transition nearly going back against them, but Happy Meal with a timely interception. He's going to need some help here, but double commit, although it was calculated, both players missing, which is not the ideal situation. I don't think anyone needs me to tell them that. Snowy's going to jump on it and try to capitalize on the misplays. He does pick up that corner boost. It's going to be a struggle now. Daisy, the only one with significant boost. The Divefor's had to dive out and get some. He's gotten more here, which will allow him to transition around the corner. The ball floats midfield. That's awkward for Snowy, but so patient, so calm, and he'll play that one away and put Daisy under pressure.
The fact that ball came out near the midfield, really it opened up the opportunity for Pirates to try and mount a counter-attack. And there's been some good defense coming out from Bravado now. It takes a second person, but they open up some space in the middle, start testing the back line. Darth does manage to pick it up handedly, and because they don't have another offensive attack, he's able to get that ball under control, and this is the start of an Orlando Pirates offense. Daisy managing to get it across. No, the redirected touch is there. Daisy just puts it clashing into the crossbar, into the side wall of this, and a breakaway opportunity goes awry here for Bravado.
Oh, Daisy with all the time in the world, but he could feel the breath of the defender on his neck, just closing down, but just didn't realize that he had the opportunity to take the extra second, make sure he had the read off the post, and then put it into the open net. I tell you what, if Orlando Pirates score next, Bravado are going to rue that miss. That was their best chance for an equalizer yet. Now, Happy Meal alone. Look at this flip reset. No, he pulls out of it and just looks to sneak it under, and he's done exactly that. The defender expecting the flip reset, expecting the continuation, but Happy Meal's just gone, you know what, no, I'm just going to leave this.
That was actually the most blatant leave ever. That was 100% a fake. It's not that he lost control. He just idly sailed off to the side and went, nope, I actually don't have this. Enjoy. As he sees, I can't remember who it was, but coming for the squishy save, driving up the back of the nets to try and come out for it. He goes, oh, that's what you're doing. I'm going to try this. And that is a massive change to the morale of Bravado. Now managing to level out this game. And the demo, straight away, the counter-attack. Skill still managing to slot this one home. The tactical play as Darth chips it up and then follows through to clinch out the play.
Oh, if that equalizing goal for Bravado was a real boon to their motivation, I tell you what, that'll dampen their spirit somewhat. Yeah. The big demo on the line, the shot going through the smoke, so even if a defender was around, it would have been so difficult to actually save that. The minute remaining, Orlando Pirates, albeit having to work for it, are looking solidly in position to take game number 2. because they have looked solid, right? It's taken how long and a big error, or not a big error, but a big outplay for the only Bravado, the solitary Bravado goal. So Bravado need to find something. They need to find it soon. That clock is fast becoming their enemy.
Yeah, Pirates I still think would like to pick up another goal. You can see they're trying to keep on the offensive, but not dedicating too much. An extra goal against Bravado would mean so much to them. A buzzer beater is always present, always a potential. Here it goes off the backboard. Bravado want to take this down. 20 seconds left on the clock. They are going to reveal Happy Meal to try come off the roof. He's managed to get it down for a decent touch. Still going to be Happy Meal to try get something. Pops it high off the sidewall. Gets a demo for his troubles as well. This one hasn't popped out where they want it to be. He's squeezed out towards the midfield. Orlando Pirates, Snowy on the charge, looking to shut this down. Clinch out the game. The clock has run down. Shot towards the center. It touches down, but that's all that Pirates needed.
Well, we saw the adaptation from Bravado. They kept it a lot closer this game. Obviously, game number one, a complete and utter blowout, right? Their only goal of that game was right at the end in, garbage time when the game's already done. Not so here. It did take one hell of a play from Happy Meal to score that equalizer. Unfortunately, Orlando Pirates able to adapt themselves, and they just started looking for those bumps on the way out. Got the demo on the way through, and the rest is history. Orlando Pirates suddenly sitting on 2-0. All the work, all the pressure on Bravado right now.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do. And if you look at how much work it's already taking them to get their goal, basically just their one goal in this last game, that's huge. I touched on it in the beginning of the first game, is how much do you have to put into an attack? And how much is too much? If you put too little in, you're just going to get one shot at the side of the wall. And good luck getting that in against a team that's constantly covering the backboard. You're going to put 2 people, 3 people. You're going to dedicate everything, drain your boost resources, and desperately stick around trying to get it past the impenetrable wall, the Orlando Pirates defense. And then what happens when you have invested too much? You still don't get the goal, and someone like Snowy just turns around, bangs it down to the other side of the field. The fact that Bravado managed to get that goal would have been huge for them. But the fact that Orlando Pirates shut it down so quickly afterwards just must have been devastating. But still, holding valiantly, Bravado had looked, like you said, way closer and with a lot more fight in that last game.
And the stats coming in from Stats Corner. Shout out to Atch and Mark. But defense, a big improvement for Bravado, limiting Orlando Pirates to just 33% conversion rate on their shots. And in game number one, that was a 50% conversion rate. So we didn't see those shots just going into an open net while Bravado chased after it. We saw them closing them down a lot, making those shots more difficult from tighter angles. Bravado, though, nearly capitulating in such a manner. Unfortunately, gonna let in the goal on the follow-up. That is an absolute laser from Darth.
Yeah, that's the thing. And this comes after Snowy's original shot, testing the long field capabilities, the defensive awareness of Bravado. And like you say, again, was left chasing back towards the own net. Very nearly went in straight away and didn't manage to clear it out in certainly as comfortable a manner as he would have liked. And it meant that the second shot, Darth was there, and Darth is someone who loves hanging around for those extra opportunities. Might be another one here now. Skill Steal actually hopping over the top of Darth. Try to get the Snowy might receive this and try and make something happen, but it ends up going towards the blue net. Bravado's got an opportunity now. Massive clear from Skill Steal off the back lines. Happy Meal's picked it up, and they're starting to get a nice little 1-2 play here. Test the keeper in the back line. Skill Steal just going to find Happy Meal. Happy Meal doesn't get the best angle, puts it into the corner, but Dive already on the wall, wants to make something happen here. Skill Steal ever present on that back wall. So good at just keeping that back line clean, and Bravado turned away at this stage and maybe starting to feel some pressure themselves.
Oh, goodness. If that had gone in, that might have been the end of the entire series, as Bravado might have tilted off the planet. Instead, going to put some pressure on the defense of Orlando. Snowy with a rare miss, and that boost steal had come in on the corner, so it's only going to have 50 in the tank for the foreseeable future. Ball does make its way to the Bravado back wall. The diving defender unable to make any contact with the ball, and fortunately for Bravado, game score replicating the series score. Another bump comes in, and it is 2 goals now for Orlando Pirates.
Yeah, again, Bravado just being caught a little bit, turned the wrong way there. It was 2 players up there. Daisy eventually bailed out halfway through the maneuver because they both tried to dive for the very important, granted, backboard ball that they had to cut off. but it meant Daisy wasn't in position, got knocked, and Darth now just going to put another nail in this coffin. Second game was tight, but the third one starts to look like it's going to run away for Orlando Pirates, maybe even put them on series point.
Now the series looks like it's running away right now because, and I gotta say, like, I'm pulling in some copium for my prediction here. Orlando Pirates, they look like a completely different team to the team we saw against Royalty. Their shooting is cleaner. They're hitting the ball just harder. Like, it sounds so silly, right? But honestly, they're just looking much more confident. They looked rattled at times against Royalty, and we saw, like, misplays, mistouches, soft touches, and just shots going slightly awry. That's not the case. They are hitting everything with precision today, and Bravado just don't have a count.
Yeah, and when you're starting to hit it with that level of consistency, your teammates are able to respond to it or predict it a little bit better. They've got surety in you to make a decent clear so they can get a long, wide rotation, maybe even go for boost if they need to. Snowy's got some time on the ball here, and just look at the muscle power that is pushed through there, knocking at brute force through each one of the players and setting it up finally for Darth in the center.
Snowy just too big. You called it muscle power, and he did. He muscled his way around that corner and just prods it on. And you know you're feeling confident when you're pre-jumping to that degree, right? Like,
Yeah.
basically on the line, he got up really early. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of risk in it if he missed, but still an impressive read nonetheless. And Bravado, 2 minutes in, well, 2 minutes remaining, and I don't know, are they thinking about the next game, or are they trying to bring it back here? It seems hopeless. This is a team that we know have the ability, but they've not had any opportunity to show that ability right now. They've been penned back in their own half. In the last game, I'm sure it's even more so in this game, but 70% of the time, every single player was in the defensive half for Bravado Gaming. And, I mean, these are players that thrive on offense. We know to die for. Hat is cracked, absolutely cracked, but no boost in the tank, no opportunity to show those mechanics, no space provided to do so, and I mean, that's that, right?
Yeah. At this stage, what I'd love to see is Bravado start playing their own game. We got to have that beautiful interview with Happy Meal at the end of their victory, and I mean, he was elated. The whole of Bravado was elated that they had managed to actually dethrone. Oh, no. Okay, we just interrupt this flashback for a quick little tap off from Darth, and then a little pinch off the backboard, and then very, very painful self-touch from To Die For, unfortunately. But getting back to play the Aladdin music, throwback. Happy Meal said that at that stage, what they managed to do, the key to their victory was that they stopped reacting to the Pirates, they started playing their own game. And I would love to see, even just in this next minute when you're not expected to win this game at all, you take that initiative, you feel it out, and you start to play your own game, so at least you give yourself a shot at the reverse sweep.
My only concern with that is I'm not sure it's possible against this Pirate side right now. I kind of always feel like when you are trying to play your own game, like, you do need some boost to do that, right? you need a bit of a chance with the ball, and I don't know if it's possible for a team like Bravado or for any team in the region at this particular moment against this particular Orlando Pirates team to do that. I don't think you'll even have the opportunity, but if anyone can, it is Bravado. So if they can start to play their own game, that's an exciting thing for the series. And while it might not culminate in a reverse sweep, I think any kind of momentum, any kind of game wins will put them in good stead for what would be a potential rematch in the grand final.
Yeah, exactly. It's even if you don't have the series under your belt now, even if you start to have a valiant effort and take 2 games, if you don't complete the reverse sweep, you've still got another shot. This is not for elimination. I think that's going to be a big just relief the side of Bravado right now, because Pirates are definitely in control of this. Even at the end there, we said that Bravado needs to start taking the game into their control, and they're miscommunicating simple little touches. They finally get a counterattack opportunity, and kind of both of them drive past the ball, and it's worrying about their mental state at this stage. Just take your time out, just relax for like 3 seconds. Talk about what you need to do. You are a team with the individual skill. You've got the team mechanics. You've got a lot of the tricks in your arsenal that you can bring to the party. You've got to get that boost. You've got to get out of your own half and start getting some space to use those.
Absolutely. You mentioned the timeout. It's being called now. Confirmed. Bravado are taking a timeout. Just wonder if it's too little too late. I do think that it might have been the right call after Game 2, although in Bravado's defense, Game 2 was much better, so they might have been feeling more comfortable. They might have been feeling like they could replicate the style that kept it close and maybe make improvements on it without doing a timeout, like an official time to talk about it. There's a lot of T's in that sentence, but it might be too little. But they've got to do it, right? They've got to try. They've got to halt the momentum. If the only thing that this timeout will do, it might cool off Orlando Pirates just a little bit, because right now they are feeling themselves, and Orlando Pirates are feeling themselves. They're going to make their feelings felt or something. Back to you, Altruism. I'm starting to struggle.
I thoroughly enjoy it, don't worry. But like, I understand what you mean, is that this was kind of the last ditch call for everyone calm down. Like, everyone just stop, let's figure this out. It would have been nice for Bravado to be able to do that after game 1 when they did have such a hammering, and it looked like they did. The fact that game 2 was so much closer made me think, all right, Bravado's back into this. This is going to be a closer series. Didn't go their way this time, and they've used the very smart call of going, all right, it's now or never, guys. We step up, we calm ourselves down, we get ourselves back into the right mentality. And Munch, what would you tell a team in Bravado's position now? Are we focusing on just turning something, getting something out of this series? Are we going for the reverse sweep, or are we just going, let's get enough momentum after this for the rematch?
I mean, honestly, I do think it comes to that just so oft used cliche, right? One game at a time. At this point, you can't be thinking, okay, our aim is to win the series, because let's be honest, that right now that goal is out of reach. All you can do is try to win the next game. Take a positive from that, right? Sometimes even in a game, you'll get absolutely clattered for 2.5 minutes, and then you hold them to 1 goal in the final 2.5 minutes, and you go, okay, you know what? The last 2.5 minutes wasn't bad. Let's keep playing like that. That's got to be the mindset. Take the positives, even when there's so little positive to take, because if you do focus on the negatives, start thinking about the implications down the road, that's when you're going to lose yourself. You're going to remove yourself from the moment. You're not going to be able to play your game, as we were talking about earlier. But look, Stats Corner are throwing stats at us right now, and I love to see it. One thing that the Bravado have absolutely failed to adapt to, that is the demolition game from Orlando Pirates. Every single game so far has seen 4 demos. The first 2 games, all 4 demos were on Happy Meal and To Die For, 2 apiece. So definitely targeting those players. Daisy's been relatively lucky, but yeah, 4 demos, and I can remember at least 2 or 3 goals that came directly from a demo situation.
Yeah, at that stage, it kind of was the net that the Pirates had drawn together. They were going in for a shot or a pass or something, try and control it in the corner, and then steal your boost, come through for a demo in the back line, steal your boost on the other side, and then out. And you just keep cycling that. You control all the mid boosts, and it ended up being just a constriction on the side of Bravado. I mean, Pirates dominated the boost game, and Bravado was on 0 boost for a total of 2 minutes combined in that last game. That's like, what, between 3 of you, 15 minutes? It's like a 7th of your, or 14% of your time is just no resource whatsoever. Nothing you can do against Pirates, who are already looking dangerous. Then you throw in a couple of demos there to just take out whatever person had boost or was in a good position. And it just meant that besides Daisy, everyone from the side of Bravado was being clattered around and just didn't have chance to get out of their own half until eventually the goal came in.
I mean, this is nice. It's a good start. 1-0, Bravado Gaming in the opening minute.
Wow.
The timeout buff may be coming up clutch here for them, as, I mean, it's 1,000,000,000% too early to say that the adaptation has been made, but it's definitely something, right? And we talk about just playing what's in front of you, and right now what's in front of them is an equal scoreline once more, but you can only play what's in front of you. A goal, that's a win. Going ahead, that's a win. Get enough of those W's and you'll get a real one, right? In the end, that's what matters, and that's, I think, the only mentality they can have right now.
But it's what you said, right? Is you got to just look at the next game. You can't focus on the whole series. Sometimes it's not even the next game, it's the next goal, the next play. Just what do we do in the next 10 seconds to try to get a little bit more ahead than the other team? And I think the more you can do that, the more you're just aware of what's going on, and that mentality comes down into your individual decisions. Right now, the fact that Bravado got one of them, nice. It's a step forward. They've managed to buy themselves at least 3 seconds of breathing room effectively, but it's more of the mental game. Now they're back and forth, getting some nice shots in. This is actually an attempt that Skill Steel has to try and negotiate, and AZ has some more opportunity, pops it up, rolls it nicely over the top, maybe just a little bit out of reach. But finally some pressure coming out from Bravado.
Absolutely. This might that, what was it, 10 seconds of pressure? Might be the first 10 seconds of consecutive seconds of pressure that we've seen Bravado have on the Orlando Gaming goal, on the Orlando Pirates goal. My goodness, tongue twisters are plenty right now, but it feels like it's just slowly moving into this one, finally able to, again, play their own game for periods, for longer periods than we've seen in this series. Right here, to die for, picking up that mid boost, and two demos come through, which means it doesn't matter. He did so well to beat a player, and then his players are non-existent.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, is now you've got to play the Orlando Pirates game. The fact that you've now given them that space and 2 demos to try and secure a little bit more, is you've taken your opportunity. Daisy, though, gonna be able to pluck this one out of the corner, just completely taking that ball on their shoulders and getting a nice, simple little double touch up into the top right-hand corner. Power and placement is all you need if you can catch the team unawares, and Auto go 1 goal ahead.
Yeah, power and placement off a bit of a snapshot, if I do say so. Kind of got up to that one quickly and found the angle before anyone from Pirates could react. And I mean, impressive stuff. Daisy is the one who's been avoiding the demos. Daisy is the one that's been able to break out of the Bravado half at times. Both his teammates limited to 70% of their time on the pitch being in their own half. Daisy the only one on Bravado to exceed that amount up to now. And that might be the key, right? If Daisy's got some freedom, give him the boost to work with. Maybe to die for, he might not be used to it, but maybe just allow Daisy to pick up that corner boost, and then Daisy breaks forward and finds something, and he certainly found something there to go ahead. 2 goals to 1, 2 minutes remaining. Sparks of life here from Bravado.
Yeah, I like what you say, is maybe to die for just taking that secondary opportunity. And we saw it from Eliakim, I think it was on Friday, just handing off that very dominant shooting percentage and going more for the assists, just letting Daisy have some space, because shots like that are well-deserved when you can try and enable someone to take them consistently. We saw it there to die for, maybe going up at the same time as Daisy on one of the aerial challenges. And if they can just change that awareness, change that priority, you start to find your rotations a little bit better and stop this sort of chaotic clash. Time after time, eventually Darth going to be the one to secure that.
So difficult to make that read. It looks like it's waterfalling down, but it just bounces directly off the 45 and doesn't come down the back wall. It doesn't pop out. It doesn't stay up. It just rockets down. So difficult to read. As we could see, all 3 players that went for it initially did miss it. And a little bit of misfortune there for the Bravado defense, but they've got that instant response. Happy Meal with the bounce dribble into the rocket. My goodness, what a way to hit back.
Oh, I love that. He got the first touch to set it up, just went to the side to be able to get a nice clear vision of where Darth was and if Darth was challenging. Always keeping close enough to be able to cut back in and quickly get control and chip it over Darth's challenge. But he saw Darth was waiting back and went, right, I'm going to let this bounce. Sets it up like a golf tee shot and just bangs it straight into the corner. Beautiful placement and our placement possession. This is what's going to maybe turn this around. Suddenly, we got Bravado 4-2 up.
This is what Orlando Pirates look like against Royalty. As soon as Royalty started getting a foothold in the game, Pirates started to collapse. We saw 2 players, one underneath the ball, half flipping, totally irrelevant despite the closeness to the play. And then the defender, just a complete whiff as third man. Unacceptable from Orlando Pirates. Luckily for them, they've got a huge cushion. They've got plenty of chances to make up for this kind of mistake with 4 match points in their back pocket. But this is a worrying sign, and if this could happen earlier in a series, as it did with Royalty, this is the Pirates that I look at, and I think they're beatable. But, okay, talked about cushions, we talked about chances to come back into it. You don't need much of a chance when you've got a shot in your back pocket like this one.
You know, that's the thing, is we haven't seen Orlando Pirates have control of the ball for the last, 2 minutes or so, and that's where Bravado started winning that game. Unfortunately for Bravado, Orlando Pirates managed to pick up possession and in very quick turnaround time, set in such a beautiful pass and shot combo that just found the back of the net. Again, Bravado being caught a little bit by the counterattack. And Orlando Pirates bring it back to within 37 seconds left, means that they still got a tall ask. Bravado definitely going to be aware of trying to hold on to this. They got to watch out though. Darth is on the ball. Tries for that flip reset. Still going to have some play in the corner there. Still diving in a little bit earlier. Doesn't allow Snowy to get activated. Now Snowy has to cut it off in the midfield. 20 seconds left. Bravado want to try and hold on to this lead. That has been a demo combined with Skill Steal, taking it through the air. Gets a little pop. could actually go out to Darth. Picks it up in the center. 8 seconds left. Orlando Pirates don't have possession of the ball for now, but Snowy coming in off the roof. Sends it towards the left-hand side. Time ticks down. Bravado sends it down to the long side of the field. And it seems like Bravado going to pick up their first game in what could be a very long road to a reverse sweep.
And the promising thing for Bravado is that this looked earned, right? This didn't look like a throw from Orlando Pirates. Yeah, we saw that single goal that actually in the end was the difference, where two players simultaneously misplayed in defense, but that feels forced from Bravado. It feels like Bravado put the pressure on, force those kind of errors out of Orlando Pirates. If they can continue to do that, give Pirates a taste of their own medicine, which is quick transitions, quick play in the pressure, in the offensive pressure after you've set up shot, rocket that ball around, consecutive shots on net, it's going to cause scrambles, it's going to cause misplays, and it's going to cause problems for Orlando Pirates. They've taken this first game. We talked about them just taking this whole series one game at a time. They've taken the first step to the reverse sweep. Still a long, long way to go, though, Ultraism.
A long way to go. And I'm interested to see that Orlando Pirates has just called their timeout. So maybe just... That's an interesting play. I don't know how much of that is psychological. I don't know if they are genuinely worried about the improved performance from Bravado. Maybe just looking to go, okay, they're looking good now. Let's just, again, break their momentum. Just they've got a long uphill battle to go. And so if you can reset the counter at 0-0, basically in terms of momentum after timeout, very strategic play that Orlando Pirates might be bringing out. Or maybe Orlando Pirates just wanting to get back, shake themselves out, go, it's a game. Guys, please, no one freak out. It's just a game in a long, long road.
And we touched on it last timeout that at the very least, these timeouts can just cool off a player. A player like Daisy, who started that last game incredibly strong, started the route, so to speak. If you can just take a minute and make him think about it, the flow state just flows on out, and maybe take advantage of a little bit of a slow play. We know that this is a reason for the timeouts, that teams do use a timeout specifically for that. Garrett G's talked about icing players. Well, Garrett G's talked about other teams icing players. NRG famously aren't a team to use timeouts, but teams at the highest level, such as this one, will recognize that, okay, our opposition's just feeling themselves. It's time to take a little break. Let's make them think about it a little bit more. Let's take the autonomy out of it and see if we can just hold that momentum.
Yeah, 100%. It's important. I mean, I think anyone who's ever played Rocket League or pretty much any game ever will just notice their hands get a little bit sweaty, their adrenaline builds up a little bit in those high tense situations. And we talked about how important it was for the team of Orlando Pirates to be hitting the balls as hard and as cleanly as they really want to not be cutting rotations, just to keep those polished aspects moving smoothly. And if you got someone who's now just not feeling it for a second, they just need to loosen their fingers for a second, just get their mindset back into that flow state that you talk about, it's hugely impactful, and it could be a big difference maker. Again, though, ladies and gentlemen, we're being deluged by stats from our stats corner. And I love using deluge because Pirates tend to stand up pretty well against the deluge.
The question is, will they lose the next game? And right now...
Delusional.
Nice. Stats Corner telling us that the boost battle has been brought back to relatively even in that last game. And I do think that's huge, right? We had that conversation about trying to play your own game, so to speak, and how difficult that is when you're locked in your own half with no boost. So those middle big boost pads on either side of the pitch, so important in a battle like this. Such an important area of the pitch to pick up resources and launch your transition or continue your transition onto offense. And you can find those boost pads, if you can find that kind of momentum with resources, you put yourself in good stead to set up an offensive play, and you also take those resources from the defense and really put them under pressure.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Hey, it's not just you losing your own resources, your own boost, or being forced out of position. You're basically giving them to the opponent. So it's a twofold loss, and you really don't want to do that time after time. Those big 100 boost pads are not the key, most important thing in a gameplay, but if they're constantly denied to you, it makes it much harder. So far, Bravado managing to get out of their half most of the time pretty comfortably. Orlando Pirates haven't launched anything too unbearable just yet. Bravado looking to send the ball down, constantly picked up by the Orlando Pirates defense, who turn it quickly into another opportunity time after time. You wonder how long Bravado is going to take to wear out.
Do wonder, and it might be the end of that particular thought because, yeah, they wore out. And Snowy, a little bit of a stutter step there, just hit him with the hesitation. The defender goes past, and the pass comes in to Darth, puts it into the open net. That's the Orlando Pirates that we know. That's kind of vintage OP right now, and yeah, we'll see if there's more of that to come, or if Bravado can muster up a comeback, a resurgence to regather, to rediscover the magic that they had in game number 3, I think it was.
Ooh.
4 even.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a little bit magical, Altruism, to die for. There's a stutter step of his own.
Oh man, you can hear it. I sound like an owl when I get excited because I can see to die for. He's got like 4 moves that he has to get through, and he baits them out perfectly. Gets up into the air, just sends one of the Pirates players careening past so fast I couldn't see who it was. But then goes into the air, drops it back down, gets the flip reset, decides to not use it, instead just rights himself underneath the ball so nicely and gets that final shot in. Bravado has to do a lot of work, but when you got someone like to die for, when given that space, they can do basically all the work themselves, or at least most of the job. And then you put some great players behind him. Bravado is a team to still watch out for. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 wildcard slots. Even if Orlando Pirates has secured themselves 1, Bravado is desperately wanting to secure themselves the other, and have basically been challenged so far by ATK and would love to put themselves way past them if they can in this tournament.
Oh, another demo coming in. Snowy, the perpetrator on this particular occasion. Full will be shut down. Snowy using a lot of boost to get up to that. Daisy just needs to beat one more. Can't quite do it, so he does lay it off to die for. Won't find the angle. We'll find a 50-50 with Steel, and Snowy. The back wall gets that clear. Emil, though, need to face that back, but gets a good turn on it. Still meets him. Die for now. Really wanted that corner boost. Was stolen from him behind him. So the pressure continues right now. Orlando Pirates starting to apply it, putting their feet on the throat of Bravado Gaming as Whiff comes in. Just a misread from Happy Meal, and that's enough for the defense to break down. The ball comes into the midfield and slammed into yet another relatively unguarded net.
Yeah, that was the big play, is that Orlando Pirates, they kind of poked and prodded, but then they pulled back to just beyond that halfway line. Basically, all 3 of their players playing in the defense. It kind of baited Bravado to actually try and expand a little bit. Try to get a clear out, but it wasn't good. It wasn't banging down to the other side of the field or lofting through the air that allows you to get some space. It was pretty much straight to that midfield and allowed Orlando Pirates, with all 3 players in tow, to start pushing forwards. And eventually, Bravado didn't have the resource in the back line. You know, that was their one attempt, and this time it's going to be Snowy wasting no time. Again, using some muscles to get down to this one. To die for, had the opportunity to try cut it off, but decides to backflip, and Daisy not able to get there either.
Not sure if anyone noticed my late reaction. I was looking on my other monitor at the Twitch stream. Big shout out to our production team from Dream Team Productions and the Sunderlad. The stream just looks so nice right now. I glance up at it and I just cannot tear my eyes away from it. But right now, Snowy, the one to look out for on Orlando Pirates, does seem to be the one that's, you know, it kind of feels like they ride or die, or sail or die. I'm not sure. On his shoulders, if he's playing well, odds are the entire team is successful. With that said, teammates in Skillsteel and Darth standing up huge in this series. In this game number 5, a bump comes in, the shot goes wide, and Snowy denied a 4th goal for Orlando.
Oh, yeah. You know, you talk about Snowy shining this time, and it doesn't mean the other 2 are playing badly, but considering they often are the center of attention, Skillsteel and Darth just constantly scoring goals. Snowy actually normally preferring that back position. And Darth has had some opportunities for goals of his own, and of course the assists here and there. But Snowy has definitely taken this forward role today. He was trying to lead from in front. Darth, though, going to have some opportunities to get a highlight reel moment. Denied out towards the side. Leaves it open for Snowy. He's going to get one touch. Centers it nicely. Going to actually be there. Baits out Happy Meal into a desperate defense. Daisy going to try and lead this away. Again, a good pinch from Darth. Puts the pressure straight back onto Bravado. And with 20 seconds left, Orlando Pirates just needed to win this game. And they've made it. So they have two goals clear in the last 20.
And it looks like they might just do it. Taking another shot, securing it right there 4-1, and this one's done and dusted. Orlando Pirates will be moving on to the grand final. Bravado gonna have to take the long road back if they want a potential matchup. A matchup with Royalty Esports or ATK is coming up next for them, and that's a tough one. Both those teams playing well so far. ATK finding the goods against Bravado in the previous regional. Meanwhile, Royalty really took it to Orlando yesterday. So whoever comes out of that lower semi-final to meet Bravado, it's going to be a tough proposition.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is now there's actually a lot on the line for Bravado. We've got the fact that they are kind of clashing for points with ATK, and ATK is their biggest challengers. So if they go down to ATK, it means that they definitely get a big deficit in the number of points gained out of this. ATK has made a couple of grand finals already as well, and so even though ATK not picking up a win for themselves, could just chip away at that second place spot to get themselves a wildcard slot. And of course, the brightest shining star, up-and-coming star, in Royalty means that it's still not even a shoo-in that even if ATK lose, that your opponents are going to be any less relentless. Anyway, I think it's time to head back to the panel, and then, of course, our favorite segment, Stats Corner. Tofu, Elliot, how did you guys enjoy that, and how did you enjoy continuing your losing streak in predictions?
Yeah, I didn't enjoy it, to be honest with you. It was very painful. Bravado definitely looked like they turned things around after their timeout, but then Pirates remembered they had one too, and what an effectively utilized timeout it was. Ladies and gentlemen, Orlando Pirates XD through to the grand final of regional number 3. I believe that is the 6th grand final that they have managed to reach, which is just insane. 6 out of 6 grand finals reached. Will they be able to bag championship victory once again? Maybe, quite possibly. But I'm not ready to accept defeat yet. We've still got a couple more very, very exciting matchups. And first, I want to throw this over to Stats Corner. Actional Macfish, let us know how that series shaped up on paper.
Well, Elliot, it was, sometimes we use cliches like a game of 2 halves and things like this, but Macfish, this was a game of 1 half. Pirates won it, and, it was... From game 1 and 2, you could see they went for a statement of intent, and I think that can be classed as statement made.
Yeah, they were like, okay, Bravado, you think you can pipe up? Pipe down. That was very much a stamp of authority by Pirates. They were just like, okay, we're the kings and we're gonna stay the kings. Yes, we have been slain once by you, but it's not gonna happen again. Just completely, utterly dominant. I think, especially in comparison to what happened last time around, Pirates cleaned up their offense so much. Their conversion rate on the shoot, on any shot, was just so much better, with Darth and Skillset both on 46%.
Yeah, the team, Pirates as a group of 3 shooting 40%. We normally use sort of 30% as our baseline for that's pretty good shooting. So to shoot 40% against Bravado across a whole series, incredibly impressive. Bravado, in fact, sort of kept their roughly 30%. They were 28 this time. They're sort of in and around that 30% mark like they had done in the previous 2 matches against the Pirates side. But Pirates just stepping up this series.
Yeah, and I mean, the 28% from Bravado is still good. But if you're limited by Pirates to 5 shots a game, then the quantity just simply isn't there to make anything of your accurate shooting. So mainly the Pirates were just containing Bravado into their own half, and every time they went forward, you could see it in the individual games, and it was mentioned by Munson Altruism as well. The Pirates just didn't let Bravado out of their own half most of the time.
No, they didn't, and I think that's part of the reason why, not only did they only get 5.25 shots per game, which is, quite a low figure, especially for a team like Bravado that love to just, fire on offense whenever they can. Shows how well contained they were. Shows how much of the time they were just relying on clears. We see a lot of the time shots you have to sort of keep an eye on throughout a series, because sometimes it's just a long clear, and Pirates, we were talking about them sitting back from the ball, we were saying maybe that's not something they want to do, but they did, and it seems to have worked. They stuck to their guns.
They stuck to their guns, and it was very much them forcing their own playstyle onto Bravado. And even that game 4 where Bravado was playing a bit better, it was mainly due to unforced errors on the sides of Pirates that led into goals. A lot of whiffs on Pirates, especially Snowy had an absolute mare in that 4th game. It only contained to 150 points when he scored I believe it was 425 points per game in the entire series. So definitely the key to victory for Bravado was keeping Snowy quiet, and they just simply couldn't achieve that.
No, they couldn't. And I mean, you know, Snowy was star man for Pirates, topping the scoring charts, but it was a team effort from Orlando, all three players having a higher average score per game than any Bravado player. So, you know, you've got to think going forward, Bravado not necessarily playing particularly badly, just, I think, outclassed by Pirates really on form there.
Yeah, and that's overall, like, that's what we have, what we can see in the entirety of stats. And one more thing that we mentioned is that Pirates are very easy to demo. But Bravado in the first 3 games didn't really take advantage of that. Only ever in Game 4 were they really going and looking out for those demos. Game 4, the only game where Bravado actually out-demoed the Pirates 5-2. And otherwise, the Pirates just going for 3.6 demos per game.
Yeah, and they were making them count, Elliot. That's what we have found today. Pirates getting the edge on the demos, making them count a bit more usefully. Bravado, they were good, but they weren't quite carling. 16 out of Pirates' 19 goals were assisted for an 84% goal participation rate. It was a team effort that they'll look to take forward into the grand final.
Thank you very much, statisticians. Just to confirm for any UK people in the chat, we are not sponsored by Carling. That was entirely Actional's own quip, and it does not reflect the views of us here on the panel. Thank you very much for that, though. Stats Corner, of course, everyone's favourite segment, especially mine. Oh, wow. Orlando Pirates through to the grand final once again. But we're going to have to take a short break before we drop down into the lower bracket for our first elimination matchup of the day. Lower semi-final, ATK going head-to-head with Royalty Esports. It's going to be a very, very close affair, and you do not want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Don't you dare say that I wanted everything to fall apart when it's hard to me. 'Cause my only crime was hoping there is something more than this loneliness I feel. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. We're fighting fire. We're fire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Greybeard didn't make it in time, so it's Macfish on the panel once again, and it's for quite an exciting matchup. Mac, it's our lower semi-final, our first elimination match of the day. I mean, can you speak to what the nerves must be like for both of these teams right now?
I mean, psychologically, a little elimination match, Jesus Christ, is always quite difficult to cope with, and especially that game one. If you find your feet quite early, you can build on that, you can use that as a solid foundation going forward. But as well, that is contradicted by the best of 7 format, which promotes a better play over longer periods of time. So I think whoever gets out of the gate better is going to have definite advantage, but don't count the team that's maybe going 2-0 down out, because they might have just a psychological resurgence. And we've seen it with Bravado. The timeout, the tactical timeout can be crucial.
Altruism, of course, Royalty definitely are favoured underdogs, maybe I would say, but I am getting some pushback on this in the green room now when I call them underdogs. People saying that they're just one of the best teams now. What do you think?
Well, that's the weird thing, right? Is that ATK has kind of been around since the beginning, has actually challenged for that top spot. You know, they were actually the team that was considered the rivals of Orlando Pirates, and in a lot of ways still do. You know, they are getting to these grand finals, even still to these regionals in this winter split. And so ATK is a team that's still technically looking good, but Royalty just seems to have improved and is on like a really strong run of form, whereas ATK maybe not on their best run of form so far. And so you're kind of going, is it that ATK has dropped away from that top 2 position, or is there just one more challenger suddenly halfway through the season to be able to challenge and actually frighten a team like ATK? And I think, yeah.
Yeah, months. I mean, you and I have both only really been following this region since January, when it stole our hearts, and now we're well and truly invested. And just even in the last 8 weeks, I mean, the talent has become so much more. I don't want to say deep again. We talk a lot about the depth of the talent in SSA, but really, genuinely, right? It's just become so much more dynamic here. I don't want to cast any shade at DNMK, but can you speak to how much of an improvement that we've seen in the last couple of months?
I mean, absolutely. Even from that very first regional where we did see Bravado take the title, and then last regional we saw a new grand finalist in ATK. Like, that's just such a huge indication that the region as a whole is growing, that new teams are both winning, succeeding, and teams like Royalty that keep making it further every time. And we've got 2 teams, or a team that came out of nowhere this regional, Yankees with no brims, you know, making it to lower round 2. Talk about what you will of how they got there, but they're there, and you know, they took down Team Espionage quite considerably, quite easily. And I think that's just a huge indication of, as you said, the depth becoming more dynamic as a whole throughout the region. And that's so promising. That's so exciting. As someone who, as you said, now is invested, like, even if I'm not casting SSA next split, it's going to be so fun to watch, because you never know what new teams are going to come along and which teams are just going to get better and better and better and start asserting themselves as challengers.
Well, let's bring up the team comparison for these two sides. ATK going head-to-head with Royalty Esports. Stats Corner, what do our statisticians make of the numbers in this upcoming series?
Sure to be a doozy. Macfish, the last time we saw these 2 teams play was in Regional 1. First ever best of 7 reverse sweep in SSA history. And it was very much a game of 2 halves. You might have thought they swapped out their teams at halftime.
Yeah, as you said, first ever reverse sweep in SSA, and only the 13th to have ever happened in the entirety of RLCS. And you know, the best of 7 reverse sweep is so difficult, but if you can pull that off once. We've spoken about the psychological effect earlier on the desk. This was also in a lower bracket round, and Royalty were reverse sweeping ATK, going down 0-3 and then still having the mental fortitude to come back is going to be huge for them mentally going into the series right now, because they know they can beat ATK. And one thing that has to be mentioned is that, you know, the losing team on any game only ever scored 2 goals.
Yeah, so across all 7 of those games, only 2 goals were scored by the losing team in total. 1 for Royalty in the first 3 and 1 for ATK in the second 4. The big differences for Royalty, there were two. The reason that they managed to turn things around, if you break down those replays into 2 sets, the reasons they managed to turn things around, keeping Shulk quiet and getting a better grip on Boost. Just speak a bit, Macfish, about how well they managed to change things up going into that Game 4 and beyond.
Yeah, normally we say Eliakim is the one to look out for on Royalty Esports. He's just such an overwhelming presence, but he was kept fairly normal in that game, averaging 300 points per game. But Shulk has been really, in that second half, where we say the game of 2 halves, in that second half, really going strong, over 430 points per game in their wins, and only 200 in their losses. So actually not Eliakim the only man to be looking out for, but Shulk as well. And Royalty overall, you spoke about the boost. Getting a better grips on boost management as well, not being starved as much as previously. It signified by they've dropped from 194 seconds on 0 boost, so that's over 3 minutes, each of their player over 1 minute without any boost in the tank, to only 153 seconds combined, whilst also denying ATK the boost and giving the time on 0 boost for both teams pretty much equal.
So there you have it, Elliot. Royalty have 2 keys to success. Need to keep Shulk quiet. Archeon been looking hot this weekend as well, so they might want to keep an eye on him. Eliakim been playing a bit of a different role so far this weekend. Obviously, Royalty playing thus far with a sub, so he's been taking on that playmaker role a bit more. It has been working out for them. If they can get Original into shooting positions, we might not even need 7 games.
Thank you so much, statisticians, and let's throw this straight over to Muntz to get our first prediction of this series. ATK or Royalty, who's taking it?
Such a difficult one to pick. We haven't seen too much of ATK in this playoff bracket just yet, other than the loss to Bravado, and it was a fairly significant loss. They didn't look great. Meanwhile, we've seen Royalty look really solid against Pirates, and they've gotten through a tough series against Apex. So I'm going to back Royalty to keep the consistency up, but ATK a bit of an unknown for me right now.
Very, very interesting. Ultraism, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, ATK is the historical favorites, but Royalty has been looking so good. They actually managed to take more of a challenge to Pirates than Bravado did. And Apex was looking to be a steamroller coming through, hitting a lot of teams hard, like PWB, who, you know, we've previously said has been one of these challenging teams from the Reunion Islands. But since then, Royalty managed to stop Apex in their track, and are now looking to hammer really home their position at top 3 or top 4. So I'm going to go with Royalty.
There we go. We got a prediction out of you eventually.
Got it there, right?
Macfish.
I mean,
maybe you're going to split the desk here.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to. Like, it's just, again, looking at the numbers, ATK is looking a very, very strong side. Only second to Pirates for the team score this weekend. And they have still very good shooting, but Royalty looking definitely dangerous. It could be a very, very close one. It's the fact of if ATK can really adapt to Eliakim's new role as more of a playmaker rather than a striker, then ATK is going to do great. If not, then Royalty can take this one. But I'm saying ATK can adapt and ATK will take the series.
Oh, it looks like it's the panel versus stats corner at the moment. ATK. Oh, well. Look, Macfish, you're definitely going to be the only one predicting ATK today. No one here is surprised to know that I am going to be giving my prediction to Royalty Esports all the way through today. Look, I am maybe their biggest fan, but we can do it. I just have absolute belief this is the day. Championship Sunday of the 3rd Regional, and it's our first knockout game, ladies and gentlemen. The lower semi-final matchup, ATK head-to-head with Royalty Esports, and I'm very, very excited to say that for the first time in my career, I'm going to get to cast some SSA. Months, it's going to be me and you. Let's go.
It is going to be me and you, Elliot. I don't think anyone could be as excited as you are to join the desk, the caster's booth, so to speak. I mean, everyone, look at this grin. My boy is buzzing right now. He's been out here trying to find an excuse to cast an SSA game since we started it. We haven't actually heard from Greybeard, so I'm not ruling any foul play out just yet. But look, foul play aside, Greybeard's whereabouts, we can figure that out later. For now, we've got an absolute banger of a matchup. This could go all the way. It could go most of the way, and then another team could turn around and take it all the way themselves. We've seen a team, Royalty, reverse sweep in a best of 7. I wouldn't be surprised to see ATK or someone reverse sweep Royalty right here. It's so hard to pick this matchup. It's so hard to predict a winner. We all were forced to under duress, but I mean, it's so even going into this one.
It's going to be very, very close indeed, which will just make it all the more satisfying when my Kings come out victorious. And I love that the first time I get to cast SSA is for Royalty Esports as well. This 100%, no one's going to believe this. I had nothing to do with this. It wasn't set up in any way. We definitely don't have Greybeard locked in the wardrobe right now.
You might just hear some random blaming noises and a wailing sound in the background from a microphone. Look, we can move on because this one is moving on as we speak. ATK Royalty, lower semi-final. Winner moves on. The loser will find themselves watching the grand final from home.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking for whoever loses this. It's such an intense day. It's been such an intense weekend with upsets everywhere. And now it's going to be ATK opening up the scoring in game 1 months. It's, look, it's only been 41 seconds, all right? Don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, Skulk, though, just putting a lot of pressure, kind of getting ahead of the defense there, reading the touch to the corner, getting a touch on that touch, putting it midfield, and as you say, ATK taking the first goal in the first minute here in the first game of this series. Up to Royalty now to make a response.
It's Archeon. Decent control there, but he did get bumped back into his own corner, and ATK controlling the ball quite well at the moment, but Royalty with an opportunity here. Original just go for something a bit, I was going to say original, I won't, unorthodox, we'll call that. Does it count if I bail out of it afterwards if I've already said it, Muntz?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but look, Archeon popping this one high. Werty looking to follow. Skulk and Archeon deciding who takes over. It is Skulk with the dribble. He'll get another touch on that, but he is beaten by the Royalty attacker. Big 50 from Archeon in the corner. He somehow manages to recover, delays the flip. And I just quickly want to comment on the car choice. I referred to a preset as garbage yesterday. I feel like that's pretty apt description for this car choice as well.
Ooh, off of the crossbar there as Archeon's car choice. There we go. Fresh out of the recycling, we'll call it, Muntz. How about that?
Sure.
There we go. Assembled from pre-used parts, but no less effective here as Eliakim can't actually find the back of the open net. Didn't quite get that snapshot he was looking for.
Not quite there, and kind of feels like that's been Royalty's offense so far, right? Not quite there, but they've found a way, but again, not quite there. They had the power, just not quite the precision, and they're chasing back towards their own net. The open net denied. Defender has intercepted, and Zero, actually, it's funny that I called the other card garbage. Zero's preset was the one that I was describing as garbage. I gave him tips. He's chosen not to undertake any of them. And if you ask me, that preset choice, the sole reason that Royalty didn't beat Orlando Pirates, it's the entire reason why they are here in the lower bracket. So it's a bold choice for him. Let's see how it plays out.
Let's see if it pays off for him. It's going to be Eliakim up. Oh, and he does beat one. Doesn't beat Archeon, though, that car choice. Working out for him so far, but look, there you go. There's the mistake. Oh, original! He couldn't capitalize. That might come back to haunt him.
Indeed, Werty, though, gets bumped off this. Eliakim looking for the 50-50. Archeon and his criminal car choice do manage to come out of that one. Corner play. Werty turns on it. Just going to delay the counter-attack a moment, but Original, he's been so lethal so far in the series yesterday and the rest of the tournament. Coming in as a replacement, but popping off, honestly. He's been a lethal finisher, scoring a bunch of goals, and a goal denied right here. And my dog, unhappy about it, growling and leaving the room.
Werty here. Opportunity opened up. Eliakim was quick to shut it down, and now Original with time and space. Oh, and it's really well handled from him. Eliakim's only got one to beat. Skulk doesn't quite get there off of the crossbar and down, and Royalty equalize.
Well, Zero stepping up big. He was the player that I was hoping to see a little bit more from in the series against Orlando Pirates. Jokes about the preset aside, even though they are warranted. He was the player that we've seen pop off on multiple occasions previously, but couldn't quite find his buzz yesterday. Let's see if that goal might be indicative of the rest of the day.
I feel like I heard Enzo getting pumped for Royalty's equalizer right there in the background. 60 seconds left. I mean, I'm this close to barking as well, to be honest with you. Zero trying to get this one out of his own corner. He's going to take his time, and I like that. Showing some confidence, showing a little bit of composure. 44 seconds left in game number 1, and Eliakim drops it down. Royalty take the lead.
We see this kind of play from Eliakim time and time again, but I mean, it gets more and more difficult the further we get into the tournament, the longer we play a series, but so good under pressure there. 41 seconds remaining on the clock. Gets the go-ahead goal off a tasty, a delightful little double tap.
Well, Eliakim trying to get out of the corner here, and he'll look downfield. Original with the pass. It was really nicely worked, and you start to feel that Royalty are stepping up right now, Muntz. They are really coming into their own here, and it just seems like they're getting more confident. Let's see what they can do here on defense, because they're going to have to defend a pretty aggressive attack from ACK. 15 seconds left, and they do hold it together, but they're not out of the woods yet. Turning around from halfway, we're going to see Skulk look for Verti upfield. Not going to find him. This is going to be difficult for ATK now. They've got one last chance. Archeon gets the pass into midfield, and it's slammed into the corner by Eliakim.
Impressed with Archeon at the death right there. He took his time, was patient, and he picked a perfect ball diagonally forward for his team to attack in that 0-second situation, but just wasn't to be, right? The defense of Royalty, too good in that clutch moment. They cut it out. They shut it down. They ground the ball, and they pick up game number 1. Mr. Elliott, how you feeling after your first SSA cast?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good.
Mate, you're doing great. You're doing great. Oh no, and he's muted himself. All my sounds cut out. I'm not sure one or the other. It's absolute shenanigans. It's all falling apart, ladies and gentlemen. We need to move on. I'm not sure. I need some kind of confirmation from my producer. What's happening? Chat, can you hear me at least?
Chat, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Wait, you can hear me now?
We're all chilling.
I don't know what happened.
Anyway, yeah, you're doing great. You're doing great, Elliot.
It's not too... maybe I was just speaking too quietly to actually breach my gate, because nothing has changed. I have not muted at any point, but it doesn't matter, because you know who's been muted? ATK. They got the lead, and then they lost it. And then they went behind, and they couldn't come back. Months. Look, I have nothing against ATK, all right? But we're going to take a little bit of schadenfreude right now at their discomfort in the lower semi-final. Do you know what? I'm going to try to remain a little bit more impartial for the rest of this series.
I was going to say, obviously my integrity is never in question. However, the bias in this booth, I can pretty much smell it, honestly. The breaching of gates aside, we are almost 30 seconds into this game number 2. Royalty looking solid after going behind early in the last one. They have stood up and said, we're here to play, and you're going to have to fight if you want an easy route to a game win, and fight Royalty did. ATK kind of rolling over, and they had a last gasp effort that was about as promising as any attack looked, and speaking of attacks, it's Original finishing off a quick transition.
Oh, look at the fake from Eliakim! Original's there to slam it home, but my goodness, this was delightful.
I do love a sneaky little fake in there. Some mind games. Why not?
Under 2 players as well, and Original finally gets on the board after not scoring in game 1. That's unlike him.
It's unlike him?
Did Eliakim finish that one off? I thought Original scored.
No, but I thought you were making that.
Oh, do you know what?
We could. Let's
I'm gonna sub out. Greybeard's here now. Sorry. See you later, guys.
Oh. Original takes this one up the wall. Only 14 boost in the tank. He's managed to avoid the mid. But like him, does get that mid boost, which is like him. See what I did there? In front of the defensive net for ATK. A little bit of a whiff away here, but Wordy does well to recover. Here comes Eliakim, passes it off. Oh no, he hasn't. Zero dove in, expecting Eliakim to pull off that ball, and instead it's a double commit leading to a counter-attack goal. Absolute shenanigans there for Royalty.
Yeah, that's not ideal at all, is it? Eliakim going for what he thinks is going to be a demo, but ends up just being a bump. Bumps his own teammate all the way out of the way in defense, and Zero can't get there either. It's, a bizarre way to equalize for ATK, but they're not going to mind one bit because they're no longer a goal down, Muntz, and ultimately that's all that matters.
Original catching and passing. Eliakim will beat the defense to the ball and going to look to play it back to Original in kind. But right now, ATK, they seem to have found some defensive solidity, even if the counterattacks are launched by strange overcommits and team bumps and outplays. But that's not their problem. Well, that is their problem right now, right? Is pushing forward out of defense. Because in these defensive situations, they have been solid up to now, but this is just too awkward. This game devolving into some messy corner play, and Zero, little wave dash just to delay the play into the midfield, and eventually the shot comes in, but you just can't predict that. That's so difficult to keep out.
The delay on the play. Royalty are here to stay.
No.
2-1. We're in the lead. I mean, Royalty Esports are in the lead again here in game number 2. They're a game up already in this best of 7. ATK struggling to find their speed here. It just feels a little bit uncomfortable from the team in blue right now. And, you know, if Royalty Esports can start to extend this lead, I think that they're going to run away with it.
Skulk, can he find something in response? You know what he can find, Elliot? That's his teammate. Picks out Wordy with the perfect pass, and Wordy finds the perfect finish.
All 6 players now finding a goal here in this series. Everyone's stepping up. No one wants to be the reason their team did not compete to their full ability, and I think this is going to make for an absolutely sensational series here. Eliakim, oh my god, what a bump! That's so good, and Zero there to try and get the shot away. Skulk with the save on the goal line. Original does not keep control of the ball, and ATK with a commendable defensive effort right there to fortify their own defense and keep the ball away from their net, at least momentarily, because Royalty are coming back. Eliakim with a fantastic pass off of the give and go. Zero's in midfield, but the demo ends Royalty's hopes of an attack. Maybe an opportunity here, but they have to get out of defense. That one off of the post and out. Worty just keeping this defensive line high for ATK, and they're starting to throw out demos as well, Muntz, which means maybe they are starting to get into gear here. Maybe they're finding the weaknesses in Royalty Esports.
The pace of play overall's just been upped. We've gone up a gear, absolutely. We saw Wordy with a big read on an infield passing play that came out of Royalty, and it's speed like that on both ends, on the defensive end, in midfield, in those interception areas, and obviously, you know, basically pre-jumping your teammates' passes on the offensive end. You need to be that speedy. No speed here. Just this was just a defensive misplay. Oh my goodness! Actually, no. I see what happened. The bump turns into an advantageous position for Royalty. They got very lucky there. That's a rough one to concede for ATK.
It's just so strange, right? It's rare you see one of those in a game, but that's exactly how ATK equalized at the beginning of this to score their first goal of game 2. So, I mean, call it karma, call it whatever you want. ATK have equalized again here, and that was all they're doing.
My goodness. So, a quick equalizer. Skulk manages to find a good boost pathing there. I'm not sure if you guys noticed. Picked up a lot of small pads on his way around to that ball. Fantastic to see the fundamentals on display. But look, 59 seconds, and both these teams really showing up here in game number 2. Both teams going behind, and both teams making up the gap. Worty trying to pull ahead once again, but it's not to be. Eliakim looks to drop it down, but the defense aware to it, and Eliakim's just saved that. There was a defender there, a defender present, but I'm not sure they would have made it to it. Instead, Eliakim denies his team, at no fault of his own, really, denies Royalty the go-ahead goal with 30 seconds remaining.
It's going to be a long 30 seconds for these two sides. Neither one wants to see an overtime right now. Eliakim's going to stick that up in the air and force ATK to clear long. Zero's in midfield, prepped and waiting for it. He can't quite keep control on his way down, though, and now Original's going to have to follow up. He loses possession as well. Eliakim around the corner. We're in the last 10 seconds here. Only 5 on the clock as Skulk can't get it out. Zero looking inside for a teammate. He doesn't have one. The flip reset's good. Eliakim can't keep it up, though. And for the first time in this lower semi-final matchup, we have overtime.
Do indeed. And Archeon just bumped off that. Denied the instant kickoff goal. This isn't the most confident of touches from Eliakim, and not the most confident of follows. Original and Zero both going up for that. Zero eventually called off, and Original got a solid touch, which means the pressure in favor of Royalty, though. A big pinch, looking to relieve some of that. Zero's used every bit of boost to get onto it. It's just helped it along. Archeon can't find the angle at net. What will be denied, and Eliakim looking to start a transition.
Archeon down into midfield. Zero's going to get the touch up, and he might find another one here. Original's come to help out, but it might not be of ultimate utility. Of course, ATK not able to actually capitalize on that double commit. Trying to break through halfway now, but Original finds Eliakim. It's a beautiful give and go. He does get the disruption on Skulk, but not until after the blue defender could turn it away. And now we're going to have to see Royalty build up this offense again. Eliakim refusing to let them escape their own territory. And Zero's on the line to steal the goal. Just that last overtime golden goal to win a minute in.
What a play by Eliakim. Everyone in the lobby expecting that shot or that touch to be popped up or hit towards net. Instead, just wraps himself around that ball, rolls it infield and back. And I love that Zero stole that ball away right at the last. If I'm him, I'm absolutely spamming great pass, great pass, great pass until the chat times me out. But fantastic showing again. Royalty stepping up.
Royalty with 0 saves in that game. I mean, that is just... I don't know what to say about that, to be honest with you, Mans.
Well, unintuitively, like, that suggests to me that their defense was impeccable, right? Cutting out opportunities before they can get turned into shots on target, before they can even be put close to their crossbar, right? Because the ball doesn't have to go on target to register as a shot. It can just go off the backboard just above the goal or just wide of the post. They didn't let that ball get anywhere near that goal mouth, just cutting everything out before it could get dangerous.
True, true. I mean, look, 3 out of 4 shots there from ATK finding the back of the net, but as you point out, right, you know, maybe just keeping them down to only 4 shots is that defensive effort, but higher up the field. Don't let the opportunities actually open up in front of your own net. And that's why they say the best defense is a good offense. And I tell you what, Royalty Esports bearing that out in the numbers. 13 shots in game 2, 0 saves. They walk away with the win. And now, if they win game number 3 months, they're up to series point without ATK even taking a game.
Gotta say, though, it is one of those series that I always like to point out feels like it has the possibility for a big swing. When two teams are very close together and the losing team just hasn't quite been able to clutch it up or have the ball roll their way or bounce in their favor at the last, that says to me that there doesn't need to be a huge adaptation from the losing team for them to turn things around. So, don't rule out ATK. I know I've predicted Royalty. I thought that they were looking good going into this one. But ATK, as I said, been a bit of an unknown to this point, and they do have some switches, some extra gears that they can just change up to. Be aware of them, don't rule them out. There's no time for complacency if you're a Royalty player.
Oh, and they're feeling the pressure right now, Werty. Coming in to... does it still count as a dunk like this?
Absolutely.
A ground dunk. A ground dunk here as Eliakim tries to dribble out of defense and Werty says absolutely not. You're going to need to make some saves this game if you don't want to lose.
He's posterized him right there. I don't know if anyone follows basketball. Really great term. Means that you were on the poster of someone dunking, but you were the one getting dunked on. Yeah, I do love that. But anyway.
That is brutal.
It is, right? But back to this game. We're not here for basketball references. We're here to watch Royalty and ATK in the lower semi-finals. We're going to see who will match up against Bravado in the lower final, who will in turn match up against Orlando Pirates in the grand final. Right now, these teams very evenly matched. ATK just fending off a Royalty splurge of shots, an absolute tirade, but coming down the other end, withstanding the pressure, getting a counterattack, getting a bump, and getting a second goal.
I mean, look, ATK have really stepped up here in Game 3. They must have heard us talking about Royalty Esports not wanting to defend their net traditionally, because they are just throwing everything forward at offense right now. And 90 seconds in, they're up by 2 goals. They've barely had to defend their own net at all, aside from that one little spell of offensive pressure that we saw from Royalty shortly before they conceded for the second time. And I think whatever they're doing differently, it's working.
Right now, I like him putting in some work in the corner. Unfortunately for Royalty, all 3 players stuck in that corner, which makes it incredibly difficult to get any forward momentum on this ball. As you can see right here, Eliakim stuck under it, fighting for that boost. He does eventually get it, but it gives up the shot. It is saved off the line for Original. Eliakim can finally use that boost he grabbed. Fortunately for him, it is cut out, but the shot opportunity there, that's also cut out in turn, and Skull going to take this one away, but Royalty kind of survived a very awkward situation. I'm surprised they were able to make as much as they did, nearly finding a goal of their own. But Elliot, we're crossing half-time. ATK looking fairly comfortable.
And it's sort of looking like the teams have swapped sides here, as Archeon will find a favourable bounce off the crossbar, and even though his car preset choice might be committing crimes against the people of Rocket League, the crossbar committing crimes against its own team there, Royalty Esports, down by 3. And every game so far, you know, of the 2 that we've played, have been 1 goal differences at the end. So for ATK to have a 3-0 lead halfway through this match, that's a pretty big deal for them.
It's incredibly close. And as you say, for ATK to find a gap like this, it's such a big deal, such a motivator, right? And it's going to do them such a world of good when it comes to riding momentum, and they're riding that here, looking for a 4th goal as we approach 2 minutes. It feels like 2 minutes ago I was saying that we've just crossed half time, but ATK crumbling apart a little bit here. Zero able to take advantage of a gimme.
Yeah, perhaps just overextending a little bit too aggressively in offense, and 1 defensive mishap on the backboard leaves their goal exposed. And Zero doesn't need to be asked twice. Getting 1 back on the board, closing that deficit. 2 minutes left, 2 goals down. Definitely doable for Royalty, but we need to see them step up.
Something interesting as well is, despite Royalty winning the opening 2 games, and you know, we're further than halfway through Game 3, Zero for me has been a bit quiet. That goal kind of reminding me of his existence. Yeah, he's had a goal or 2 here and there, but again, much like yesterday, we're not seeing these plays where he'll latch onto the ball, smack a high double tap, and either score from an insane angle or find a pass or make it awkward for the defense. We're just seeing him right now. He's playing a role where he's just in the right place at the right time, and that's fantastic. You need that, right? He's not playing badly or poorly by any means, but still just lacking that kind of pop-off that we've come to expect from him.
Well, just over a minute left. We could certainly use that pop-off now. Zwarty looking for another goal for ATK here. Skulk trying to get the shot, not going to be able to wrap his car around it like he would have liked. Now Eliakim finds some space on the wing. He's going to get that clear out. Uncomfortable defending here for ATK as they send that up above their own net into their own corner. Zero finds Eliakim with the pass. Original, though, the fake there from Eliakim, opening up the opportunity, and it's really nice, quick thinking on offense, but it hasn't worked out for them this time. And unless they can find a goal very, very quickly, oh my word, nearly conceding at their own end months, they're not going to win this game. They're not going to be series point up going into game number 4, and ATK might just turn this around.
Struggling to get this ball out, let alone muster a shot on net, but not a lot of boost to go around for the ATK defense right now. Wordy denied the corner, but he does so well with the huge clear. Might deny Royalty any kind of path back into this game, but do you know what? They're going to find a way regardless. Rolling that one into the open net. 7 seconds remaining. Anything is possible at this point.
7 seconds left. Can Royalty do it? It's going to be tough. But there is time. There is time to get this ball off of the floor. Keep it in the air and put it in the back of the ATK net. Force an overtime. They've gone for the fake kickoff. I respect that hugely. Just mixing things up on 0 seconds. Going for the Hail Mary. It's still up. Original. My word. Spikes it down on top of Eliakim. He just about reacts in time, but unfortunately, for Royalty Esports. ATK do find the ground, and they're going to find victory here in Game 3.
Yeah, after an interesting little period of play there on 0 seconds, Royalty do fall, and this could be the step that ATK need to take to find their way back into the series as a whole. I will say, Royalty did find a little bit of a resurgence towards the end. Okay, their final goal wasn't really indicative of that, even though they did score. It was a bit of a scuffed effort, if that makes sense. But I feel like overall their play was indicative of a team trending back upwards, finding some momentum again after going down so heavily early on. But ATK definitely now can see a path into the series where in the first 2 games, they were getting outplayed. Yes, it was narrow margins that they were losing by, but it did seem like Royalty were in the ascendancy.
It really does feel like these teams have swapped strategies here. I mean, ATK there in Game 3 had more shots than they did in Games 1 and 2 combined. And then some, right? They had 9 shots in Game 1 and 2 combined, and they had 13 shots in Game 3 alone. So just taking a leaf out of Royalty's book there, forcing Royalty to defend, which they don't want to do, and they did brilliantly there, because Royalty, 11 shots in Game 1, 13 shots in Game 2, only 6 in Game 3. Completely shut down on offense, forced to make 7 saves compared to the 0 they made in the second game of this series. Just such a difference, and if ATK can keep this up, it's going to be tough, but we know Royalty can adapt, so we need to see them prove that.
We do, and speaking of adaptations, ATK, the stats coming in. Coming out on top in the midfield boost battle in that game number 3, in the last game that we watched, and I mean, it showed, right? They did look freer on attack. They had more control over the ball when they did push forward, and I mean, that's how you score a multitude of goals, which is exactly what they did. But interestingly enough for me, and this is something that I didn't spot, and it feels so egregious that I didn't, but Skulk has been playing back. He's the last man almost half the time that his team have the ball. So interesting to see that kind of play where a single player is just anchoring the team, so to speak, from the back.
Well, a minute into game number 4, we haven't seen anything yet to split these two sides. This is becoming such a back and forth here, Muntz. Oh, and it's off of the goal line there, Original. Keeping the scoreline even and then getting straight up into the air to challenge aggressively in midfield. Royalty looking to re-establish that aggression that gave them games 1 and 2.
Oh! This is a result of Skulk sitting back. The stats corner have thrown it at us. He's back almost half the time, and he's always got boost in the tank. He's just waiting, lurking for opportunities like this. Okay, maybe he didn't envisage this just going straight in with the help of the defense, but that kind of play, that kind of patient, that calculated strategy, right? They've obviously picked that up, said, hey, if we just play someone back, we might have a chance for these big booms or these control plays over the top. And that's exactly what they've done here early on, and they've found a go-ahead goal from it.
ATK in the lead. A double commit in midfield from Royalty Esports will help them positionally. They're not going to be punished for it yet. Original steals that boost, gets it back in front of net. ATK doing very, very well here. Their scrambled defense just about holding up under the Royalty threat. Another fake. I mean, these fakes are coming in left, right, and center in front of net. I'm not sure 100% whether it's intentionally, whether it's their game plan or not, but it's not quite working out for them in game 4. Still only down by a goal, though, Muntz, even after ATK's quick counter-attacking efforts.
Honestly, Royalty feeling a little flaily right now. We've seen Original a couple times go for a ball that's either not his or a ball that he just can't get to. And a big double commit, soft triple commit even there, but somehow Royalty do make their way out. High pressure catch here for Wordy, but he does make it look easy, which indeed he should at this level, but you could feel the sweat. He had time to think about that as it came down, and comes up clutch in that moment. Skulk looking to get it over the top with the delayed flip. Wordy plays it past one, picks up the boost, can't find the dunk, and Royalty have a chance to set up shop on offense.
Skulk down the wing. Archeon does find a touch. It's uncomfortable, and he'll lose possession in the corner. Rely him now with a lot of time. Sneaks it above Wurtzy. Looks for A little bit of a disruption there in midfield. Won't find it, but it's still Royalty Esports here as they move forward. And that was a gorgeous play. Not quite able to find the net, though. And you can feel the frustration of these Kings as they try and try again, but fail to break down this ATK defense, which has really stepped up here in the last couple of games, months.
Absolutely has. And I guess Royalty kind of feeling a little bit shook right now. As I mentioned a couple times, we're seeing a flailing dive and nothing much coming of it. Complete opposite there. Just a nice, tight dribble in the ground, looking to force it underneath the defense, but Royalty's standing up to it. But what I'm trying to get at is the nerves not helping, the discomfort not helping there, as you see a Lycum defending with no boost in the tank. The post denies, but Archeon there to follow and basically finish up a chance that felt inevitable once the miss came in on defense.
Yeah, and I mean, Eliakim has done as much as he could there with no boost, just forcing the first shot onto the post, but someone needs to be back in time to find the follow-up save there. That just needs to be quicker. The defensive rotation not at standard for Royalty Esports right now as they try to step forward. They try to get one back here. Just a minute left on the clock to close down this 2-goal deficit, and they only found a single goal in Game 3. They're yet to score in Game 4. This is not the Royalty Esports that started this series.
And it was in the final minute that they found that late goal that kind of gave us hope. It was 7 seconds remaining. They've got a little extra time now, a little bit more comfort, but they're not looking like scoring at all, let alone 2 goals late on in the final 30 seconds or so. Zero missing there. Original's got a chance, but it's just so readable. Everyone knew he was going to shoot there, when instead, you know, in the games 1 and 2, we would have seen something crazy from Eliakim to turn that into the path of his teammate. Instead, it's an easily blocked shot. We're down the other end. Eliakim's in a rough position, and Archeon finds the dagger, finds the winner, and honestly puts this game number 4 to bed.
Oh my word, and we're all square in the series here. I mean, we will be in 24 seconds, give or take, failing a miracle that I don't see as particularly likely, Muntz. We're going to be all square in a series that, honestly, if you'd asked me 15 minutes ago, I would have said Royalty Esports are starting to run away with it. And now, ATK looking like the favorites. Royalty, a team that scored 6 goals in the opening 2 games, only able to score 1 in games 3 and 4, and ATK just adding insult to injury.
Yep, that's what this is, an insult. It's a bit of just straight up salt as well. Forget about the in. This is just salt in the wounds. And every second now for Royalty is just pain, right? That replay is pain. The 3, 2, 1, go. It lasts an eternity. You just want this game to be over. GG, go next. And they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to forget about the last 2 games, and they're going to have to reset because, Elliot, the series has reset. It's a best of 3 now. Crazy stuff here. Oh, wow. Very, very exciting when you put it like that, isn't it? A best of 3 to decide who moves on to the lower final and who is out for the rest of the winter split. And we'll have to wait 10 weeks for another opportunity. Another RLCS regional. I know. So long. I know, right? Crazy. And that might be bearing heavily on these guys' minds right now. And I want to ask you a question, actually. When do you think these teams should be looking to use their timeouts? Because we often only see it when a team is series point down. But in my opinion, that could be a bit too late.
I honestly think now is a great time for Royalty, right? All the momentum is in ATK's favor, and we saw it in the last series with Bravado and Pirates, when a team would go ahead and Bravado called a timeout. They won that next game. And then Orlando called a timeout, and they won the next game. So there's definitely a timeout buff, right? You can ice your opponents if they seem to be feeling hot. And I guess right now, for Royalty, they got to be thinking, ATK feeling themselves. There's some momentum in their favor. We've only got 1 timeout. Do we wait until there's just 1 game left potentially, or do we take it now, try to hold the momentum? It looks like they've backed themselves to find an adaptation in the time between games, and you know, honestly, all respect to them. That works for some teams. As I mentioned in the last series, NRG specifically, a team famous for just not taking timeouts, and I mean, we've seen them respond in some pretty dramatic ways in the past.
Royalty Esports, the NRG of SSA.
Sure. Chat, what do you think?
Just sure. Yep.
Yeah,
Confirmed.
if you say so. But look, okay. You asked me a question. I'm going to ask you a much less subtle or intellectual one. Who you got winning this specific game right here? Game number 5.
Whoever scores first. Easy as. Now, honestly, whoever scores first is going to find it all, because we can see. Look, there it is. There it is. And we're going to need to see Royalty come out and use their timeout after this, I think. Because, well, look, maybe they turn it around, all right? I've been wrong once before, right? You know, last October.
Once, sure, yeah.
And
I remember. I wrote it in my diary.
It was uncomfortable. And it could happen again at any point. And maybe today is the day that lightning strikes twice and Royalty turn this one around. But to be honest with you, Muntz, I think that if they weren't going to use their timeout there, they needed to score first, just to demonstrate to themselves more than anyone that they have turned it around. They are capable of it. And they didn't. And I just think that's going to knock their mentality so hard. And you can already see them start to overstretch right now, just desperate for that equalizer.
And I have to say, if there was any discussion about taking the timeout and someone's like, no, you know what, we can push through it. Well, there's no momentum. We don't need to cool them down. That first goal goes in, you start to think, oh, okay, maybe we should have. Can we take it right now to slow the momentum? Can we ice them out mid-game? And I think, unfortunately for them, the only way to do that, the only way for Royalty to change momentum is to score, and I think to get a nice goal, right? Like, I feel like I might overrate this a lot, but I do feel like you can see the difference between a team that's, you know, scrambled in some goals and maybe benefited from a defensive mistake, and a team that's scored a flip reset or a ceiling shot over 2 defenders to equalize. And I think that's the only key. Let's see Zero hit a nasty double tap, and Royalty are right back in this one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, the difference in confidence as Zero not able to flick that goal bound Eliakim. Oh, I don't know if that was actually going to sneak inside the front post or not, but regardless, the ATK defender was there. And he's managed to intercede the shot halfway through game number 5. ATK with a 1-goal lead. And that bit of excitement just totally cast out of my mind whatever it is I was about to say, Muntz. I remember. All right. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Just keep it in midfield. Just keep it in midfield for a sec, all right? I think that you score an extravagant goal. Oh, my God. You know what? I give up. I give up, Muntz.
That's absolutely fair. And just as Royalty were trying to fight back, trying to find some kind of pop-off, the defense just went missing. We saw a player just flash by the camera there. I'm not sure who it was. Maybe Original? Either way, not back, not there to defend. And as we approach 2 minutes remaining, ATK, 2 goals in the bank, and Royalty unable to make any kind of withdrawal right now.
Oh no, that's a huge whiff, and unfortunately for Royalty Esports, they are 3-0 down with 2 minutes left.
My goodness, what a turnaround this has been for ATK. Looking dominant, honestly. Royalty gonna have to take that time out, I feel like. You got it right after this one.
Oh, yeah.
Anything to halt the momentum that ATK have found, but credit where credit is due. We've talked a lot about what Royalty need to do to kind of regain that or refine their form, but I think ATK have just been so good in these last 3 games.
They've certainly stepped up. I mean, it is a huge improvement from the ATK that we saw in the first couple of games to the ATK that we've seen in the last 3. I mean, it is just night and day here as Archeon defends his own net with that backboard touch. Sends it over to the sidewall. Doesn't have any boost here, but you can feel how much more confident ATK are than Royalty Esports at this moment in time. And honestly, they should have taken the timeout just a moment ago, because now we might well see the exact same situation we saw between Bravado and Orlando Pirates yesterday. And I don't know if Royalty are going to be able to recover from that.
Absolutely. And that situation being Bravado taking a timeout, winning a game, and then or Royalty, I've got it all mixed up in my head, but the losing team took a game right before the end, and then the winning team took the timeout immediately after, halted all momentum, and okay, we wanted a nice little goal. Forget me stumbling over my words and trying to find some kind of anecdote to fit. This is what we wanted, a nice angle. It's not the spicy double tap, but it does beat 2 defenders. It is a difficult shot, and that could be enough to get Zero rolling. Win or lose in this game number 5, Zero, if he starts feeling himself, Royalty could find success.
And that's their first goal since the 3rd game of this series, so definitely going to lift their spirits a bit, but they have to keep that up. They have to really react again quickly now and not concede at their own end. That's going to be a huge debuff if they do. 26 seconds left on the clock, Munts. Originals trying to take it down towards the blue end, but they're being turned out right now. ATK defending very, very nicely here. I like him. Trying to turn that over to Original. But oh my goodness, that was such a good turn. The car and ball control, sensational. But too little, too late. They're not able to find a goal. They might actually concede here. Zero with a decent goal line save to stop another goal going in and just hurting their confidence even more. But they're not going to find a reaction in time here in Game 5. And Royalty Esports heading into Game 6, series point down after winning the opening 2 games of this series.
Yeah, ATK actually securing a best of 5 reverse sweep right now. So they've turned up huge. They've totally turned the page. They've flipped the switch. They've changed gears, whatever you want to call it. They've turned things around completely. Okay, they've still... It's a best of 7. Let me clarify, guys. It's a best of 7. Yes, technically a best of 5 reverse sweep just happened. ATK still sitting on match point. They've got to win one of the next 2 games. Otherwise, Royalty might be able to sneak away a victory. But, job not over yet. Royalty a long road ahead. ATK so close and yet so far because you know Royalty are going to come out swinging. They are not going to roll over without a fight. And they know that they want that rematch with those bigger teams later in the tournament. Yeah, that's pretty much all I've got to say about it. ATK so close yet so far away.
And I think ATK may be going to be a little bit haunted by casting their minds back to the lower quarterfinals of the first regional of this split when they were reverse swept by none other than Royalty Esports right now. And of course, there isn't the opportunity for a reverse sweep here, but they know firsthand that Royalty Esports can turn it around. They can step up even when things are looking most bleak, and they can find that extra level. Will they be able to do it here, Munts? I'm not sure. They really do feel like they haven't quite got it in them. It doesn't feel like they believe right now, and they've opted not to take their time out, which is an incredibly bold move. Maybe that speaks to some confidence. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. They could just be one of those teams that don't really feel like it benefits them, which is absolutely fair. Every team makeup is different. Everyone's mental walks a different road, so to speak. But look, you talked about no reverse sweep being possible. I mean, technically, like if it could be a best of 3 reverse sweep in this final.
2 reverse sweeps in one series. I mean, what a show that would be, Munts.
Just to confuse everyone a little bit more. But look, right now, Wordy keeping the pressure on the Royalty defense since the kickoff. It's been all ATK. That infield pass looked dangerous. Was dangerous for ATK, actually. If that had been cut out and pushed upfield, no one back. Everyone had pushed forward, but instead it's going to culminate in a rocket of a shot to the top corner. Royalty are able to rely on the woodwork, and they will get this one away.
Oh my god, relying a little bit too heavily on the woodwork for my liking, and it hasn't always favored them, but it does here at the outset. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it wasn't going to last forever.
Again, it felt like this first goal so valuable, so important, especially with the lack of a timeout, right? You talked about it in the last game. Without taking that timeout, you've got to hope to score first, right? So you can say in your mind, we've got the momentum back. Instead, they get scored on, and yeah, momentum thoroughly continuing in ATK's favor.
Royalty Esports did concede first in Game 1. So for anyone who is looking for a copium dealer right now, I've got you covered. Just put that in your pipe and smoke it for a little bit. Royalty still able to come back from a 1-goal deficit, as they proved at the beginning of this series, and it's definitely doable.
It really is doable.
I think so.
Where we're casting right now, I think is high pressure, high tension situation, sure. And it is high pressure, it is high tension for Royalty. They're just on their own backboard. They're in their own defensive corner. They're looking for dunks and not coming in. Wordy able to play that through. And then this plays just into the hands of Skulk. He picks up the corner boost. He pushes forward with full. Makes it incredibly difficult. He's got the pressure on here. Royalty cannot break out. Cannot sustain pressure in the offensive third. Even here, they're getting shut down before they can even cross halfway. And we are about to cross halfway in what could be the final game of this series if Royalty can't find a way out of their own half and can't find a way to put the ball into the back of the net.
Oh, I was just holding my breath there. It looked uncomfortable. Eliakim can't get the flick out of the corner. Original needs to be the one to clear, and Royalty Esports right now choosing these huge... Oh, I was going to say clears, but they can't clear their lines this time. 2-0 ATK.
Oh my goodness. The demo's causing chaos in the rotation. And Original just unable to adapt and get himself back to cover the net. Almost there. Just pixels in it, but ATK squeezing that past the Royalty defense. And, I mean, my goodness. Credit where it is due. ATK, after going down 2 games, after being thoroughly outclassed for 2 games, they now find themselves 3 goals up with match point, looking to face off against Bravado in the lower final.
I don't know what happened. I really don't. Royalty Esports looked so strong at the beginning of this series. They've looked so strong all the way through this weekend, but something happened in Game 3, and they have just absolutely crumbled here. This is not the Royalty Esports that began this series, man.
It isn't, and it feels like this series is never going to end for Royalty Esports, because right now they can't even get the ball away from their own net, let alone, you know, transition onto offense. We talked about the struggles to get out of their own half. They're stuck in their own goal mouth right now, just watching the ball ping pong between the offense, the backboard, the offense, the backboard, and then the back of the net. And then you got to sit there and watch a replay for 10 seconds. It's just agony right now for Royalty Esports and their fans.
Oh my god, that was nearly such a good goal. But the amount of times we've said that something to that effect, nearly, they nearly managed to pull something off, but not quite. And once again, almost is the word here for Royalty Esports, as they yet again are unable to find the back of the blue net, and they are seriously running out of time if there is going to be any hope of a comeback.
Barely a minute remaining. ATK thoroughly in control. That's a play, though. Difficult to deal with. The follow-ups, there it is, wide. No one able to take advantage. That was the opportunity. They needed a goal there to have any kind of chance. They are continuing the pressure, though. Not all hope lost, even if it sounds like I'm a little bit despondent right now. It was just, that was so close to bringing back this series into competitiveness. Look, I don't want one of these teams in particular to win, but it would be amazing to get a Game 5, especially a 4-goal comeback to secure it. Instead, it's going to have to be 5. I think that one might be a bit out of reach, and Elliot, I think this one completely out of reach for Royalty. I don't think there's any coming back from 5 goals down in game number 6. ATK heading to the lower final.
Yep. It definitely seems that way. I respect this last Hail Mary from Royalty there with the fake kickoff. But yeah, too little too late. 5-0 with 25 seconds left to ATK. I mean, that is quite the turnaround from the beginning of the series. And at the very least, if we're looking for some copium here, maybe this is the beginning of ATK's run to take on Orlando Pirates later on. We'll have to see. But unfortunately, this is the end for Royalty Esports in the 3rd regional of the Winter Split.
I mean, it was ATK that took down Bravado in the lower bracket final in the previous regional. So, will we see that again? It was 4-2 then. Bravado having already beaten ATK this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. But it's going to be a struggle for whoever makes it through to the final. Whether or not that's ATK, whether or not that's Bravado, we'll wait and see. But Elliot, a rough one for Royalty. Looking so good early on, instead falling significantly short in the latter half of that series.
Just don't look at me right now. Altruism, you say something.
In terms of a royalty performance, like I was convinced that this was the team that had now managed to come up and really start shining brightly, and they looked like they were going to do it in the first 2 games. It was really good performance, just consistent accuracy, and then suddenly ATK went, hang on, we've been top 3 here for too long to let you guys step up here. And then actually in quite an ever increasingly convincing fashion, managed to just wrestle that game away from royalty.
Yeah, well, they really choke-slammed them there, didn't they? We need Nova here to give us some wrestling casting, but I'm going to throw this over to Stats Corner. Statisticians, was that series any closer on paper than it was to us?
Well, Elliot, as we were talking about just before the series started, it seems incapable that these two teams can have one evenly matched game. Macfish, overall, it looks pretty even on paper. A couple of standout performances from ATK, but it's not even in any individual game. It was just Royalty dominated the first 2, and then ATK just woke up. Yeah.
I've heard that I've been muted. Sorry. It was very much, again, a game of 2 halves. Where Royalty was just, really, really strong in those first 2, but then something switched for ATK, and they just came back, and especially Arcean was one of those players that just dragged his team out of the mud with a huge performance, over 500 points per game, 45% shooting accuracy, and also being a monster on defense, 2.5 saves per game for Arcean. So he really was that one to lift up the spirits and to get Royalty, and to subdue Royalty and get ATK back into contention.
Yeah, he really was. And I mean, it was a game that was won definitely on the midfield boosts. When Royalty were taking, wins early in that series, they had them on lock. ATK were really, really struggling for big pads in the midfield. It was those big ones on either side that were the key determinants, really, because as soon as they got back into that battle, they edged out in Game 3. That was the closest for Boost, and then after that, ATK just had complete control, and I mean, it shows with some of Royalty's other stats.
Yeah, and one thing I definitely want to mention is that one thing is Eliakim being shut down. Not necessarily overall as an overall performer, but definitely in terms of his offense. He's only shooting 10.5%, which is quite frankly horrific for a player of his caliber and what we've seen him previously being able to do. And one further thing is there weren't really that many demos, were there, Ash?
Not at all, not at all. Just 2 per game for Royalty, which is about half what they usually put up. ATK at 1.6. We did mention earlier, Royalty playing with the sub have not focused on demos as much. We said, actually, that's probably for the best. ATK quite hard to find, and they would have been, as it seems. The 2 per game means ATK avoiding them quite well. So perhaps demos not a focus, but it was, unfortunately for Eliakim. I think credit to ATK for shutting him down. It was the boost for him again.
Yeah, Eliakim really unusually struggling a lot. Normally, he's on Royalty, he's one of the best players when it comes to boost management, but this time around, he's been on 0 boost for 1 minute per game. And if we can think about what that actually means, is moving about with actually like no real momentum, not being able to turn quickly, not being able to challenge. So that's hugely impacted the way Royalty play, because Eliakim normally always tries to have some boost in his tank so that he can quickly cut and so that he can challenge and establish that pressure and be, especially with original playing, that catalyst for their offense. And with him being restrained with 0 boost for quite a long time each game, that just didn't happen for Royalty.
It definitely did not. Elliot, this was another series of 2 halves between these 2 titans of the SSA scene, but Royalty came out the gate strong, had all the right things to do, but when ATK got control of those midfield boosts, it seemed to me that was the key turning point for them. Brilliant performances from all 3 of them there, but Arcean leading the charge. They'll be looking for more of the same going forward.
Thank you so much, statisticians. Everyone shout out Stats Corner in the chat and on Twitch. Let us know if you're enjoying this weekend's proceedings with the hashtag #ThisIsSSA. We've been loving it. Well, I've been hating it, frankly. Royalty Esports out of the competition. It feels bad, but at least now I can give some sort of air of impartiality for the rest of today's games. And we have 2 potentially 3 remaining, depending on a bracket reset. Orlando Pirates XD, our first grand finalists, awaiting the results of the game that'll be coming up right after this short break, where we will see Bravado Gaming go head-to-head with ATK. Don't go anywhere.
It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. It's electric, can you feel it? It's electric, intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric, intoxicate me like you do, yeah, like you do. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. It's electric, you spark on this chemical reaction. It's electric, your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric, no, I ain't got a chance. I got no words. It's electric, me and you and your heart next to mine. It's electric.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This SSA third regional of the winter split is getting spicier by the minute. we only have 3 teams remaining in the competition. Orlando Pirates XD, Bravado Gaming, and ATK. And we are only about 45 minutes away from having 2 remaining. Just 2 grand finalists. Who will be going forward to face off against Orlando Pirates? And they will have to find that bracket reset. Greybeard, welcome. Welcome to the panel. It's good to have you here. Now, I mean, how likely do you think it is that either one of these teams is going to be able to bracket reset Orlando Pirates?
It's a tough ask, and every time I say that now, I think of Happy Meal's interview when they won the regional, and he spoke about how tough it is with the casters. Just every time, Pirates is going to win, Pirates is going to win. So I'm sensitive to that now, but it's a tough task, but not impossible.
All right, well, I would like to bring up the team comparison here as we head into our lower final matchup. Of course, ATK now going head-to-head with Bravado Gaming, and I'd like to throw straight over to our statisticians in Stats Corner to find out what they're making of this matchup on paper ahead of a very important series.
Well, Elliot, Bravado obviously coming off that loss. They need a bounce back after what they faced against the Pirates earlier. Muckfish, there are a couple of things we noticed that they could do to improve against an ATK side that have just come in hot here.
Yeah, it's mainly for Bravado just forcing their own playstyle onto their opponents, where ATK, you know, they have a lot of momentum for winning 4 in a row now versus Royalty, but we've seen against the Pirates when Bravado was actually able to force their game onto the Pirates in that game 4, they forcing them to play with as little boost as they possibly could. And that was, you know, one big reason why Pirates can't do. Pirates are a very boost reliant team. Same with ATK. So again, that's probably going to be a thing for Bravado to look out for. Just denying the opponents a boost. Let them play with as little boost as you usually do. But for one thing, they have to get out of defense. They've just shot 5 shots per game against the Pirates, and that's simply not good enough, no matter how good your shooting accuracy is. Last time around against these opponents last time around against ATK, they've shot 7.8 shots per game, so definitely that is one avenue they need to be looking at.
Yeah, 100%, couldn't agree more. And I mean, for Bravado, you know, it's hard. You'll notice over the course of this weekend, we've stopped saying things like, this team is first for goals scored, because the further we get into playoffs, the harder it is for a team to maintain good stats, especially for Bravado, who only played 3 single games in groups. To maintain a good statistical record going into playoffs is just so hard, especially after that loss to the Pirates. Best we can do is their ×0 boost, which is really very impressive, but they're going to have to watch out for demos.
Yeah, definitely. ATK is just really, really strong with their demos, and ATK is really, really hard to demo. ATK being only 1.87 demos per game taken, so only less than every player has been demoed once every game for ATK. That is absolutely insane. That's the highest stats of any playoff team that is still remaining. But also, this fixture isn't new. We've obviously seen it yesterday, and we've seen it before in this region. This is actually the 4th time these teams meet in the winter split. And ATK last time around yesterday, they were really forced into their own half by Bravado, weren't they?
They were absolutely shut down. One of the key reasons that these two did sort of slide quite a long way down our overall league tables was that series. Very quiet. Bravado got quite a few goals. They were doing alright. ATK really didn't. Even in the games they won, they didn't score more than 3 goals in a single game all series in that 4-2 loss to Bravado in yesterday's upper semi-final. And I mean, you could look potentially, you know, their goal participation is fantastic. They got 79%. Of their goals are assisted. Bravado only 68, so that's a key difference, but they need to just get out of defense. They're being forced, ATK, into making almost 5 saves per game, which at this stage is just going to result in a lot of conceded goals.
Yeah, and especially comparing that to a lot of other teams that are still in, the Pirates only being forced 3.2 saves per game, Bravado only being forced 3.6 saves per game, so that's one entire save more than Bravado. And ATK, it's unusual to have a top team like ATK being forced on defense so much. And also, they are just being forced in their own half, as we said earlier. So the defensive playstyle of ATK might come to bite them here, as Bravado is very comfortable with just setting up an offense and just breaking you down.
They really are. Elliot, there you have it. It is a battle between two of the top teams in this tournament, whether they are on paper or not. It's been a tough playoff run for both of them. Bravado, obviously the winners last time out, which really wasn't long ago, so history definitely on their side, but they will need everything they've got to bounce back from their Pirates loss.
Thank you so much, statisticians, and it is going to be well, I don't even think I need to talk about how difficult a matchup this is going to be for both teams. Munt, let's hear it. Who do you think is going to be heading through to the grand final, and who is going home?
For me, it's Bravado. We've already seen the matchup once before, and Bravado really dominated that one. Really forced ATK into playing exactly how Bravado wanted them to play. And they were able to shut them down completely at times. And although ATK has had a resurgence in this lower bracket, I think Bravado have got what it takes.
All right, Altruism, do you agree?
Yep, Bravado, I think, have got this. They have looked very strong in every one of the regionals so far. I mean, even in that first one, the only reason why then, as they were known, Water was taken out is because they met Orlando Pirates too early in the competition. Other than that, they look pretty solid at taking at least a chance of getting to their grand finals every time. And, yeah, I think they got this.
All right, 2 for Bravado. Greybeard, what are you saying?
All right, well, this is where I get into trouble because I generally may make my predictions based on what I want, not based on solid information. And I think ATK winning does wonders for the game and the tournament in general because the points between Bravado and ATK are so close. If ATK win here, they get even closer, and then it becomes a massive scrap, and that means both of these teams are going to work even harder. So for that reason, and also for their performance against Royalty, because the comeback was fantastic, and they looked so good, I'm going ATK.
Oh, you know what? I was so torn. Chris, the producer, asked me to let him know what my prediction was going to be, and I really struggled. I kind of want to say ATK, because if Royalty went out to them, then look, at least that justifies Royalty going out, right? To a team that's going to win. And then part of me says, no! You're going to knock Royalty out, then I want to see Bravado take it. But actually, look, I had to dissociate from my emotions here. And I think that even though Bravado already lost to Orlando Pirates today, I think that they still have the better shot of taking them down in the grand final. So let's give this one to Bravado Gaming. And look, let's get into it. Our second to last series of the day, the lower final, to find out who will be facing off against Orlando Pirates in the grand final. ATK or Bravado Gaming? Greybeard, Altruism, take it away.
Altruism, how are we here already? A 6th regional about to draw to a close. 2, maybe 3 series left, and then it's a wrap. I would love to have seen Royalty make it through to a grand final. Only 3 teams have made it into a grand final, and they are the 3 teams that are left. But we deal with what we've got. Bravado, ATK. This is not their first rodeo for either of them, Old.
No, 100%. And I love how you were talking about the growth of the scene and the fact that we started with basically only one team shoot in for the grand finals, and then we wanted to see who would actually match up against them. We saw some great fights, and we've seen much more of this dominant top 3 performance in SSA. And that's good because it's given some other teams something to chase for. The fact that we've even got a team like Royalty who's come close to one of these top 3 teams is fantastic. The fact that there are so many teams that they had to fight their way hard through. Apex comes to mind. Also 3-4 against Royalty. It could have been anyone's scrap up at the top. But this is what we want out of this SSA region. The fact that we've got one shoe-in for that wildcard slot being Orlando Pirates, and then this huge animosity between these two teams. So much on the line for both of them in terms of representing SA on the world stage. And it is going to be Bravado, led by Happy Meal, to draw the first blood just 8 seconds into this best of 7.
Well, if you want a good start, that's a pretty good one. 8 seconds in, it is Bravado Gaming in front. I didn't even have a chance to say, let's go Commandos, it's howling time. And we already have a goal on the board. And so that will insta-settle Bravado. I mean, keeping in mind that they've been waiting in the wings. I don't know if they've been free-playing or scrimming or rank. Oh, okay, hold on a second. Hold the phone. This is going to be one of those series. It is now ATK, just a mere 10 seconds later to level things up.
Oh, it makes me so excited when you say it's going to be one of those series, one of those back and forth. I'm predicting, high scores for the first game between these two teams. I love it when they start off with this fire and they're starting to poke and prod with maybe a little bit more than some of the other teams that either of them have had to come up against so far. They, of course, did fight it out in that upper bracket semi-finals, in which case Bravado did take that win 4 games to 2. But other than that, these two teams would love to now stamp. This is the only game that actually matters for them to win. If ATK pull it back, as they are so intent to do here, apparently, then I think it doesn't matter that they lost the upper bracket semifinals. They're the ones going to the grand finals.
In the last regional, we spoke about Archeon and his improvement and the impact he had for ATK to help get them into the grand finals then. And just to continue with that, it's amazing to me now that I'm thinking about ATK, is that if they are to overcome Bravado here, Archeon becomes the key man. Does he have a good game? If he has a good game, ATK are going to be absolutely threatening. And so far, he scored the first goal for ATK to level things up and very involved, which is just wonderful to see.
Yeah, sometimes there is that characteristic, though, especially on these big match days, that if you know that, if you feel that way about yourself as a player, you tend to take on too much, maybe not looking for the best opportunities, or we saw there a little bit of a team collision. So both these teams going to definitely have to stand up to the pressure and how much they need to work to be able to get through this game. So far, been able to be held pretty much level, but for the last minute and a half, besides that initial flurry of activity, the teams have calmed down a little bit, trying for little chips. No one really banging it along at this stage, preferring to keep that possession up. Daisy going to have an opportunity towards the center. Werty up quickly, though, means Daisy only gets as far as the side. And clashing back and forth. Neither of these teams spending too far away from the ball for too long.
Well, yeah, it was an absolute clutter. We had 2 goals within the first 18 seconds, and then it's been fairly pedestrian since then. And yeah, they're both looking to jealously guard their possession as much as they can, and not wanting to get countered, which is a little unusual. I would have expected one of them at least to be trying to stamp some authority and kind of getting in the face, but now Skulk G taking it all the way. I don't think he has adequate support to do much with it. Now Werty trying to get it into the middle, and now Archeon choosing to go back to his own corner, maybe reset, and along with the theme of keeping possession, but it's, oh, they nearly got brutally punished, but Werty clears it away.
What a save from the old expert. Now Happy Meal taking that save personally, coming to wreak havoc in the back line as Daisy tries to fiddle and fudge it around the back line, trying to find some sort of pass towards the center, but ATK shadowing very well, managed to actually turn the pressure around, gets a chance to die for, looking to take position, bait after ATK has been baited out, nearly finds the pass to Daisy in the center. It's going to be up to ATK to try and clear this out. Suddenly the pace has sped up as both these teams look for these counter-attacking opportunities. It's been 3 minutes since either of these teams was able to score a goal, and you can feel that pressure mounting.
You know,
oh yes, there it is!
Look at Skulk G gonna get ATK ahead, yeah, ult. Nice work from Werty to begin with. Archeon was lurking, but Werty had all the momentum, gets the pass in. Lovely finish from Skulk. They're ahead.
Oh, that's big. ATK, especially after going down like that. Now pulling that 1-goal lead, a minute 24, and considering how long it took to get that goal, I think they're going to be very happy. Archeon straight away back onto the attack. Sticks around, tries to cut off Daisy, does manage to knock it towards the center, but it's going to be a bit of a tussle. Skulk G doesn't manage to get a dunk there, but does force it towards the center. Now a big committal in defense is going to open things up. Bravado straight away able to level this out, just testing one too many times as Werty didn't manage to get it far enough. The lovely counter shots just to force Archeon into a bad position, and then the follow through from Daisy, knowing that that was not going to get cleared.
Yeah, that all starting there with a very awkward, clear attempt there from Werty, and Archeon doing what he could, but really just passing it down, sort of laying it up for the striker Daisy to come in there and finish it, and now he's in the air. Does he get it all the way? He almost undoes the entire defense of ATK, but it remains locked at 2, and what we said at the beginning, ult remains that way. It feels like it's going to be one of those series, maybe 2 or 3 overtimes in our future.
Oh, I just love the way that we're getting there, though. It was 2 goals instantly, then nothing for the longest time. Suddenly again, 2 goals. Every hit is instantly counted out there. Both of these teams step it up, and make opportunities happen. Sometimes they don't go right, but other times a single dunk like this can start to set something up here. Archeon trying to find a center. Daisy up for it, but not going to be able to get it very fast. Gulchi is waiting there. Ready to bounce. Werty going to be the one to instead dispossess, coming through to reinforce, and this has created a big opportunity. ATK on the verge of scoring here against Bravado. Bravado has to get it out far. Daisy's done well to be able to get it down to the other side of the field. It pinches out a little bit. Happy Meal trying to push it towards the goal line, but it is, like you say, going to be our first overtime.
And this is overtime, one of how many? It remains to be seen. So one more goal to be had in this game to determine the first winner. And it was almost 80k, may still be, but Happy Meal has other intents, gets there, gets the clear, but the pressure's still on. For 80k, there's been a demo. I'm not sure who's died. Maybe a couple of deaths, and the ball rolls loose into the mid and is picked up here by Daisy. Can he get there? He can! Oh, but he hits the crossbar and it goes down. That was the winner for Bravado, but they make it not happen at the last second.
80k has one big opportunity. Instantly, Bravado has another just in the first couple of seconds. This is the sort of frantic pace we always see after kickoffs between these two teams, and both of them unable to clinch the victory straight away. It's going to be 80k trying something here. Bravado sets it up nice and high. Daisy going to meet it, pass it across the field, going to test out Werty in the midfield. To Diveforce there quickly, tries to find the intercept. Going to bounce awkwardly towards the center. Diveforce not going to be able to get it. Werty dispossesses, turns that pressure around. Happy Meal has to try get it out. Werty gets a touch backwards, but the retreating Daisy picks it up. Still 80k around, very dangerous. Daisy has to try get it past. Werty pops it towards the center. The shot is there. Skulky managing to find it out in 1 minute and 13 seconds into this overtime.
Well, 6 minutes and 13 seconds of Rocket League to separate these two teams. And you know, one of the stats that blew me away when at the start of this regional were when they were talking about how many games each of the players have played in RLCS, and we're already like into the mid one, like 150 games, and it kind of blew my mind. It's like, that's how far we are into. These guys have played so many games. How many times have these two teams played each other? How well do they know each other? And you know, so it really becomes harder and harder for them to separate one from the other because they know each other so well.
Yeah, at this stage, they kind of have a good idea of what tricks are coming at you. They kind of see the telltale signs of someone setting up for a flip reset, or how the team is positioning for one of these 1-2 passing plays, and they're able to start reading it and predicting it and intercepting it a little bit better and a little bit quicker. And that sort of thing means that this tussle gets tight. You know, when it breaks away, when one of the teams actually does get that little advantage and the other team is just unable to counterattack it, you get a goal, and then suddenly a counterattack goal, and then it's stalemates for so long. They read each other, they fight, they tussle. They're so close together because they're locking horns literally back and forth across the field. And it just makes me so excited. Like you say, overtime one of how many in a best of 7 between these two?
Well, Bravado raced into second place behind Orlando Pirates, and then ATK has been, of the two, seem to have made the most progress to catch up to where Bravado got themselves. And so much of their play here, they're cancelling each other out. You know, the one goal is immediately returned by another. You know, an attacking player, the pressure's absorbed, and then it goes the other way and it's absorbed the other side. So, you know, at the best of times, it's hard to read a series based on the opening game. Now, even more so. Yes, ATK pulled ahead. They managed to scrap a goal, minute and 13 into overtime. But by no means do I get the sense ATK are ready to dominate this. And there might be an opening goal here. Indeed, there is. Set up off the backboard and finished by To Die For. To Die For with the pass into the middle. Daisy off the backboard. To Die For with the finish. Lovely passing play, team play, Bravado in front.
Yeah, you called it straight away. It was going to be a very difficult showing for ATK to look like it was going to be easy as they take a second hit instantly off this kickoff from Happy Meal. You said that ATK was not going to be able to dominate this, and it's going to be difficult for them. Bravado already taking 2 shots that have found the back of the net. This is going to be close, and Bravado may just be retaliating after what was essentially a landlocked first game.
All right, and now, oh, look at this. Oh, you must be joking. Kickoff goal traded for kickoff goal. This time, Archeon for ATK.
Oh, that's what happens when you cheat and send someone for boost. You just open up that if the ball goes into the wrong position and their guy is in the right position, can get off a solid shot, there is no chance of you saving that. And it really opens up the debate for the different styles of kickoffs that different teams go for. To die for, though, getting under this ball, getting it past 2 already, sets up Daisy. Daisy decides to just leave it for Happy Meal, set back slightly further and in a better position. Gonna read it off the backboard, doesn't manage to curve it, and unfortunately pushed it away from the goals. To die for, though, with pace comes back, gets that extra little bit, that extra step here. Darth just managing to do enough to secure the angle, to bounce out, and to die for throwing everything at it and coming out to secure a 2-goal lead.
So 2 of the goals have been kickoffs. So if you remove that off the board, it's 2-0 to Bravado Gaming. And I think that's an accurate reflection of how things have gone in terms of in open play. Right now, here in game 2, Bravado have kind of stepped into gear and have been farm and have had the better of the possession and territorial advantage for sure. But maybe an open play, it's going to change here. But it's got the attacking play. They're going to get counted, surely. Yes, indeed. Happy Meal will get the shot. Everybody from ATK up looking to force it. Archeon being way too ambitious and getting punished.
Yeah. You use the exact right word. They forced that. They tried to make a slight opportunity go into something miraculous, try and realize that they need to get back into this game. But you've got 3.5 minutes still to do it. It's just 2 goals. If you play better consistently for the rest of the time, you will pick up those goals. Instead, they try and brute force it down. They just throw everything in the tank at it. And a simple touch with probably the slowest and most graceful goal that you'll see just floating through the air. In its natural habitat, as it is. So far for Bravado, is ATK now really looking to try and get a grasp back on the series.
Well, it's a bit of a dwindling spiral, and there's going to be another one here. To die for is going to get himself a hat trick. And now it's 5-1, and I think we can go back to the point, really the last goal, I think, where they were trying to snatch at it, and they did have so much time, and getting sucked into that dwindling spiral of like, we've got to hurry and get back into the game, and then it doesn't work out, you concede, which makes you even more desperate to hurry and snatch and go, and so it goes, and ATK kind of caught in the whirlpool of that at the moment, and I think they're going to take a breath here, slow it down, get back to the basics that saw them overturn that 2-0 when they were behind 2 games to Royalty, and then they came forward and take it. Get back to that, Rocket League.
Yeah, exactly. Get your basics right first. Oh, we got a chance here to die for. Going to put it to 6-1 with less than half the game played here. Just a beautiful pinch from Happy Meal. To die for reads the first touch so well, and then is able to just follow up, knowing his car is on that direction anyway. And Bravado's looking very healthy right now. And like you say, ATK is just not countering it out. Every one of them has got big individual skills. We talked about how much pressure Archeon's going to have on their back to be able to pull out a good, consistent performance. Werty, we've seen take a bit of initiative a couple of times with the plays, but to die for setting it up, and the double team save has to come out. Still, the shot comes out, but wide, denying Bravado from that Brazil.
Well, you know what? It's not the first time I've been. I'm going to. The first or last time I'm going to be made to look stupid as a caster. But as this game started, I said that I don't see either of these teams coming to dominate proceedings, and how wrong we are with 2 minutes to go. How is there still 2 minutes left? Bravado have 6 goals to 1 against ATK.
You forget one thing, my friend, is that Bravado holds the record for the most number of goals scored by a team in RLCS. You forget that, right, from the fall split? This team,
Indeed.
When they start scoring goals, they just do it so quickly and so cleanly, and time after time they set themselves up, they get a good pass towards the center, there's a couple of backboard touches, a demo or two to help yourself out, and if it doesn't work, you retreat, and you do it again in 13 seconds.
Now, I don't know what ATK are thinking or what they're talking about, but I assume one would assume at this point you start to write off the game. It's like, okay, guys, let's use the time that's left to get back to what we're doing, because what we're doing right now ain't working for us, and we got to get back to what threatened Bravado so much in that first game, and at least had us keeping pace with them, because right now Bravado are just kind of dictating proceedings completely.
Yeah, that pace that Bravado is setting right now, they are there at the ball so often very, very quickly. And oh no, the misplay comes out. ATK salvages and secures themselves not getting Braziled. But at the end of the day, this pass from Daisy just intercepted by Werty, and then a misplay, a little bit of a late flip from Happy Meal means that he cannot get to that ball in time. And a consolation goal, you got to say, for ATK, although, like you say, as casters we are proved wrong all the time.
Well, listen, do you know how badly I want to be made a fool of a game and see ATK make a ridiculous comeback?
No.
Oh, no! Oh,
No.
no! I'm just gonna call the play as it happens. Archeon, and we said how much of an impact he can have, and he brings one out, reading it off the ceiling, and reduces it to 3. Still massive advantage, Bravado, but it does now notch up in the sweat rankings.
Oh man, how good are these teams off their kickoffs though? They're so quick to be able to put pressure on the other side, and if you're just caught a little bit out of position, or you're being a bit greedy, or you challenge once wrong like this, to die for going to be able to start swinging the pendulum back the other way. As still, almost off the kickoff, Happy Meal is able to flick it towards the center and just catches ATK behind, and just so good on their kickoffs.
Yeah, and they're ATK in the position now where it's fairly justified. They have to force the play, and Werty sort of snatching at a challenge, and the player just kind of stood still and let Werty fly over it and had the ball there, and an easy goal after that. So we see the snatchy play got them the 2 goals, but come game 3, they're going to have to get back to solid, proper Rocket League.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is if you're going for these low percentage plays, you open yourself up to a team that's just playing everything better. You know, the low percentage plays, if they come out, yeah, they look really great, and you get 3 goals. But the number of times that they don't work, or the number of times that you overinvest into something like that, means that you're going to be letting 8 goals come back the other way, and that's dangerous to think about. Is you can't outscore like bad defense or overcommittals. You no matter how hard you try, no matter how good your mechanics or your investments are. But it's still nice to see ATK with a little bit of life, ready to take the fight when they can.
Well, you know what? The good news for ATK, they took game 1, so it is going to be a level series. So it's not like they've gone into like massive danger territory. Yeah. The bad news, though, is that in the South African parlance, they got themselves a bit of a snorty here, and Bravado were the deliverers of those, and now it's ATK's to like figure it out and come back game 3 and they've got a lot to come back from.
I love how you bring our national culture to the world. It's something I respect about you as a South African caster so much, is you guys don't understand how many great words there are in Afrikaans that you cannot translate to English. Not because it just loses all meaning. And so, yeah, when someone starts to get a little bit less competitive compared to their opponents, there are so many good words, and I like your one coming out there. I think it's time for ATK, though. They're going to have to ontplof if they're going to come into the next game and explode onto the scene with a voracious attack, because Bravado certainly took that second game towards them.
And keep in mind that one of ATK's goals was a kickoff goal, so was one of Bravado's. But yeah, they started off well enough. It seemed like it was going to be a close affair like game 1. But I think after about the first minute and a half, Bravado got themselves into a rhythm. And they were aided in ATK not playing their part in terms of recalibrating themselves and getting themselves a bit panicked and rushed. But it was domination by Bravado in game 2. And now game 3, it's a reset for ATK. Can they find it, shake that off, and get themselves back in it?
I'd like to see the ATK players just settling back into their positions, getting their rotations a little bit better. Sometimes when the other team is bringing such consistent attack against you, you can start to doubt what you know is the correct way to play Rocket League. And now we see this. Double dives coming through there means Werty has to start sending a high ball across there. There's not necessarily as much pressure as they would like to be able to constrict that attempt. Instead, it was just kind of more of a desperate clear. Picked up by Bravado. The possession starts to come out, and ATK, again, resorting to this very snatchy style of Rocket League. Werty, though, getting a little bit cheeky, eventually just gets hammered down to die for, of course, being a stellar player so far. Nearly 1,000 points in that previous game with 72% shot accuracy, a total of 5 goals.
Well, you know, it was an excellent defensive demo there, but what I like to see was Werty looking to be patient and going for the fake, keeping possession, and it didn't work out for them. Oh, the angle, Daisy looking for it, doesn't find it, but already in the minute 20 we've had of this third game, ATK much better than they were for the bulk of game 2.
I like to see what they're doing. They're slowing it down a little bit. They don't have to commit instantly to every single play, allowing each other to get some nice touches onto this ball. This one actually dangerously towards the open net. To die for sitting underneath it. Werty, though, dispossessed off the top of it. Skulk-G going to get an interesting touch towards the center. Werty's actually there with the shot. It bounced off the crossbar. Happy Meal has to try and clear it out. And it starts to get pushed down towards the other goals. And it is going to be Bravado trying to take that shot. ATK fending it off there. Having just tried desperately to make that an offensive opportunity, they're nearly counterattacked upon.
Every ATK fan holding their breaths because it was such a fantastic play by ATK going forward, an aggressive play which should have been a goal, clattered against the crossbar, and then everyone had to scramble back because they were so close to being countered there, but they survive it. The score remains nothing, and after the goal fiesta of last game, we're about to come over halfway, still looking for the first, another ATK shot going high, and they're going to have to calibrate the radar and bring those shots down a few inches and find the net. We have now crossed over halfway and we're still looking for the opening goal. There it is! Archeon will find it. ATK in front.
That was huge from Skulk-G. He read the play that so many of the ATK players had pushed up after the previous attack, that he slowed it down, escorted it onto his own side, took it up the backboard just to get a bird's eye view of where everyone was on the pitch, and then air dribbled it across towards the center of the field. Called out his play so far in advance that his teammates were able to meet him up the field without putting in too many resources. A beautiful play that actually got executed superbly. What a way, and if that's what it's going to take for ATK to win, then they're prepared to try everything that they've got to be able to bring this game into their favor.
All right, we're about to have crossover, 2 minutes remaining in the game. ATK in front, and the good news for them is that there hasn't been the quick turnaround that we saw in game 1, although it might happen here. Okay, sorry, I cursed them so hard, so quick, and we have a level game to die for. The talisman of Bravado Gaming gets them level.
Man, the amount of work that To Die For can get done on the ball. This guy is 16 years old, and his fingers must just be the shape of a Rocket League controller right now, because unless he plays on keyboard and mouse, in which case I'm even more blown away. But the fact that this guy does so much work, he's always got something extra in there. I mean, even if you look after his touch, he got a demo on the way down, and I think a bump on the other guy as they were coming towards that ball. There was just so much that he gets, so much work that he creates for the team. It's beautiful to see, and it's certainly carried Bravado well so far. They're going to have a little bit more work to do, though, as it is just one apiece with a minute 22 to go. There's a chance here. Here comes the shot. Happy Meal follows through after the demo and sets Bravado Gaming with a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, Archeon dispossessed on the wall, and then the demo in front of net means an entire breadth, oh my word, width and height of the net to shoot at, and Happy Meal's not going to miss those, not since he was a Diamond 2. And it is Bravado up in front, coming from behind, leveling up, and now a lead, and only just over a minute to hold on. Can they? Oh, Archeon so desperately.
Wait. Oh, there it is!
I'll take it.
Oh, that was magnificent. Just this counterattack opportunity, and then the dunk from Archeon to be able to push it back towards the center. Werty and Archeon both now having a little bit of space. That 90-degree self-pass, or at least self-dunk, that opportunity that they made there. Bravado was finally caught sleeping a little bit on the background, and ATK turned that from their own side of the field within like 10 seconds and made it unsavable, or at least that gave themselves the opportunity for that 50. And you know what they say, the more you practice, the luckier you get. That was an instance of it. Now Archeon trying to take it through the air and set up a lead in the last 45 seconds for ATK.
It was a brilliant finish, a moment of individual excellence there, coming on the back of a nice push forward but it has to be said it was one of those, a little bit of an all or nothing play, because if Werty had gone wrong on that, they were wide open at the back. It worked out for them that time. They've got to be cautious.
Oh my
The
goodness.
redirect is going to go wide. So can someone get on the follow? No, it's going to be a counter, but it will be intercepted.
Man, there was no chance of a follow-through there because no one saw how quickly that was coming towards the other side of the field. And instead, it's going to be Happy Meal securing this. That ricochet was so hard from the blue baseline that it came out into a favorable position from Bravado. They caused some consternation with Daisy in the backline, taking out Skulk G. And we have talked, and even the stats corner has talked about how influential Skulk G has been in taking a game upon himself. And if you can remove him from the play in that solid backline position that he plays so well, it just opens up in 5 seconds left and a small opportunity for Bravado to take a second in a row.
All right, and there it goes down. That's going to be, that might hurt even just a little bit more than the massive clapping they got in game 2 for ATK, because they were in this game for most of it. They were kind of going toe to toe, leveled it up with that brilliant work from Werty. And I was throwing forward to our second overtime of the series, but then letting Bravado through, and to come that close, I think this might shake them more than that massive win in game 2.
Yeah, that's the bad thing, is that we just saw ATK having to work so hard for their goals. They made them look so pretty. They executed them so perfectly. They got themselves, they manufactured opportunities with stuff like their 50-50 on that last goal. They had to work to get them. And we felt that they'd put in all this work, and Bravado come out with some beautifully executed goals themselves, to be said. But the fact that ATK was so close for so long, and then just at the end, they were even denied the overtime. I think even if it had gone to an overtime, they would have felt a little bit better about it. But being denied with like 5 seconds to go is just like, how much more do we have to do for ATK?
It feels a little like, you know, when you're running next to someone who's much taller than you, they have a much bigger stride. So you sort of have to go 1.5 strides to kind of just keep up. And it feels a little bit like what's happening here. Bravado having a longer stride, and ATK having to kind of work the legs sort of 1.5 times harder just to keep up. And they're getting caught on that a couple of times because of it. They're able to keep up, but maybe getting a little tired along the way. Oh, my word.
Oh. I love that analogy. Honestly, that was the best way to phrase it, because you've got your little spurts of brilliance. You've got your, okay, I'm going to push hard now and try catch up, or I've just got to get to that trash can that's 100 meters down the road before this person. And you use all your energy and then like pack up for the next 20 seconds. But that's been what it feels like to be an ATK supporter or player right now. It's just you work, you do the hard yards, you play positionally well, but Bravado is constantly putting in 1-2 passes like this, constantly looking for an angle, not even dedicating a huge amount of resources. And you now have to start working from the back. Again, to die for, turns it around in the midfield, leaves ATK a little bit out of position, or at least in an uncomfortable position, doing well with it to force it up to the other side of the field. Werty waiting in the center, looking to put it high. ATK has had success off these ricocheting sidewalls, but not this time. Happy Meal looking to pull forwards. Archeon with an aggressive stance takes it forward. No one's home. Does get a touch, I believe, but it doesn't matter. Either way, it finds the back of the net.
Well, there you go. ATK taking those 1.5 extra, those half extra strides they need to. And it is Archeon doing the business there to get his team back in front. Bravado making a bit of a habit of scoring early in the games. I think of the 4 games so far, they've scored early in 3 of them. But ATK bringing it back. And now this is where we need them to bring out their oh my word, they're almost getting insta-punished. But this is where we need them to bring out that solid Rocket League that got them to get back into royalty, that got them to beat Bravado in the last series. We need to see more of that now, and not when they're chasing the game, desperately trying to get back into it.
Yeah. Finesse touches are great. They created a lot of opportunities if done right, but it's the solid stuff, the good clears, the solid touches, being deprived of boost, and there is actually a save on the goal line. Somehow ATK manages to come out with that. I think even Bravado had stopped, assuming no one was going in, and suddenly ATK back on the attack, now charging forwards. It is going to be Happy Meal getting the first clear out. Werty going to be pushing it back. ATK's pressure continues. Pops out a little bit further to die for, picking this up comfortably at the midfield. Didn't manage to get that boost, and so it doesn't have a lot in the tank to work with, besides to not chase it down the back wall. Back and forth these two go. Still 3 minutes left in this game.
Happy Meal and To Die For shooting at 50% for the series. Only Archeon keeping up with that. The other two need to get in on the action. This can't be a one-man show. This team have got to get involved, and there's a key difference for me as well. Team synergy from Bravado has been far better. ADK relying a little too heavily on individuals trying to make things happen, open up defenses, whereas Bravado kind of moving upfield and getting those passing plays in.
And you know, there was a final chance for ATK. They had done all the work to pop it towards the center, but there was just so much time because they had invested 2 people into the first attack that no one was ready and waiting to try capitalize on it. The ball level in the field for just a little bit, and Bravado now going to take that small breather window that they had to recollect their thoughts and push down towards the other side of the field. This is not a good pinch off Skulchi. Sends it back towards the orange goal line. Double save has to come out. Bravado going to be looking for this. The demo on the retreat, though, comes out from Skulchi, hammering home, and this has been a part of the game that we have neglected so far. It's how physical these teams are starting to become in their pursuit of this tire stalemate.
Yeah, okay, so the pass out wide is going to be picked up by Daisy, and this pass back into the middle. Can someone get on that? Yes, To Die For can. Does he get any kind of angle or double on this? It kind of squirts up against the wall. Happy Meal up, but he is blocked away. And ATK going through a period of very nervy defending and not entirely convincing clearing and defending. They're keeping it out for now, being helped by a shot going high there. But it is scrappy, it's dangerous, and somehow they've survived. How have they survived? Now they've got some breathing room as the ball cannons over to the blue side, and they might make something happen here, but my goodness, they're lucky to get away with that.
Man, that was literally skin of your teeth kind of stuff, and the fact that they managed to pinch it into such a good position for themselves and completely turn the tide was honestly like the last breath for ATK there on the defense. It felt like they're going to have to do it again, though. Bravado setting up high. It pinches back the long way down. ATK very keen to look for these sneaky goals back down to the other side of the field and pinches off weird angles. Bravado trying to sustain with this consistent pressure lineup that they've run so well. Daisy going to be setting it up this time, has beaten all 3, nearly finds the angle to the back of the net, but it's up to Skull G now to try and turn it back down to the other side of the field with 30 seconds left. Ooh, this could be it, actually. No.
And Bravado having a much better reading of the game. They're far less likely to be caught out of the back, whereas ATK, you kind of feel it might happen at any time, whereas Bravado kind of have a very keen sense of how plays are going to develop and positioning themselves accordingly, and that's kept them from getting into trouble with those attempted sort of counters, long counters coming out from ATK.
Well, the ball is going to touch down, and we have our second overtime of how many in this series between Bravado and ATK. It has been very close. Bravado looked dominating in one of the games, but other than that, neck and neck, as ATK would love to be able to level up the series and prove how close this is. Bravado, on the other hand, desperate to get onto that match point or that series point and try and secure themselves one step closer towards a grand finals versus Orlando Pirates. Greybeard, do you believe? Are we going to a game 7? Oh no, the shot, ATK!
Archeon gonna take it for ATK, and I was about to make the comment that ATK, the overtimes have worked for them. They've won both of the overtimes, this time in just 27 seconds after a minute 13 in that first one. And yeah, we are now leveled up, and it feels a little bit like by hook or by crook, ATK find themselves here. And you know what? As long as they've got themselves into the position, they can move from here. But you do feel they have got to tighten up and get a little bit more coordinated in their defense and how they move forward. They've scrapped their way here, it feels like.
Yeah, it has been, like you say, by hook or by crook, because it's still like that 1.2 steps now. It feels a little bit closer, but they're still trying to catch up at this stage. They're still having to find these cheeky little pinches or a sneaky pinch that goes the length of the field, literally, to get yourselves out of a very dangerous situation. We see ATK being pushed back into their own half so many times, and for such a long period of time, that Bravado always looks dangerous, where And if you look at the fact that, yeah, it's 2 games apiece, and I think ATK is going to be exuberant with that, considering how close it has been. When Bravado won their games, it looked a lot more convincing.
And I do think Bravado will feel like they should perhaps be at 3-1 now and at a series point. But huge props to ATK for keeping up with the fight. Yeah, they've looked the less finessed of the 2 teams, but they've kept up. And yeah, they've had to work a little bit harder, but they've kept up. They're here, they're in the conversation, they're in the battle. And now their first job is going to not allow Bravado to score their almost trademark early goal.
Yeah, we talked about how good these teams were on the kickoff, and it has been quite quiet from that side. Instead, just having to win it out in the midfield, maybe not being caught by surprise on too many of these quick attacks anymore. Now just maybe preferring to go for that slightly slower play style of kickoffs, just to get yourself that little bit of insurance. Still, the pressure comes out very quickly from both these sides. The 1-2 pass attempt comes out there, intercepted by Happy Meal, pushes ATK again onto a defensive position. Bravado looking to come in. Daisy gets an interesting touch towards the center, only manages to beat one with it to die for. Self-pass onto the wall, though, creates a slight opportunity. ATK, again, slightly under pressure. Haven't seen too much life out of them so far, and that little attempt at a clear there puts them under a lot of pressure. Daisy takes advantage of this misplayed challenge coming out there in the center, slows it down, and Happy Meal just getting in the way. Werty, not sure why he charged out for that one.
Yeah, it sort of seemed a charge without a definite plan, and to die for doing wonderfully to just keep control. So not an early goal for Bravado, but an early one nonetheless within the first minute, which gives them the advantage here on Wasteland, and the pressure, more pressure coming from Bravado in terms of their territorial and attacking play. And it is because they are more intent when they're going forward with intent, looking for each other, whereas ATK, their forays forward are following up on long clears or just desperate clears to get out of their half. And it has made Bravado look a little bit more polished, and certainly with the lead. And now one of those long attempted shots is cut out by Happy Meal, and he's going to have a go at the net. If he can get the pass out to the front, he goes high. Daisy's up. Daisy finishes. And that is what Bravado are doing and what is keeping them just fractionally ahead.
I did not know you could backflip a ball off the corner wall like that, Happy Meal. That is a great play to get that ball as far away from the orange goal as you can and as close to your teammates as you can. And get it there nice and quickly, gets the shot off, and it's going to be a third. Happy Meal picks it up, and within just 2 seconds of each other, these goals coming in. Yeah, and Bravado suddenly much more in control of this, and looking to stamp it on ATK that, yeah, you're winning in overtimes, but you're going to have to get there first.
Well, Happy Meal, big fan of the kickoff goals. All the 3 kickoff goals coming from Bravado have all been scored by Happy Meal. So he's very quick to pounce after kickoff. And Bravado are out shooting A2K, but their accuracy needs to improve. If they improve their accuracy, they're going to be devastating here. And but this is starting to look a little like Game 2 with a Bravado domination. And mistakes like that, it's so uncharacteristic. And not for the first time, and you feel certainly not for the last.
Yeah, at this stage, it comes down to those unforced errors. Being able to create your own opportunities is great, but if you're just giving away possession or giving away these opportunities, not taking full advantage of them, you do tend to put yourself in a slightly worse position. ATK hunting still for each of these goals. Archeon, the person who's been leading the charge so much, a definite MVP so far from ATK, is going to have to be the one to start off these offensive attacks. You talked about it previously. It's either the banger towards the other side of the field or some sort of attempt from Archeon to dribble it up and create something for his team.
Yeah, and for the most part not working out. In a few of the games, well, at least 2 of them, it's working out for them, where they managed to take the game, both of those in overtime, and now it's 4-0 to die for, continuing the momentum for Bravado, and it is starting to look a little like Game 2, but again, the work from Daisy, and I don't know if enough can be said about Daisy and the role he plays. He sets up so many of these outstanding plays for Bravado.
Yeah, I love it. And you talked about someone like Hamburger getting those kickoff goals. And the interesting thing for Bravado is that in every one of their games, besides game 1, they have taken first blood. And it seemed like that every time in these games. It's either Bravado takes the lead and there's no answer from ATK, or if ATK is able to step up and try and take the challenge back, then they're able to start fighting from behind every time. And so, you know, there's a lot to be said about how much fortitude ATK has to show in each of these games. Maybe this is just the longer strides eventually paying off, and ATK having to rest for a little bit just unfortunately make some mistakes, and that fatigue, that adrenaline starting to get to them. Maybe time for a timeout after this game. But we'll see what ATK decide to do. They've got a minute left, and highly unlikely, but Caster's apostrophe right there, Caster's asterisk over that statement, because with a minute left, you got to start thinking about, you're still not out of it, but you're one step away.
Okay, but maybe now they're getting counted, and in contrast to the first split, where Archeon was kind of struggling on the team. Right now, he's out shooting, he's out scoring his teammates, he's being the most dominant, and Skulk, who is known for being such an anchor, such a solid player for the ATKT, he and Werty have just not been involved enough in the series and if they can and I think your point is well made, take the time out, figure out how to get these two players in the game, then you can properly have an attempt at least at dominating Bravado. But right now, they're having the run of it here in Game 5 like they did in Game 2, and it's going to be ATK chasing proceedings.
That's not a position, and it seems like a position that ATK is having to fight their way out of every time. And if there was ever a more resilient team, I don't think they came from SSA, because ATK is one of these teams that will fight it out to the death. Unfortunately, getting capitalized upon again by Happy Meal, just reading this so high. Archeon didn't manage to get a good clear, and Skulky trying valiantly to get that out, even was there for the second touch, but just such a quick play from Happy Meal. And it's that difference in pace between these two teams.
Something that's been bothering me about Werty, and I've just seen what it is. He's riding the Octane. This has to be the first time in all of the regionals that he's not been in the Dingo, and that makes me a little nervous for him, because it must mean there's a little bit of uncertainty going on. You know, when things aren't going well, the go-to is to change your car, which he has not done throughout these two splits. And now here we are in the lower bracket final, and he's in the Octane.
Dingo diff. Definitely Dingo diff. Now, I don't know what it is. We have seen periods of up and down for both these sides. We've seen, you know, where I think it was last regional, it was Bravado that seemed to be taking a bit of a rough time, didn't win all their games as cleanly as they wanted to. And here, maybe same sort of thing. They would love to be able to take a much more decisive victory over ATK, but ATK is still ready to their scrap and scrabble all the way to overtimes twice to be able to take these games. I think if Bravado manages to win this 4-2, I think they'll still be very happy with the outcome of it, feel much more confident going into Orlando Pirates. But ATK is not ready to lay down and die just yet, I think. I would hate to see just their 2 victories come off overtimes, scratching at the heels of Bravado.
I fully expect them to get back into this game somehow, some way, and will be disappointed if they don't win it and push it to a Game 7 decider. But it is, Bravado just have to carry on doing what they're doing. They're doing it well enough to win. They've, you know, the two games they've lost going to overtime, so, and you'll feel they had it within their grasp to win those, but the games they've won have been solid victories.
Yeah, and I think that's the big defining point between these two teams right now, is like when Archeon doesn't manage to get the space that he needs to create the plays. I mean, let's put it in perspective. In Game 2, where they actually looked probably the most comfortable, Game 4, where they actually won that last game, Archeon got 784 points, got both of their goals, got 4 out of their 6 saves, and got a 66% shooting. I mean, if that's not taking the game onto your own shoulders, I don't know what is. But this time, like you say, just needing to try and communicate a little bit better, ATK, as they let this one trickle down, dives here and there. And maybe this is Archeon just feeling the pressure as he misses that one, and Werty completely out of position, or at least struggling to get back after his push forward.
Yeah, you know what? That's an absolute sign of a lack of synergy there, where you got your third man diving in from distance like that and then missing it, not getting anything on it, and it completely exposed them at the back. And you know what? All day, every day, to die for Happy Meal Daisy, they're going to pounce on that and score. And now when you see this sort of work from to die for, it's just got to send terror into your heart. And they shot after shot here, somehow they survive it. They try a counter of their own, but this is where Bravado have been good. Very aware of what the game situation and what they need to do in positioning themselves accordingly. And it has saved them more than once. And not even saved them in any kind of critical way. They knew what was happening and they found themselves where they had to be. Oh my. ATK surviving a close one there, Alt.
Yeah, how many more close ones like that are ATK going to push past their net? And when they go on the offense, they just don't seem to have the same sort of game plan as Bravado, because they get a shot onto the backboard, a beautiful pass, and then both their players who are back are either too far away or just not in position, turning, going for boost or something, and not able to follow up off what's the best chances of their setup so far. Then they get pushed back, and time after time, that's 2 or 3 times in a row, and here comes another one for Bravado, just setting up in front of the net. Happy Meal slows it down. Skulchi having to find a desperate pinch to get the situation back on their side, and still not anywhere close to scoring their first goal.
And you know what? When they are in front of net, they don't have a bad accuracy, 30% shooting accuracy from ATK as a whole. But the big problem is they're just not in front of the opposition net enough. They're doing this, scrapping their way out of their own corner, trying to defend these high, looping, awkward shots coming over their net, banging them away, trying to get something happening. If they can just coordinate their way out of their own half, get in front of the net, they got a 1 in 3 chance of scoring.
They've got to do it time and time again. Bravado doing such a good job of just setting up at that midfield, always creating a level, and even if they lose the midfield battle, they go back to their own net. They use it as a second meeting point, rally point, and then they start pushing forwards. Now back and forth in front of this net. ATK surviving yet again, somehow, without taking it. There's still 2 minutes left, and with a single goal in it, every one of these opportunities is critical to die for. Clashes against Skulchi in the air. Daisy looking for the shot, pushes it down. Werty kills it in front of net, manages to pop it over Happy Meal, and so has a breakaway opportunity here. Daisy going to push it the long way down, reinforced by to die for though, and the demo kind of shuts down ATK's opportunity.
Well, I tell you this, if ATK did not have the ability to scrap in front of their own net, to somehow clutch it out, Werty, can he get the angle? He can, and he finally will get there. And there we go. ATK get themselves in front of Bravado's net, and they score. They have a 1 in 3 chance of doing this. They don't just get there enough, but they have leveled it up. But to finish my thought, Alt, if they didn't have the ability to scrap and clutch in front of their own net, this game would have been done already this series.
Exactly, right? Is the fact that they can sit on tooth and nail, you know, holding onto the plank of their defense, the woodwork that's being ripped apart around them, and somehow just survive that for long enough to get one opportunity to turn it around, one decent backboard, a pass towards the center, great shot to finish it off, and ATK level up the series. They've only had one chance, and they've been desperately struggling for their lives for the rest of it, but it's great to see they're not out yet.
You know what? They're living on that high adrenaline, and it's nowhere to live. I mean, you know, not for long-term prosperity, but somehow they're finding themselves here. They're leveled up. They're trying to find the angles again. Werty trying to bring it back round, and this is better from ATK, getting themselves in front, not in a scrappy, cleary way, but an actual building pressure way. And there might be something here, but Happy Meal will get the high clearance, and now maybe a counter. But this time, Skull G actually finds himself back in rotation and able to pick it up.
Yeah, he had to be. Both of his other teammates dove for that ball that came down in front of the net, and ATK is desperately wanting to throw whatever it takes in to secure this right now. Here comes a nice chip out towards the other side. Daisy intercepting it, but only delaying Werty's push forward. Now Skulchi, ATK sitting in front of this net. They've fought so long. They haven't had many opportunities. They would love to make this one count. Like you said, 1 in 3. Demo comes out and could stall things out for a little bit. 3 seconds left. ATK looking to take this. Bravado would love to knock them out now. It could even go to an overtime. 2 out of how many so far? as Happy Meal drops it down. Oh, come on!
This has got to be ATKs. They've won every overtime. We are running at a 50% overtime rate. 1 out of 2 games will go to overtime between Bravado and ATK. And right now, 2 of the 3 overtimes are going to ATK. The third one still in progress. A shot toward the net will be cleared out. But maybe this suits their high adrenaline play of ATK. Throw it all on the line, live on the edge, and see what comes. Come what may, and ATK looking to win their 3rd overtime, but no one's there to take advantage of the loose ball in front of Bravado's net.
I don't care if this is how they play. Guys, please stop. If this is what it takes for you to be victors or something, I don't know if I can carry on casting then. Because guys, I'm over 30. I'm basically ancient at this stage. So please don't hold on by the skin of your teeth every time and manage to pull it back in overtime. I would love to see them do it here. And I would love to go to Game 7. But it is not to be. Daisy intercepts us. Eventually ATK getting pushed back one too many times. Happy Meal lifts it high, lifts it out of reach, and Daisy picks it out the air.
And there you go. ATK living dangerously, one too many times, a minute too far, just not enough. I mean, they scrapped and fought, and they are scrappy fighters, Alt. But you know what? When you're living life on the edge, eventually you fall the wrong way, and that's what happened with ATK here. They didn't have that cohesion and momentum going forward to see them through. And Bravado, they will go and meet who they're going to meet, Orlando Pirates, for not the first time in the RLCS for SSA.
Oh man, that was scrappy all the way to the end. I'm sure Tofu Elliott was sitting on the panel just waiting to chime back in here, and whether you actually believed ATK would be able to pull that off.
Yeah, it was tough, and ATK looked like they might have been able to push through, but to me, Bravado just always seemed to have that extra special sauce, that something in their back pocket that they could pull out at the last minute. And what was that, 3 overtimes there? At the very least? I mean, just crazy stuff from our lower final, and now I'm just hoping, can we get anything close to that entertaining for our grand final? I mean, that would be something, Months, right?
It would be, and there's doubt that it could be as well. Like, Pirates looked so good against Bravado. The difference is now Bravado have had a little chance to warm up, right? Orlando Pirates have gone a little bit cold. Bravado coming in hot. I mean, scoring about 1,000 goals in that last game. If they can, like, harness that momentum, hold on to it, grip it, and come into Pirates nice and strongly early on, I mean, we could see them snatch a series, and then who knows in the final series after a Branca reset.
Well, let's find out what Stats Corner had to say about that. What did the lower final look like on paper?
A very interesting series between these two teams. We might have thought Bravado came out on top on paper before the series marked, but as ever, it's always a little bit more complicated in practice.
Yeah, and I mean, it was very much a series that was on and off, especially for ATK. You know, being close to Bravado, forcing an overtime, and then getting whitewashed by them and completely shut out. I mean, 8-3 is the joint highest amount of goals scored in this winter split at 11 goals in a game, which is absolutely obscene. And then also losing 6-0 is and ATK in game 5. Very much, if they were feeling it, they were, especially if Arcean was feeling it, he was. But if Arcean wasn't there, or Arcean got eliminated, then Bravado had free reign.
They did, and all of the Bravado players shooting really well. Daisy at 26 is still perfectly reasonable, shooting a quarter of his shots into the goal, and you know that's the worst on the team. To die for shooting 40%. Happy Meals 53.3, so he's scoring more than half of the shots he took in that series. Bravado doing really well, like you say. Archeon with 46% conversion is very decent, but Bertie and Schalk just couldn't quite keep up in that series. They weren't supporting him quite well enough, and I think that was perhaps down to maybe a little bit boost management.
Yeah, boost management definitely like the Achilles heel of a lot of SSA teams, to be honest. Not just ATK here, but as you said, Schalk and Verti not being able to catch up with Arcean. mainly because they were on a minute without any boost in their tank. Arcean, the next player, 35 seconds per game without any boost. And I mean, even though, yes, Schalke and Verti were the fastest players in the lobby, speed-wise, it didn't really benefit them in any way. They weren't really getting the demos with that speed. They just were wasting a lot of boost that they then couldn't use to support Arcean in the way he needed.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's a lot of, a lot of wasted boost. We talk a lot about that boost usage while supersonic, when you're already at the top speed that you could be, and then you're keeping on boosting. Obviously, you need to stay at that speed, but you want to feather your boost so you're using as little as possible, and ATK were using quite a lot. Like what they're saying, we were talking on the cast, they said they're taking 1.5 steps. They're sort of running their legs that bit faster, and they really were. You can see it. All 3 ATK players were the fastest 3 in the lobby by a pretty decent distance, but like you say, speed not everything, and I mean, it just comes down to Bravado scoring for fun and doing quite well to find each other.
Yeah, and those assist plays as well for Bravado, those team plays, not being reliant on any single individual. Yes, To Die For was really good at the beginning of the series, but Daisy and Happy Meal just warming up as the series progressed. And overall, they shot 22 goals, Bravado, and 16 of them were assists. That's really strong quota there. 16 from 22, actually, turning out to be 73%, as I just calculated. So 73% shooting accuracy, goal participation rate, so assisted goals for Bravado Gaming, higher than their average this regional, and definitely something that ATK didn't necessarily expect.
So there you have it, Elliot. Bravado finding each other and finding their feet in this regional. Their stat line heavily hampered by the fact that they've played the vast majority of their games in playoffs so far this regional. But these games will do a lot of good. They were scoring for fun, Happy Meal in particular being absolutely clinical. They'll need every little bit of stat they can get to take on the Pirates in a full best of 7.
Well, thank you very much, statisticians, and ladies and gentlemen, we have our grand finalists. Surprising precisely no one, we've got Orlando Pirates XD as our upper bracket grand finalists, and Bravado Gaming coming in through the lower bracket will have to bracket reset Orlando Pirates and then beat them once again. That's 2 best of 7s back to back that they're going to have to emerge victorious, and that's after losing 4 games to 1 against Orlando Pirates already today. So a very tough lineup, but I know that it's going to be an exciting matchup nonetheless. So don't go anywhere, because right after this, we'll be back with the SSA Regional Number 3 Grand Final.
So you better start running. No, you can't control. Feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control. Feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne.
from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the magic happen. They got us a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me. So we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me. Born in the darkness, fight for the light. If this ever die, I'ma fight for my life. Keep fighting on, listen, keep fighting on. We keep moving up, you can't hold us up. So I'm up above the clouds. So I can't see the ground. So I ain't coming down. So no, I ain't ever coming down. Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the magic happen. They got us a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for what might be the final time today. It's RLCS, it's the 2021-2022 season, and it's the Winter Split. The final regional of the Winter Split, and it is Championship Sunday. We're already here. How does this keep happening? All right, stop. All right, just give me one of those watches that stops time, and we're gonna pause it here. We're gonna be in the grand final always. Don't give me that look, Muntz. All right, I can see you over there squinting at me. I do not accept that this is the end of this weekend. Okay, if I talk for long enough, they won't be able to start, and we'll never finish the championship. It's already upon us. Bravado Gaming, the underdogs, looking to come against four-time champions this season in Orlando Pirates XD. And who else but the only team to ever beat them? Greybeard, I know that this is obviously important to you, especially being from the region. What would this mean to Bravado Gaming if they were able to complete a bracket reset here over the Pirates?
Well, first I have to say, I love the fact that you sit there and say that you want this to continue all night. If you carried on talking, I'd give you about 7 minutes before you collapse in a heap, asleep live on camera. You are so tired from having helped put this together and produce it, but I love the enthusiasm. But when it comes to Bravado and Orlando, it would be huge for Bravado, of course. They want to become legitimate title holders of the best RLCS team in the SSA region. And to do that, they're going to have to beat Orlando Pirates consistently. And keep in mind, they did it twice in the regional where they won. They beat Orlando in 2 best-of-7. So they have done it, but it's still a tough one.
A very, very tough one. And if we can bring up this team comparison, I think that the numbers are going to bear out just how tough this will be for Bravado Gaming. Stats Corner, could you run us through these numbers and whatever else you may have dug up before our ultimate series, our final clash of the weekend?
Well, Elliot, as we've seen on the overlay and as MacTfish and I have been looking at, Pirate stat sheet, just absolutely frightening. They lead the league, MacTfish, in, well, practically everything.
Well, yeah, that's a good comparison for... Well, Pirates, you just are the best team statistically in the region, in this regional. There's no questions asked. They've got 1,330 points per game. They shoot more. They've 11 shots per game. They've got a conversion rate of 40%, even though they have 11 shots. So they're going to put a lot of goals past you, namely at least 4 per game.
Yeah, I mean, that's worth sort of devoting a stats corner to in itself. Second place, by the way, out of interest, is Bot Gaming for this weekend. I think partly because, as we were saying, playoff series really dampened stats for most teams. Bot Gaming obviously unfortunately had to forfeit, which they'll be gutted by, but on paper it makes them look fantastic. Second place, 2.9 goals per game. That's great. If I'm scoring 2.9 goals per game with my team in ranked, I'm over the moon. Pirates, 4.43. Absolutely insane. Bravado really have to bring their A game here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something they struggled with earlier, Bravado, where they've got thoroughly overwhelmed by the Pirates. So I'm wondering to see if they could make the adaptations that they made in that game 4 where they won the game earlier. Namely, forcing Pirates to play with less boost, because Pirates use a lot of boost. They're one of the boost hungriest teams, but they use it quite effectively as well. So they are a team very much reliant on their boost, not to keep at a high speed, but also to make their signature playstyle, the fast cutting playstyle, work.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, for Bravado, they have to just do some key things to get the win. One of them promising. I wrote this before the last series, and I was saying, you know, they need to make sure that they're getting their team plays in. When they beat Pirates a couple of regionals ago, it was because they managed to get 23 of 28 assisted goals. So that's very, very good from them, and I think that's something we should be looking for again. The fact that they started doing that against ATK, promising, but the magnitude of this task against Pirates, particularly with the bracket reset, is just immense.
Yeah, and to throw one more set out there, it's, while yes, Bravado has been warming up those team plays now against ATK, Pirates still have a goal participation rate, so assisted goal percentage of 78%. That in itself is really, really good. Now consider the fact, Pirates have scored 93 goals this regional. In total, group stage plus playoffs. Absolutely absurd. They've assisted 72 of them, and they're only 20 goals short of the all-time record for most goals scored in any regional. That is held, by the way, by Bravado in Regional 1 with 112 goals.
So there you have it, Elliot. It's insanely tough to see Bravado managing much more than just a good fight against this Pirates side. We're looking at them. They've been playing a lot of playoff matches, so their stat sheet doesn't look great. Last regionals, they had 2 players in the top 5 for score per game. They had 1 in the top 3 back in Regional 1. This time round, their first player comes in at 16th on the individual leaderboard. So Bravado looking to make a big splash here, but Pirates will be looking to keep the ship steady.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed that bit of wordplay there at the end, and I know that Muntz did as well, as a big fan of horrendous puns. I'm going to come straight over to you, Muntz, for our first prediction here. Bravado Gaming, heavy underdogs coming into this, and all the worse for the fact that they've had to go through the lower bracket. So who is going to take the crown?
Look, I backed Bravado in the upper bracket final to maybe steal an upset. Thought it was a long shot, but I thought they definitely had a chance. But my oh my, did Pirates really upset my expectations. They looked vulnerable earlier in the tournament, looking so strong now. But I'm going to back Bravado again, because with the qualifier, for now, for this first series in this potential bracket reset, I think they're going to be coming in hot, and I think if they can get a couple games lead, it's going to be too much. I don't think Orlando Pirates are going to be able to wrest momentum from them in time to save the first series.
Okay, we've got one on the board for Bravado. That's a good start. Ultraism, what do you think?
You know, I started today by saying that just because we say Orlando Pirates was not as good in group stage because they dropped a game, or, you know, they weren't winning games as cleanly as possible, I said at the beginning, it's not a testament to the fact that Orlando Pirates has dropped in quality. It's the fact that everyone else has started to get much better. Royalty challenging ATK today, ATK challenging Bravado. Every one of the fights has been pretty tough throughout the day, and it's been so great to see for SA Rocket League. But at the end of the day, Orlando Pirates is the best team. They have been for a long time, and I really think they're going to want to close out this weekend, and just the whole split, and just go into the third split going, we only lost once. That's pretty good, guys. So Orlando Pirates, I believe, have got the strength and the history to take this.
All right, one for the underdogs, one for the favorites. Greybeard, which way are you tipping us?
if we all cast our minds back to February last year, a year ago, most of the people on this broadcast had never even heard of Sub-Saharan Africa, probably didn't even know we played Rocket League here. Here we are at the end of a second split, talking RLCS like it's business as usual. It's amazing times. With all of that said, I want to go and predict with what I want, but that has gotten me into trouble, and I have to go with what, and with advanced apologies for Happy Meal if we're sitting here interviewing him in about 45 minutes time, but I do think the Pirates take it.
Okay, well, we've got 2 for the favorites, and I respect, Greybeard, your ability to go against your heart and go with your brain. That is something that I'm just incapable of, though. So sign me up for Bravado Gaming right here. And no one from Bravado Gaming is being interviewed in 45 minutes, because if they want to do this, they have to win not 1, but 2 best of 7s back to back after making it through that lower final. So a massive underdog story, a mountain to climb for Bravado Gaming right now. But what a narrative that is. So much excitement here as we head into the grand finals. It's Championship Sunday. This is what it's all been building towards. Months, Greybeard, take it away.
And Months, I feel like I just need to clarify what I want. What I desperately want is the bracket reset, because that's where all the fun happens, when we start to lose our voices along with our minds. But I do think just the determination we've seen from Orlando Pirates this whole weekend. I don't know if they're in a getting beaten sort of mood.
They definitely weren't earlier today. Yesterday against Royalty, I thought they might have been. I really felt like there was weakness there, Greybeard, and I was so convinced of it that I really backed Bravado to take them down earlier today. I feel like I'm less confident this time because of that showing that the Pirates had earlier in the day against Bravado specifically. But Bravado, they do have the warm hands, right? They have come off. Even though they dispatched of ATK fairly handily, it was a tough series. It was a competitive series, and they're going to come in pretty hot, feeling spicy, all warmed up and ready to play. And I do think they're talented enough to take games off Orlando Pirates with that advantage. Whether or not it's enough to then hold off the Orlando Pirates just surging back at them, we'll have to wait and see. But I do think they're good enough. I don't know about the second series, though, but for now, Greybeard, it's the first series. Orlando Pirates versus Bravado in the regional number 3 grand final. We're going to get this one started with a demo.
Well, that was almost what's coming to be known as the trademark early goal from Bravado Gaming. Getting through with a demo, but Snowy managing to squeeze it away, and now on the other side there's a shot that's saved away. What I am liking about this series is I do believe all the external factors are not a factor in terms of, the nerves. Both of these teams have been here before. They've played each other. They've been at finals, so that shouldn't be a factor. A beautiful flick is going to be saved. And early aggression, early passion, early opportunities on both sides of the pitch, and massive demos on either side.
Well, demos are going to be something to watch as this series progresses. Bravado falling victim to count. Okay, not countless. It was about 4 a game from Orlando Pirates, which, okay, in the overall scheme of things, doesn't sound like an insane amount. It is a lot. 2, they were at such important times, and another theme throughout this tournament is that you can't give Orlando Pirates freebies, and this is the very definition of it.
I spoke quite a bit in the last series with ATK that Bravado were very good at sensing the play and being where they needed to be, and very difficult to catch out at the back. They were caught out there, and that's a function of ATK kind of allowing Bravado to play their game, and almost to die for, finding a way through, but Darth having none of it. Whereas Pirates are a different kettle of bananas. They're not going to let you play where you're comfortable.
Absolutely not. Also, kettles of bananas. I tried to put some bananas in the freezer today. Do not do that. It turns out badly. Daisy also, I want to give him a little bit of credit, did have a bumping offensive player chasing him when he did score that own goal. Definitely a forced own goal, not an unforced error leading to it. So a little bit of a reprieve for him. can't feel too guilty or too embarrassed about that. But at the end of the day, forced or unforced, it doesn't matter. Orlando Pirates up by 1 in game 1, and a lot of my hopes for a Bravado win, or that were down to me predicting a Bravado win, was them starting strong, and Greybeard, it's the complete opposite. Orlando Pirates are popping right now.
And the mid-air demo, Skill Steal popping it forward, and Snowy reading it like it was a nursery book, finding the touch into the net. And yeah, this is the determination I think we saw from very early on with Pirates, is they are taking this very seriously, and they're not interested in our content. They just want to get the job done.
Daisy, look at that. The delayed flip catches it perfectly with the corner of his front bumper, takes it over the top of the defenders. And before halftime, Bravado halve that lead.
And I'm just wondering about Darth. He was defending up at the front post. And as that play was coming in, Snowy was there as well. Skill Steal was some distance away, and he kind of chose to go up the wall there and leaving the entire back of the net completely open. And Daisy exploited that to perfection. Darth now trying to make up for that, almost finding a way through. But it is a 2-1 game as we come over halfway.
Maybe not for long to die for, with time and space, and almost finds an angle, but in the end it's a little bit too tight. Pinches across the net. Pressure continuing though. Snowy with a good pinch with the oncoming Bravado Gaming attacker. But as it stands, Daisy with a shot to rock at the net does come in. Not a lot of boost right now to continue the attack for Bravado as they back off to midfield and pick up some extra. To die for, the only one with anything in the tank, and eventually they give up some ground, allow Orlando to come onto them and pick up some boost. And it might put them in good stead for this one. To die for, denied on the line.
My word, what a clutch save there. Snowy getting involved, scoring the 2 goals and a save there. And maybe a hat-trick! Snowy does get the hat-trick! And will put Bravado, I beg your pardon, Orlando Pirates back with the 2-goal lead. Set up with the pass from Darth.
Once again, you see Darth just diving across the goal mouth after making that pass. And that, for me, is just as important as picking out Snowy, right? Once Snowy's got that shot, he's limited in his angles and in his options. So the defender knows roughly where the shot is coming in, how to get to it. Darth darting across the goal mouth forces the defender to wait, and it opens up the net. And even though the defense weren't affected by the bump, well, weren't affected physically, rather, they were affected in that they couldn't take the save as they wanted it, and that led to that goal.
And something I raised also in the last series, and I wonder what you think about it. These guys know each other so well. They have played each other ad nauseum in this competition, oh my word, and in scrims, and they've played together. They've played against one another. How do you come up with, to do different things that the opposition aren't expecting when you've played them so often? Oh my goodness.
And that's so difficult, right? Because even if you do come up with strategies, you can't really practice it against Orlando Pirates in a scrim or something, because then you might be giving away that strategy, and then who else can you practice it on? There's no one else at the level of Pirates. No one else plays like them in SSA, so you've kind of got to, even if you do come up with some magic key, some skeleton key to unlocking the Orlando Pirates, you've just got to test it out in action. And right now, all the tests are coming up with fails for Bravado right here. Happy Meal doing his best, but Darth with no quarter given.
I'm trying to remember now what the stats corner said about how many goals behind the regional record Orlando Pirates are. I think it's around 20 goals that they'd have to score in this series to get close to that. Well, they got 4 of them so far. If they get 5 per game, they're going to be right there and thereabouts. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. A bit of defensive work, but the ball going wide. A demo is going to open up a scoring lane here, surely. To Die For turns around it, almost fakes out Pirates, but they come up positive with it and back on the other side for an attempt, and the clock has run down, and a good start from the Pirates.
Yeah, at this point, can I change my prediction now, Greybeard? Because I did have that qualifier that Bravado were going to start strong, right? Coming out the gate with momentum from their last series, and that Pirates would have to play catch-up. Well, that's been thrown out the window. My analysis, as good as garbage, because Orlando Pirates, they look like the one that's just come off a competitive series. They're the one setting the pace, setting the tone, and it's going to be up to Bravado to come from behind.
All right, I have two responses to your question. One, no, you may not change your prediction, is the first answer. The second, though, is months. I think we've both been doing this long enough to realize that throwing forward for a series based on a game one is often a massive mistake. That was a fantastic start, but we do see these swings. And when we get to the experience level of these two teams, the one capability which is so critical is to shake off a bad loss and come out, reset, focus on the game in front. So I do think Bravado are good enough and experienced enough at this point to go, okay, write that one off, let's go forward. And keep in mind, they've got to keep remembering, we have taken down this team in 2 best-of-7s in a single regional.
And I mean, historically, in recent history, as recent as their last series, Bravado have shown the ability to bounce back from a heavy loss in a specific game. The game one was Orlando Pirates winning 5-1, and then Bravado came back. It was much tighter. They still lost the second game, but it was only 2-1. Then Orlando Pirates responded with a 5-0, and then Bravado won the next game. So we know that they can respond to these drubbings and kind of just wash it off, shake it off, whatever you want to call it, come back, keep it competitive, and even snatch games.
Early pressure here from Bravado. They almost sneak one through, but this has been a very positive start for them. Only 20 seconds in, but they've been camped out in Pirates half, looking for a way through. The player completely removed there, and Darth now will try to get it out. He doesn't succeed. Snowy will miss, and to die for will accept gratefully the gift with which he was offered.
I mean, like Orlando Pirates, where we say you can't give them gifts, you can't give To Die For any kind of easy opportunity. He's going to take that chance. He's going to punish, and now we see it. Now we see Orlando playing from behind, and against Royalty and at times against Bravado, this is where they struggled. They struggled when they didn't have the lead to count on, and having to chase the game seemed to make them rush just a little bit. It's almost like they expect to be in control at all times, and when they're not, they're a little bit rattled.
Well, I think what's very good for Bravado is often what is said about Pirates is they don't make a lot of mistakes, but they do make them. And when they do, you got to be there to punish. And To Die For certainly was there to pounce on it. But it should also be said it did come on the back of a good period of pressure. Everything since the start, from a pressure and territory point of view, has been Bravado, and it's paid off for them, which is really important for their momentum and their confidence going forward. But now, finally, a flip reset here from Darth. I'm not sure if he used it or not. Oh, such a good shot. It's going to result in a goal for Snowy. But that was all Darth.
Yeah, he used that flip reset to perfection on the wave dash to catch the shot on the bounce, and To Die For. Credit to him, did so well to get up. I think that ball was 85% over the line. It was denied, but no one able to react in time on the defensive side. Instead, Orlando Pirates level it up and almost have an opportunity immediately off the kickoff, and in fact, immediately after that, Skill Steal will put it in the open net.
Bravado dominating the game in the opening minute, getting that goal, and then leveled up by Pirates, and now they're ahead. And to go back to that first goal, another South Africanism, which I think adequately covers that play, was no sis, man. It was just that disgusting and disgustingly good. And Pirates suddenly ahead after facing a lot of Bravado pressure.
Yeah, and I talked about them looking rattled in previous series when they were behind. No sign of that. They looked confident. And, okay, you can't look too deeply into a kickoff goal, I feel, and especially when one that comes in with maybe a clear that should have been made from Bravado. So Orlando may be getting away with it just a little bit after that equalizer. Either way, at the end of the day, they're up by 1, and we've had 2 minutes of play so far. Bravado, again, having to come from behind, and they're going to have to come from even further as Snowy just extends that lead.
I'm trying to remember when last in the series that Snowy was this dominant. You know, he's always involved in the action. He's always there and thereabouts. but he has been so present in this series, well, at least in the game and a half that we've had, scoring a hat-trick in the last game and getting involved here with the help of Darth, it has to be said, and Skill Steal double commit here. Is it going to be punished? Oh, the shot was there, but it was way too soft. The follow-up! Finally, everyone from Bravado having a crack at the net, and it is Daisy who will finally find the empty portion of it.
And whether or not it's intentional, I think this was the perfect play from Happy Meal. Putting it off the post, keeping it out of the defense's grasp. Maybe a double jump could have saved that initial shot if it was on target. I'm not sure, it was too close to tell, but the shot to the post was perfect. It left the defense hapless and meant that that goal for Bravado was all but assured as soon as it bounced on out. Fantastic response, and they've got half a game to play, Gravy. It feels like it's been a while, but they can respond. If they can keep Orlando Pirates away from another goal and find one of themselves, not just the game will be turned on its head, but I do think the series.
Well, it has been a very good game for them. The last game, it sort of started out a little shaky, but they were kind of in and around, and then it was dominated by Pirates. This game, they have been there and there with it the whole time, and now it's only one goal and almost sneaking one through. They're far more involved, far more clear and positive and going forward and applying a lot more pressure, and Pirates sweating a lot more for their what seems to be a pretty thin lead at the moment.
Skyfall can find this carry over the top, I was going to say, and make it awkward for Darth, and maybe something nice would have been built, but Darth, aware of the danger and aware that Tadaifor didn't have the boost, and Daisy ran away from that demo, does miss that corner boost and can't make contact with the 50 either, so lose there. The demo comes in, it's an open net. Snowy not going to miss those, continuing the domination on the goal sheet as well. Honestly, he's just playing so well and he's finishing everything.
Yeah, but Darth was on his way to rotate out, spotted the player in the net, and went after it like a bloodhound, you weren't going to shake him loose. It just charged the net, removed the player. The goal follows, and the Pirates restored 2-goal lead. But for how long? Oh, that's clattered up against the crossbar. Oh, and Snowy gets up to save it. And again, everyone from Bravado having a crack at the net. This time, though, they're not finding it, but the pressure is still on. The clear via the backboard might not be good enough. Darth, how did he get that? And now it's on the other side, and Skill Steal will finish it off. What a play. What should have been a conceded goal by Pirates turns into a 3-goal lead.
And this is the classic danger, right? When you sniff blood, when you spot an opening and you push, you throw everything forward, risking it for the biscuit. But no biscuit to be had from Bravado. Instead, they just get a soggy handful of mush. I don't know, maybe there's some moisture in the cookie jar. Whatever.
Oh my.
And then Snowy just again. But Bravado, they spotted a chance to break down Orlando Pirates, and they just overcommitted and then just catch no breaks on the counter. And now no breaks on a kickoff either. Orlando Pirates and Snowy just finishing everything, punishing every single mistake.
And Snowy, the dominating 1v1 player, which was his main for a long time. And when you're in a 1v1 with him, it can be pretty terrifying. And there is skills coming out to get past to die for in magnificent fashion. And his involvement in this game continues. Oh, my word. And Darth smashing it pretty much in the corner for the save. And then the follow-up there, not finding its way in. And it's been a tough one. And what was a very good game for Bravado, they're 4 goals behind now, Muntz. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so Darth is going to get the 7th, and what's remarkable here is that there is not. This was a good game for Bravado. They were in it, they were there and thereabouts, and somehow with 11 seconds to go, they find themselves 7-2 down. Orlando Pirates scoring 11 goals so far over the 2 games we've had. Bravado are going to go down 2-0 here. To die for, I thought was getting one back, but doesn't. And we've seen this multiple times where everybody from Bravado has a crack at the net and they don't find the way in. They did on one occasion, which was one of the 2 goals they scored. but too many other times they haven't been able to find their way through. This one might get there. Darth will touch it on the backboard and get it out. The clock has run down. Munts, you're back right for the close of game 2. Bravado trying to keep it up as the rules dictate, but it is Pirates who take the second game in more dominating fashion, as it turned out, than they took the first game.
Interesting. Absolutely impressive from Pirates. Like I said, in the very last series that these teams played, we saw Bravado respond to those dominant wins with a close series or a win or a close game and then a win of their own. In this case, Pirates just kept the pressure up. They kept the momentum, didn't allow Bravado back in. We saw a quick breath of possibility, and then every bit of hope was just stomped out of the Bravado side as Orlando just ran away with it.
I'm trying to think back over the course of the game to try and pinpoint at what point it started to run away from Bravado, because I almost with surprise looked up and saw that it was 6-2 or 5-2, and you go like, at what point did that momentum shift? Because it was very close. We said it. There was a good game for Bravado. They started with great pressure. They got the opening goal. It looked like they were here to parley, and then it ended 7-2. Where did that happen? I'm not entirely sure.
It might have been as early as soon as Bravado took the lead. Pirates just came back, scored a really solid goal off a demo or off a bump, and then scored that immediate kickoff goal that is just so painful. As a team that, like I said, you've just had a fresh breath of hope, right? You're like, okay, this is going to go the way of the last series. We are going to respond quickly, and then suddenly 2 quick goals in quick succession, one from a bump play, another of kickoff, like the 2 most tilting types of goals, right? And then it's like they just fell apart from there. Well, okay, with that said, Bravado didn't just fall apart. Orlando Pirates were also completely popping off and, like I said, punishing any tiny hint of a mistake.
Yeah, and they're coming out with that determination they've had all week, and they've just looked so determined that they want to take this, that they want to win, that they're not yet a monkey about, and have looked really, really great for it. That being said, Bravado, again, they have beaten this team. They can do it. And this game is a make or break, isn't it, Munts? I mean, if they lose this, and they almost get the opener, almost fractions away, and they will still get the opener. Happy Meal will find the open net, and inside a minute they have a lead. And now there's the small task of holding on to it, because Pirates don't like to be behind for too long.
Okay, so a little bit of a replay of the last game. Let's see if Bravado can hold on. If they can score next, it's huge for them. That'll give them newfound confidence to know that they have the ability to hold on. But the aerial bump, so devastating. Even the risk of it just causing chaos. And the chaos has cleared up somewhat, but someone needs to get back. They do. Happy Meal finally gets to prod it free. He won't get a corner boost. No one on Bravado with any kind of boost right now. Daisy's picked up 36 through pads. We're seeing it tick up 12 by 12. They're all panicked. All the boost on the pitch in the favor of Orlando Pirates, and they make it count.
And you know what? That play all started. The aerial bump was just...
Yeah.
It blew me. I was so disappointed the goal didn't happen because I wanted to watch it again. I wanted to talk through it. But as the moment that happened, they could have scored. Somehow Bravado kept it out. They kept out the next one, which was almost in. But they were in such danger from the moment that happened. That physical play high in the air, just through Bravado was scattered and could never recover defensively from that. As you pointed out, they just didn't have the boost, trying to pick up pads. And now look at this from Skill Steal, muscling his way through, air dribbling it all the way, and then just bulldozing it under the crossbar.
Oh, the early flip, the continuation, the dunk on the defender, and then the double tap off the crossbar. That was a full play, Greybeard. It was all there. The only thing missing was maybe a flip reset, but look, I'm not going to complain too much. That was a goal worthy of going ahead. No defensive mistake, no misjudgment, no misread, no whiff. That was all skill steal.
Unbelievable. And Bravado going ahead in this game, we said it was a little bit of a replay of the last game, and it's replayed out almost exactly the way that did, with Orlando Pirates clearing the deficit, then finding a lead, and in and amongst all of that, a ridiculous play to get a goal. And now Bravado, They are in such danger here. Snowy getting involved. He hasn't done a hell of a lot this game. He's been quiet, but he wants to get himself known and involved. Darth with the play, supporting there, and Snowy finishing it off. And, you know, to me, a massive indication, Muntz, of how well Pirates are playing right now is normally Darth is the one out front leading with his ridiculous mechanics. And now Darth playing support like Royalty with Eli Kim earlier. I mean, that's massive, and he's doing the job.
He's not just doing the job, he's excelling at it right now. It's award-winning, if you ask me. It could be an MVP performance to this point, but Bravado, they just need to find some kind of boost. They just need to find some kind of space to get out of their own third. It's so easy for us to say, but there's a reason Orlando are so good at excelling. There's a reason that they are where they are, and that's because it's so difficult to counter that. It's so hard to find boost on the pitch, and even if you can do what you want with the ball, you've still got to outplay the Orlando Pirates, who individually, boost or not, are insane at this game. And Bravado right now just unable to do any of the things listed, and Orlando Pirates doing just about all of it.
They are indeed, and I guess well, look, things are perfectly poised if you think about it, Muntz, for the epic tale of the ridiculous comeback. You know, we were 2 games down, we were 2 goals down, and we had to get a bracket reset, and somehow they fought their way. But it's not where they want to be, and we said this was going to be a make-or-break point, a make-or-break game, because they go down here, not only do they have to perform an almost unheard-of reverse sweep at a best of 7, but then come out again and do something similar a second time. It is, I think very few people can appreciate how hard that task is.
Absolutely. It's almost impossible. There's a non-zero chance that they can do it. But that's about the best I can say at this point. But look, a minute to go. Game 3, not quite out of reach yet for Bravado, but they need to find something now. And unfortunately for them, the only person with boost is to die for, and he wasn't really back to defend right there. Does manage to turn on it, and he is lurking, waiting for this 50, but he's not. No, he was needed. He gets to it immediately after the 50-50 and just slams that in.
And the best thing for Bravado right now is the fact that they did get the first goal. So they weren't behind by 3. That's 37 seconds left, but it is only 1 goal. So they've given themselves at least that chance. And now it has to be all Bravado all the time for the remaining half minute.
And look, my mistake there. No 50-50 needed from Daisy. He actually ran off the ball, ran ahead of it, and went for the demo play, and it was huge. But 20 seconds remaining. Demo or 50 aside, it won't matter at all. If they can't find a goal here, they do find an opportunity. And right now, Pirates the ones looking boost-starved, but again, so strong in these 50-50 situations, so strong on defense, and Bravado needing to go the length of the pitch. It's gonna have to be a 0-second goal as Snowy plays this to the corner or to the side, and that ball is grounded. Orlando Pirates find their 3rd game win and find 4 match points, Greybeard.
There was a moment there. They had 37 seconds to level it up, push this to an overtime. There was a clear opportunity, and it was whiffed. And you just felt that the last hope had gone there. There was a follow-up opportunity, but there wasn't an angle to get any kind of power, and it was an easy touch away from the net. And all chances in that game kind of evaporated. And something has to be said about Pirates here. It is hard, you know, they've dominated for so long, and it's hard to keep yourself on the top when there isn't the breadth and depth of competition where you can constantly hone your craft. And it's just amazing to me that they're able to do this with no one above them to hone their skill on.
Absolutely, and specifically talking about playing against players as good as or better than you, Snowy's been on record in interviews saying that he feels like the success of his team internationally means they need to go and play against these kind of players. They need to find a way into Europe where they can play against the best teams in the world without that ping disadvantage. But look, I also want to say that motivation that may have been waning for them, I don't know. It may have been waning for them before the start of this split. Getting beaten by Bravado, surely that's reignited something. And that leads us to now when they look dominant once again. And like maybe Bravado are in some way responsible for that domination, if that makes sense.
It makes complete sense, and so in a weird macabre sort of way, they're the architects of their own destruction here. But you know what? Let's put our pens down and not write the obituary. Let's look at Bravado and what they can do here to get themselves back in it. You know, they're going to be really frustrated if they go down here in a sweep. You know, losing to Orlando Pirates, you kind of, oh, look at this, they are going to score first, and somehow two players from Bravado find themselves completely offsides. It's the dunk on skill steal. They're offside, open net, and it's in. But months, we've been here before. We've been here twice before.
Yeah, and that's incredible, right? Like with my, and I'm starting to put them in inverted brackets. You guys can't see it. I'm holding my fingers up saying my analysis from before the series, it was that Bravado would start strong, and they didn't. But now that they are, the last, 2 games, this is the third now that they've scored the first goal, they're still getting beaten. And it's not just a long-winded comeback from Orlando. They're responding immediately, and they're looking to respond right here, but skill steal gonna be denied, and this is very... This looks like Bravado swap places with Orlando. We saw goals like this happening against Bravado earlier in the series, and now they've caught out Orlando Pirates.
And, they're catching out Orlando Pirates at the back. That is unusual. They pride themselves on positioning themselves, being in the right place, understanding the game. And Bravado has taken the lead in the last 3 games, but they have never led by 2. Oh, my word. And Darth smashing it on the crossbar. And now the follow-up on the back wall. And the third shot is saved away. And perhaps there's a little shift in the force.
Greybeard, that third shot was saved away by Snowy. It just hit him as he was coming back out of the goal mouth.
Oh,
yeah, I'm not sure if it was going to be saved or not, but Snowy definitely made contact and just stopped the shot in its tracks. And here we go down the other end, and this is pressure here. Team bump nearly coming in. Snowy nearly making a block on his teammate after making a block on a goal earlier. Instead, Bravado continuing the attack. We did see Orlando Pirates securing their back boost, which is going to allow them to transition here. Darth looking for a double tap, but to die for, getting in the way. He wants that boost. He does get it. He won't get the dunk, but his teammate's back, and we approach halfway, and Bravado seemingly more confident. They're not flailing. We're seeing less whiffs, and everyone seems to be communicating. It might be buzzing in the comms right now. Let's see if it can last.
And you know what, we've seen Pirates go behind a number of times in this, and Daisy's going to get it in for a third. We've seen Bravado ahead, we've seen Pirates behind, but this is the first time we've seen Pirates a little bit pushed back on the back foot, fighting on the ropes and the first time we've really seen them looking shaky on their own goal line.
I mean, I put a lot of emphasis and pay a lot of attention to those back boosts. Some probably would say too much, right? But seeing Pirates having their back boost stolen on consecutive spawns, right? When that boost spawns, it gets stolen, it spawns again the next time after 10 seconds, gets stolen again. We hadn't seen that up to now. This is the first game in the series where we've seen that corner boost, that back corner boost get stolen on multiple occasions in a row. And Bravado have found a way to do it, and if they can keep finding that corner boost, that could be the key to their victory, because Orlando Pirates, while they're amazing without boost, everyone needs boost, Greybeard. It's not rocket science. Well, I guess it is.
Indeed they do, and now indeed it is. Well, it is, of course, Rocket League, and 1 minute 45 at Pirates. Ooh, is this the beginning? The analogies abound, Months. Any journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. All great cathedrals start their building with the first stone, etc., etc. The Bravado are doing that. They're laying the first stone. And the redirect is saved out. Snowy. And it's another save. And this is a different Bravado right now. They're playing out of their skins. Can they do it sustainably for 4 consecutive games? We'll wait to find out, but they need to finish doing it in this one.
And now Orlando Pirates find themselves in a position they've not found themselves in a while, and that's having to chase the game in the final minute. They're going to have to extend, and they're leaving gaps behind at the back, Greybeard, places to be exploited. But, I mean, at the end of the day, they have to, right? It's all risk. It's all reward, no risk at this point. If they get scored on again, whatever. The aim of the game right now is to score 3 goals in 45 seconds and win the championship right here, right now. They are on match point. There is an angle. Darth looking for a bump. It doesn't come in, but the pressure continues to die for with a big clear into the pass. The pass tried to be returned, but Happy Meal can't pick out his teammate. It might not matter. It's cleared away by Snowy.
And Bravado should hold on from here. If they lose it now, it would be the most epic choke of all time. But they will hold on, I'm pretty sure. and it may well be a shutout. No, it won't, because Snowy will get at least one. Can Pirates find 2 in 14 seconds? I don't want to say definitely not. It is unlikely. But once I heard those exact words out of your mouth yesterday with Bot Gaming and Yankees with no brim, and they went on to do it. So I'll be quiet and see how it plays out.
No shenanigans off the kickoff, so Orlando not going to take possession, and in fact will have to defend. And with that defensive stand, it should be secured. In fact, it kind of looked like Snowy had given up on the ghost. Strange, because I felt like it's definitely possible. You know, if you get a goal before 0 seconds, you can keep it up off the kickoff and maybe a miracle. But whatever the case, Bravado not only win their first game, but I think look to be the better team in that game, Greybeard. They looked solid, they defended well, their communication was fantastic, and they broke down the Orlando Pirates defense.
Muntz, the thing I desire the most is the thing I fear the most, because of course what I desire here is the epic comeback and we find ourselves in a game 7, but I don't know if my old adrenal system can deal with it, with the tension of it as we go forward. But as we said, it's a massive mountain. Bravado far from out of the woods, but they've done the first job. They've secured a game. Now they just got to do it again and again and again, but it starts with this very next game.
Oh, is that all they have to do, Greybeard? They've just
That's all they have to do.
and let's not forget, if they do secure the reverse sweep, they've got to do it all again in another best of 7, because of course Orlando Pirates, coming from the upper bracket, they have a free life, a life remaining that Bravado lost earlier to this Orlando Pirates. Orlando Pirates still have 3 match points. If they win this game, they win the championship. Championship points, some might even say. Bravado, backs to the wall. Maybe the pressure's off here, Greybeard. Maybe it's easier to play when a single loss means you're out and when everyone expects you to lose. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but it's fun to speculate about that. Sure, there's no pressure on them. They're going to pop off, surely, and win 2 games in a row.
I think that is a massive factor. But it immediately reverses when you win the second game, because then you started off by thinking, okay, everything's lost, we may as well go have fun. You win 2 games and then you go, oh my goodness, we might actually do it. And then suddenly you start to sweat again. But look at this! Oh, look at this! Oh, with plays like that to die for, the talisman of Bravado will open up the scoring, and for the 4th game in a row, Bravado open proceedings.
Oh my goodness. I talked about the teams kind of feeling like they've swapped sides, and we saw that exact play. It was Snowy against Daisy in the last series, in the previous series that these two played in this tournament, and it felt like Snowy couldn't miss. Like, once it was a 1v1, once he had that ball up above him, boosting into it from below, it felt like a goal, and that's what it felt like there. Didn't feel like To Die For was ever getting stopped as soon as he took to the air, and the goal goes in, and Bravado, once more, go up by 1 early.
They do, and in the last game, importantly, they shut out, or they didn't, there was a late goal. It was almost a shutout, so Orlando's struggling to score in that last game, so they're going to want to rectify things quickly and go back to what they were doing in games 2 and 3. Go behind early, yeah, fine, but then level it up and immediately take a lead. But that early response hasn't come, and right now, they're still under pressure, so you feel a little bit of a reset needed here from the Pirates, and a couple of times we've seen them like rush at challenges rather than that sort of patient play, that certain play, and that got ATK into a lot of trouble earlier. So they might want to think about that and just go back to what they do best.
Absolutely, and again, watching the boost right now, Bravado with none of it, which means Darth's shot, well placed to the top corner, cannot be stopped. Huge dunk from Skill Steal, and a fantastic finish off the back of the defender from Darth, and that's an even scoreline.
All right, so not as quick as we've been used to seeing them do it, but they have leveled up. Do they now get the quick goal to take a lead? A lead they've not had for seven, close to 8 minutes of Rocket League. Not a place they're used to being. Oh, they're awkward here. Skill Steal back to the ball and getting a little bit confused about who's going to take that. Happy Meal has an opportunity. Snowy does get in front, and they may have a counter on here if they can get there quickly. There's been a demo, which is going to help proceedings. And I think it was Daisy doing a very good job to get that clear.
Speaking of good jobs, Darth doing incredibly well to get the demo and the shot towards net. Unable to find the target, but they'll have another opportunity here as they pick this ball up in the opponent's third. Darth, though, just playing it away. He's really looking for those passes into a demo, and it seems like Bravado Gaming haven't quite cottoned onto it yet. Someone from Bravado's just got to take off and go for that, right? They can't just wait for that demolition to come in and cause chaos, but they're causing some chaos of their own right now. Darth forced into defending his own net. Does beat one, does beat the second, but no one there to follow up. The win from Daisy, putting the pressure right back in Orlando Pirates' lap. The in and out pass coming in, the double tap happening. To Die For is feeling himself, and he's finding that top corner with the double tap.
Oh my goodness, you know, when he gets going, it is scary, scary times. But the most surprising thing of that play for me, the entire Orlando Pirates team back in and on the goal line, in the net and on the goal line, no one challenging. To Die For took that from the midway line, and everyone from Pirates stood back and waited for that to happen. And when that goes down, your chances of success are not there, but maybe a comeback! Skill Steal finds a way back for Pirates!
Got no idea how this has found its way in. When he hit it, it seems so soft, but To Die For going up so early, he's never going to make contact with that ball. No one behind him to make up for it, and Greybeard, you talked about Orlando Pirates. Sorry, everyone, for skipping over that goal and going back to the previous, but it was very un-Orlando Pirates to see them all tucked into their own goal mouth, and a big part of that was, I think it was Daisy chasing the demo, forcing them to the back of their net, having to even go in and out, like a squishy save almost, to just make a play at the ball. So Daisy kind of taking a bit of a leaf out of Orlando Pirates' book and applying some pressure with the physicality.
Yeah, and it's worked out time and time again, and I can't wait to when we get back to the stats corner on the demos, because they have been plenty throughout the series, and we are locked 2-2, and I guess the small danger for Bravado here is so much of that last game, Pirates were chasing it and looking like they were like a team chasing the game. Here they level, so they're not going to be as anxious to be snatching at the game.
A minute remaining. A minute. Oh, if this goal goes in, it'll be a minute to defend a championship point, but instead it's Happy Meal with the air dribble. Orlando Pirates defending. Happy Meal didn't get that boost steal. It would have been huge, but still Snowy on 0. The attack continuing, and 45 seconds left, Greybeard. Orlando Pirates, one goal could decide their entire regional. One goal could hand them the championship. Bravado, though, one goal could mean that Orlando Pirates would be starting to sweat whispers of the reverse sweep into the back of their mind, and they have 30 seconds to prevent that from happening.
And they're on the right side of the pitch for it. Bravado pinned back for the time being. And we have a situation here To Die For, camping in the net, but it is going to be cut out. But Orlando Pirates keeping it firmly in the Bravado half. And then now we have Skill Steal, again bringing it in. To Die For, I think that is trying to get it away. They do buy themselves some room, but we may have a game 5 overtime here to decide a true golden goal moment where either the broadcast comes to an end or we march forward with at least another 5 more minutes of competitive Rocket League.
Oh, and for a second I thought the ball was bouncing up one last time, but it does not. It is grounded. And as you said, an overtime to decide potentially the fate of the tournament. If Orlando Pirates score, they will be crowned champions of regional number 3 here in SSA RLCS. To Die For and Bravado fighting to stay in the series, to stay in the tournament. Can they do it? They've won the last game. They've felt solid this game. They've held on valiantly, defended for their lives time and time again. They continue to do so as they deny the shot. But Darth, plenty of boost in the tank. He's looking for the flip reset. Jumps off the ball. He doesn't get the scoop, and it's denied by the Bravado defense.
The 40 seconds of overtime have been all Orlando Pirates. The ball has barely crossed the halfway line into Pirates' half. They have kept it so magnificently on with the pressure. And I think it was Darth going, and there it is! Skill still finds it! And for the 5th time out of 6 regionals, Orlando Pirates are the champions of Sub-Saharan Africa, taking down Bravado Gaming 3-2.
Greybeard, that was an own goal. To die for,
Oh
he
my
caught
gosh,
it,
I missed
and
it.
he
I
just
missed
dribbled it. He dribbled it straight into his own net.
How did I miss that?
It was so innocuous. It was so innocuous. Still, everything you said was right. Pirates, they win, but on the back of a to die for own goal. It's heartbreak at the last for Bravado. What a series. I cannot believe it's ended like that. GG's, what a fight. And it took that at the last to end it, but it's so heartbreaking to watch. I kind of want to just switch to deaths because I'm crumbling here. That's such a tragedy for Bravado. Elliot's mirroring my thoughts exactly. I don't know if you can muster any words, but please take it from me.
No! Statisticians, come and help us out here, please.
Well, Elliot, I mean, it's a tough brief, Macfish, to try and dissect that one after such a tragic end. Bravado put up, really, despite the scoreline, particularly in the early games, they were sort of outclassed a bit, but we always expected them to warm into that series. They have done before, it takes a bit of time in a best of 7, and actually, there were some aspects of their game we were really quite impressed with opponents as good as the Pirates.
Yeah, and especially you said warming into that series, and I believe that shift has been made after being completely whitewashed 7-2 in Game 2. Bravado took a step back and actually regrouped their effort and tried to play together more as a unit, and it worked a treat. Happy Meal really the only player in this entire series not really finding his feet, but Daisy and To Die For tried to make up for it as good as they could, being absolute menaces on defense. And overall, this Bravado side took the fight to Pirates, who didn't really expect a comeback after supposedly breaking them with that 7-2 victory.
Yes, I mean, many would have written them off, I think, after 2 games. You see that 7-2, you're like, blimey, grand final. To have the mental to come back after that is very, very impressive. And again, Bravado's boost management was just so key to keeping them in this series as long as they did. Those final 3 games so close because they averaged 35 seconds a game each on 0. That's genuinely really impressive and probably some of the best we've seen, but Pirates' playstyle just not suited to good boost management. If you're up against a Pirates, the way they play, it just doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah, and that's mostly because the Pirates are just really, really quick, but as we said earlier, as we said before the series, the Pirates are really good at converting their chances and at converting a lot of boost usage into actual meaningful impact. And I'm looking especially at the demos. Greybeard talked about it during the cast, where there were a lot of demos coming out the series. Staff alone had 12 demos in 5 games. That's quite something, and followed up by Skillsteel and Snowy with 7 and 5 demos each. A grand total of 24 demos in 5 games for the Pirates. That's something that you can use if you're a boost heavy team. That is something that you can use to your advantage. You have the speed, just delete the opponent off the pitch. It's going to make so much time, it's going to create so much space for you. Yeah. And that's what the Pirates really excelled at here against Bravado.
They really did, and I mean, it was because Bravado, obviously, they were trying to get those team plays. We were talking about how important they were, so they were sticking together. Getting one demo in a rotation like Bravado's is really crucial, whereas on defense, Pirates are just so hard to crack because they sit back so much from the ball that actually, even though Bravado put on some fantastic offense and had some fantastic individual performances across those games, just the way that Pirates sit back makes such a huge difference.
Yeah, Pirates sitting back it's like walking on a tightrope, right? Where they have incredibly strong defense, getting 31 saves from the effective 34 shots that Bravado fired at their net. But at the same time, they were really prone on double commits, the Pirates, weren't they? Especially on the goal line. There was rarely a save where only one defender committed. It was mostly both defenders going for it. that left a lot of space potentially, but because the Bravado players were just that little bit too close to the ball, they didn't allow themselves the reaction time to actually capitalize off of that one.
So there you have it, Elliot. We are out of stats to talk about in our corner. Orlando Pirates come out on top. It was always going to be the likely outcome, but Bravado can be really pleased with the way they took that series. Even if the scoreline ended up 4-1, it was closer than that in most of the games, and the boost management in particular is something they can really take forward into spring and work on and improve for. But Pirates have everything in their grasp right now, so we'll just have to see what Spring Split brings.
Thank you so much, Stats Corner. That's the final Stats Corner of the winter split here in SSA RLCS. So give them a massive shout out. Hashtag this is SSA. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champions, and who would have guessed it? Orlando Pirates XD for the 5th time out of 6 this season dominate the competition and crown themselves regional champions here in sub-Saharan Africa. Months. That was quite a performance from them today.
Absolutely. No one doubted them as hard as I did today. I predicted against them twice, and twice they absolutely silenced those. Well, I guess once they silenced those doubts, because I wouldn't predict them to lose a 3rd series at all. And yeah, hugely impressive. They really showed why they are the kings of SSA and just how, because utter dominance, boost starves aplenty, punishment on any mistake given, and then on top of that, they're also scoring team goals. They're also scoring individuality or individually brilliant goals. So it's like, how do you stop this team? Well, the answer right now is you just don't.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having an interview with Snowy, of course, one of the 3 Pirates that made it all the way through to just an unbelievable performance and a very, very deserved title spot once again. And just before we get him in here, Greybeard, I want to come to you, of course. Casting that final series is exhilarating for us, but that overtime there at the end, I mean, that would have been miraculous had Bravado Gaming had the mentality to actually pull that off.
Well, we'd still be casting it now if they had pulled it off. What amazes me, and you know, Bravado had one really, really good game and all of that. But and maybe we'll find out more from Snowy when we talk. You know, talk to any SSA player and you talk, what do you want? 9 times out of 10, they're going to say, we want to beat the Pirates. You know, we want to take down the Pirates. So there's a very clear North Star where you're trying to get to. How do Pirates keep doing it? What is their guide that they're pursuing? Because they're very aware how much the teams are improving under them, yet they still find a way to keep themselves ahead. It's remarkable.
Well, let's find out, shall we? Let's go straight to the horse's mouth and talk to Snowy, who is here to join us for an interview. Snowy, congratulations. It's good to see you here again. I mean, how does it feel?
Sorry, Snow, I can't hear you.
Oh, so,
I
ladies
can
and
hear him.
gentlemen, we are, I believe, just sorting out the mic for Snowy. Give us another word or two, Snowy. Can we hear him on? Oh, we can. All right. Well, let's go straight back into this interview, Snowy.
Take 2 from the top.
Thank you. Just, yeah, I mean, look, championship victors once again, 5th time out of 6, and you're finishing the split on a high. I mean, it's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, it feels really, really good. We had a pretty rough split, like the first 2 regionals were pretty rough. So I'm really happy that all the work that we put in throughout the last few weeks has paid off. So yeah, it's really nice to end the split like this.
All right. Well, Snowy, I asked you earlier today. I just shot off a message and said, "Are you feeling confident?" And your response to me was, "Yeah, we've made a bit of progress." So I'd be keen to know. And then you didn't elaborate. So what does that mean when you say you've made a bit of progress? What did you do?
Well, in the first split, we made a lot of progress as a team. Basically, just how we play around each other, our rotation and whatnot. And then in the break, it kind of fell away, and it really fell away, like it was just gone. And we were having a really tough time trying to just play together properly. A lot of gaps, a lot of double commits. So yeah, I mean, we pretty much just fixed that. Pretty much just the rotation and how we were playing around each other, comms as well. Yeah, it's just like a bunch of things that we fixed. Yeah.
Well, Snow, I noticed one very interesting thing, and it popped up kind of especially in your first game against Bravado in that upper bracket finals, was you actually taking a much more forward role, looking to get a lot of those goals yourself. And in the past, a lot of it has relied on someone like Skill Steel making space and spearheading the attack, and Darth having that second role, you sitting a little bit more patiently to control the tempo of the game. Is this a conscious choice that you guys have done, or are you trying to just get the team a little bit more rounded in general? Or is this just a testament to how flexible each of your players are?
I wouldn't say it's completely conscious. I think it's probably a little bit as a result of the work that we made and the stuff that we've done in in our preparation and our replays. For me personally, I did maybe try and play a bit more aggressive, like I was a bit out of the play, not really making an impact. So I mean, there was a little bit of it, yeah. And we are also flexible. I think all three of us are capable in every aspect of the game. We can all play attack. We can all be the passer and the midfield player, and in defense we're all pretty good. So yeah, we are flexible.
I mean, you certainly proved that today, and I don't think anyone can argue with the record, which speaks for itself. And you know what? I'm going to steal Greybeard's question from the panel a moment ago, so you're going to have to think of another one for your second one, Greybeard, because I think it's a brilliant question, and that is, with all of the other teams here, we speak to them, and it's, well, what is your motivation right now? What's driving you? Where are you aiming towards, right? And it's beat Orlando Pirates, right? They have that very clear end goal, which is we got to beat the boss, right? That's how video games work, right? And currently you guys are the boss of SSA. So how do you guys keep that motivation? Is there something that you are sort of aiming towards with your progress?
I mean, I've said this many times before, but we just want to win. I mean, that is our motivation. I mean, the tournament is there for everyone, and we just want to win no matter what. And I certainly wouldn't want to be in the position of the other teams, like having their main goal just be one team. I don't think that would be good. So I mean, our motivation is just winning. I mean, we just want to win the whole time. And honestly, we're really sad that we dropped the regional. I mean, it still hurts to this day that we managed to throw a regional. So yeah, I mean, our motivation is just getting better as a team, firstly, because we know how far behind we are compared to EU teams. So just based off watching them, the potential of the level of threes that can be reached, and we are so far from that that's a motivation in itself to try and get closer to that kind of level. Yeah, and also and like I said, just winning. I mean, we just want to win. It's the best feeling. So yeah.
And okay, well, now speaking of EU teams, North American teams, are you allowing yourself to sort of think a little ahead and go, we're probably going to get that wild card slot, and do you find yourself sort of planning that far beyond just the spring split?
Yeah, definitely. All of our preparation is still with wild card in mind. The only thing with regards to that is we know how tough of a task it is. We know it's like it's a bit of a stretch to try and think that we're going to make enough progress in the time frame to beat a lot of the teams that we're going to see at the wild card. I mean, the wild card is not just all the lower teams from the regions. I mean, there's a very small amount of spots that go to the main event, and literally all of the other incredible teams in each region are just going to be in the wild card. So we're playing the best of the best at the wild card. So yeah, we do think about it, but we're also realistic, and we know that it's going to be tough. So it's literally just trying to get to the highest level that we can in the time frame. And like I've mentioned before, we need a boot camp to make real progress. So because we're just stuck, geographically.
Fair enough.
Well, actually, Greybeard was pretty much on the track with what I was going to talk about, because I was very interested into how you prepare going forwards. You've got two very distinct periods now coming up ahead. There's one more preparation step for the next regional, or the next split at least, and you certainly want to come out of that with the most consistent victories you can. You guys have got 5 out of 6. You're quite disappointed in that loss to Bravado. It's still a very close series, but the next 3 obviously definitely targets for you guys. And then you've got like the even bigger build-up. You're going, yeah, this is a very important 3 series to win, but got a next big step. Do you think it's going to be just like consistent grind now versus what you've been doing previously to prepare between the splits? Or is there a point where you just step up besides maybe just, in fact, going all in on the boot camp?
I mean, the way we prepare is going to be the same. I mean, we're going to be grinding the same that we have been. You know, we're not thinking, oh, we're going to get a boot camp, so we don't have to try as hard while we're still here. That's certainly not the case. But probably our biggest goal right now is to try and avoid what happened in the previous splits, because split 1 was pretty good. Come the end of split 1, we were in a good place as a team, and then, you know, the break just completely got rid of all that progress. It was just gone. So I think a huge thing for us now is going to be making sure that we stay where we are throughout this break, because it is really long. It's like a month and a half, 2 months. So we really need to try and keep the progress where it is now, and if not further it before the next regional, because we want to win all 3.
Well, thank you so much for coming and joining us, giving us your thoughts, responding to our questions, Snowy. It's a pleasure to talk to you as always, and congratulations today on another phenomenal victory with the Pirates.
Yeah, thank you so much, and as always, thanks to all the production team and the casters and everyone. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Well, ladies and gents, there you have it. Orlando Pirates XD crowned champions here in Sub-Saharan Africa for the 5th time this season. That is something else, a record to behold, and certainly something that they should be telling their friends about, if they're not already. So let's bring up the bracket and see how they got there. It was quite a run for them, losing only a single game in the group stages, sent them through to the upper semi-finals where they faced off against Royalty Esports, winning that best of 7 series 4-2. The upper bracket final, they made look easy. Our first series of the day today, they beat Bravado Gaming 4-1 in that best of 7. An omen, perhaps, for what was yet to come, as Bravado Gaming knocks out ATK in that lower final, but then were defeated 4-1 again in today's grand final matchup. And it's hard to take any credit away from Orlando Pirates XD for another phenomenal performance here. Muntz, I mean, you casted, if I'm not mistaken, the first and last series of the day. Both of those were 4-1 Orlando Pirates against Bravado Gaming. I mean, just what a day.
What a day indeed. And I have to say, Bravado did make strides despite the lack of some kind of quantitative proof that they did better. They felt much closer competitively in that grand final. Unfortunately for them, Orlando Pirates are just so good. They just take the punches, they roll with them, and they punch right back. And it tends to be that their punches are a little bit harder, a little bit more impactful, and in the end, just too strong. It's been one hell of a ride, though. And look, I just love the roller coaster that has been this regional and has been this split as a whole, seeing the fall of the Pirates and then their retaking of the throne, and then seeing Bravado take a drop down to ATK in the last regional, seeing them come back in this regional, get their revenge, find themselves in the grand final, just unable to secure the pot in the end, but no shame there. And look, I do want to say my apologies to the Pirates, because I did focus a little hard on that own goal at the end of the series, but huge credit to them. They did outperform every other team in every facet of the game. Hugely deserved. What a wonderful team. So fun to watch.
Incredibly. And what an unbelievable standard they have set for everyone else in this region. Altruism, can you just maybe speak to how insanely consistent this team has been and what other teams will need to be working on in this 10-week break?
Well, that's the amazing thing, right? We came into the split, and in regional number 1, everything got shaken up. Bravado came and take out Orlando Pirates twice in a row, like pretty convincingly, and everything went up in the air. It seemed like everything was scattered, where we didn't know exactly who or what order the top 3 teams were laying themselves in. And then after that, just completely dissolved into chaos, where every team, every week, every single regional, it just seemed like another team was starting to show up on the day. We saw the rise of Royalty. We saw PWB, who looked so good in that original 4 split. just not really feature this time. DNMK dropping out of contention completely. Basically, all of our games at the beginning, very, very up in the air. Now it's kind of settled, and it's very interesting the way it's settled. Pirates XD very clearly at the top. Very consistent against every team they come up against. Very, very nice to see. And then you've got Bravado, who seems to have taken a pretty more solid position up above ATK. ATK then fighting it out in tight contention with Royalty, Apex being the only other team to really challenge in there. And then again, pretty much one-sided affairs after that. And so it's been interesting to see which teams have really risen to the top and stayed there. Especially the fact that Bravado just taking one more step above ATK and then so close to fighting it out against Orlando Pirates. I'd love to see more of them.
2 splits down, Greybeard. Just 1 to go. And as we stand upon the precipice of a 10-week break before the next RLCS SSA regional in the spring, I just need some copium right about now. I don't want to. I don't want to wait 2.5 months for more SSA. Just uplift me, please.
Well, here's the brutal fact: we can't wait, but we have to. So that's the reality we have to deal with. But again, I'm going to go to the very beginning of this regional, because what I'm going to be watching for the 10 weeks, and it is a lifetime. It's worse than dog years we're going to have to go through over the next 10 weeks. But I want to be very involved in watching the teams that are going to be grinding the hardest in those 10 weeks. And the beginning of the series, there are teams that are really important to the future of this region. One, the Reunion Island team of PWB, I want to see them make a top 4. And I hope they grind their way so that they're ready and capable of doing that come the 3rd split. And then there's Barney and his Dinosaurs, 15, 15, and 17, young guys. They need to be grinding and doing better. And then my current favorite team, Yankees with no brim. Honestly, I think there is a massive future for them. I hope they stay together. I hope they grind together. And I hope they come and challenge all the comfortable people sitting at the top come the next. So that's what we're going to be doing for 10 weeks, is watching who is working the hardest for that 3rd split.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the weekend. It's the end of the winter split. And it's the end of our broadcast. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you to all of the teams and players that took part. Thank you to all of my panelists who have joined me, not just today, but throughout the weekend. And a big special shout out to Stats Corner, of course, for keeping us apprised of all of the numbers all weekend long. Stats Corner, the war cry will be heard around the world. And you mark my words, this is not the last Stats Corner you will see. Not just here. It will not be long before everyone steals this idea, because it is magic. I love it. It adds so much depth to it. And it has just been a pleasure to have the statisticians working with us and getting their time on camera as well. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to the Sunderlad, the producer, the replay operative, the graphics operator, the audio technician, the technical director. I'm missing about 4 titles there. He does a lot. That's the point I'm trying to make here. More than any of you will ever realize. So shout him out. Follow him on Twitter. Just give his ego a little bit of a boost, please. All right. At the Sunderlad on Twitter. Go show him some love. Use that hashtag #ThisIsSSA. And a massive shout out finally to the administrators behind the scenes. Dylan and his team working to make sure that all of the matches run on time. In fact, too quickly. Most of the time. We're asking them to delay because they are too good at their jobs and they don't get anywhere near enough credit. This would not happen without them. So thank you very much to the admins and indeed everyone who puts the work in behind the scenes. But that's all we have time for today. That's it. That's the end of the winter split. Orlando Pirates XD crowned champions once again. And that's it. Stick around for the credits, guys, because they're fun. We'll see you in 10 weeks. Good night.
You have to stop talking at some point, Elliot.
Feelings overdue. pull me through. I give it up to you. I do it all for you. Maybe this feeling's overdue. You're uninvited. You wanna hold me close, but I know what you have to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why are you hiding? Tell me what must I do? Come to you, come to you. You're mine, mine, mine. It's right, right, right. It's right, right, right. Right now. You're mine, mine, mine. It's right, right, right. It's right, right, right. Right now. Why are you hiding? Tell me what must I do? Come to you, come to you. Fallen one too many times. Feeling like it never ends. Back again, square one. Tried to leave myself behind. Looking for a better place, not to stay alone. Gain our trust and you chose to